It's not TV, it's HBO.
Exhilarating, hard-hitting, unbeatable. HBO Sports. And now, the HBO Sports presentation, Inside the NFL.
This week, the Ravens struck early and broke open Super Bowl 35. Game breaker Jermaine Lewis performed despite a heavy heart. And the goose is loose in our HBO studios.
Welcome to our final show of the season. What a terrific show we've got for you. Great footage and also some outstanding guests. But I look around and somebody's missing.
Where's our guy over here?
Yeah, Skippy's gone.
Well, his name is Nick Bonacani. Treat him with respect now because Nick is in Hawaii where he's being introduced as one of the newest members of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Look at this. Congratulations.
Congratulations, man. All right.
But you shouldn't neglect your duties, Nick. We're expecting coffee and donuts, which you show up and do every week. How's it feel, pal? How's it feel?
I'll tell you, Lenny, as you know, I heard my name announced, and I really didn't hear it. I was absolutely numb. And as I was walking over to the press conference, all I could think about was my father. He died the same year Mark was hurt, 1985, and he was with me through high school all the way through the Super Bowls, and how proud he would have been that the son of a baker would have made it into the Hall of Fame. And I got to tell you, it's a humbling experience, but a most wonderful experience.
Nick, I've worked with you with 22 years. I know your family. I know exactly how you feel. Congratulations. If I had the deciding vote, Nick, you'd have been a long time ago. Let's talk about Super Bowl 35. And Dan, your thoughts?
Well, Lenny, first of all, Nick is a former Dolphin. Congratulations, buddy. And to me, guys, I thought the game was boring.
Boring.
I love
it.
They didn't throw it
No
enough. You got to
offense.
throw the ball. But what was surprising to me is the Giants defense coming up, playing bump and run, the Eagle defense playing man-to-man, putting all the pressure on Trent Dilfer. You know what? The guy made the throws to win the game.
How could you pick the Giants? How could you do that?
The Giants would have won if they'd have stuck to my game plan. I don't know what in the world they're doing out there. They're playing bump and run, man-to-man coverage on the outside with those two cornerbacks. Jason Sehorn, Dave Thomas, both got hit on big plays. And the only thing on offense which worked, which we talked about last week, spread it out on the offensive side, go to the 2-minute drill. They did it at the end of the half. It worked pretty well. They never came back to it. I don't understand it.
I don't think the Giants respected Trent Dilfer, and I don't understand that because we've all been in the league. This team has won 11 games in a row. You better respect the quarterback. People said to me today, they have to replace Dilfer to repeat. He only had 12 completed passes. So I went and looked up Hall of Famer Bob Greasy, 2 Super Bowl wins. He completed 8 and 6.
So now you want Trent Dilfer instead of Bob Greasy.
For next season,
I'm
I
dumping
promise
this
you.
right on there.
Next year I do.
Jerry will never work. Bob must be 50-some years old now. He can't throw the ball deep. Let me simplify it for you, folks. I said the toughest team is going to win. The team that can run with the football. Who was able to run with the football? Who was not able to run with the football? The Giants could not do it. Consequently, Kerry Collins had to carry them, and he had a bad day. But, Nick, saving the final word for you, pal.
You know, Lenny, right according to script, the Ravens compressed the football field. What they do is they pin the Giants back. The Giants punt. Trent Dilfer only has to go 40 yards for a touchdown. When Kerry Collins got behind 7-0, the game was over. The game totally overwhelmed him. He looked like he was playing against 14 Raven defenders. He played like that, and that's why the Ravens won.
I knew you'd tell it like it is, no matter whether you're here or in Hawaii. We'll be talking to you later on in the program, Nick. Right now, let's view our highlights of Super Bowl 35. It's unlike any that you've seen. It's so special, even Giant fans can appreciate it. Maybe.
The hours before a Super Bowl can be haunting. From intense introspection to public pantomime, emotions are profoundly affected. But for Brian Billick and Jim Fossil, mutual affection was equally profound.
Are we going to dress the same or something?
Well, our wives had to coordinate.
I know. How you doing? How's the week been?
So good. Been great. We're getting the real thing coming on
Yeah,
now.
I know.
Jim earlier. Have a great one. I said Joe Brown earlier. Some coaches hate each other, but you two guys have a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah, I'm sure we do.
Glad to visit here with the two of you. And
Very good. Thank you.
Great football game. Keep playing the way you've been playing, and may the best man win.
I'm thrilled to be here.
There's something else.
But I'll tell you what, if I gotta go against anybody, I respect the Chiefs.
Absolutely. Stay healthy, man. We'll hook up when it's done. Jim may be a better coach, but I'm a hell of a lot better looking than he is. All right?
Yeah. And plus, you signed the check now. So I like a lot better.
How cool is this?
You guys are paying me for this? How you feel?
You're like a kid, man.
Yeah, it's my candy
You've been like this for the last month.
It ain't no different than 22 weeks ago, all right? Let's go out here and put it together. Nervousness, we ain't got time for it, all right? Let's go out here and take this thing. Let's go home, boys. This is what we started.
Let's go now.
If we're trying to be the best in history, the world is watching right now. We ain't getting respect all year, so we don't give a damn what nobody think. Sugar Ray! Dr. Bayer! Dr. Bayer, there you go! There you go!
Something else, huh? Yeah, I know it. This is big.
Who wants a ring? Who wants Dominique! Hey, Dominique! Get out! Get out and unleash hell! Dominique! 1, 2, 3, Dominique!
Stover approaches the football. We are underway. The flashbulb sparkle, a high end-over-end kick.
Cover him, cover him, cover him. He's straight line, Yeah! Yeah! Hella baby!
Right from the opening kickoff, the Ravens dictated that Super Bowl 35 would be played hard and fast.
They don't know how fast we are.
Hey, play quick with it. Play quick.
On their opening possession, the Giants were beaten off the ball and battered and almost coughed up the ball deep in their own end.
That's the way to set the pace.
On the first snap of their second possession, Kerry Collins was sacked. Jim Fassel realized instantly what was wrong.
We got to tell our offensive guys, everybody, linemen backs. Our backs are going low. They're going around us. We've missed so many cut blocks right now.
Cut blocking Baltimore's athletic defenders wasn't working, and Fassel knew that the only hope of neutralizing them was to hit them head-on and high.
Hey, we got it. We got everybody. Our backs and our line, they're a lot higher. I mean, our backs and line, we've missed more than once. Going too low on cut blocks. We got to go up a little higher on it.
When fullback Greg Camella tried to cut block Ray Lewis, the NFL's Defensive Player of the Year simply hurdled him and hurried Collins into overthrowing an open Amani Toomer. Luke Pettigrew's cut block didn't even slow down Jamie Sharper, which left no cutback room for Tiki Barber, and none of the big plays Fassel had hoped to spring on the Ravens.
Hey, go back to that same thing you've got, when you first started this thing, too. Might spread them out, take some move goes on them, take some shots on them. You got to loosen them up.
Instead, it was the conservative, power-running Ravens who nearly made the game's first big play.
He's thrown the ball. He's got Johnson open, and it's off his hands, incomplete. He dove for it 5 yards deep in the end zone, and it was just overthrown. He just laid it out there. Patrick Johnson almost comes up with the reception. Patrick almost made a great catch. The ball just a little bit overthrown.
They sat on it. Perfect throw. That's perfect timing.
Hey, so much for being conservative coming out, huh? So much for being conservative. They come out gunning it. I know that. Yeah.
You keep throwing that. Don't pull back on that 9 now just because it hit him in the hands. You throw it the same way.
Ray Lewis never holds back, and he always plays the same relentless and physical way. In the first quarter, he commanded every inch of Raymond James and dominated it from sideline to sideline. Lewis ran down sweeps, blanketed tight ends, broke up passes for wide receivers, and most importantly, helped win the battle of field position.
All right, D, come on. You got him pinned, D. Keep him down. It's turnover time now.
Might tell Kerry to remind them out there now. They're going to attack our ass. We've got to get it out of there. They got to play quick, come off the ball.
Quickest off the ball again, the Ravens nearly forced another giant mistake.
White throws it over the middle, pass battle.
Oh, get the ball. Oh.
And it's
deflected, and the ball is loose. And I don't know if it went into a Giants' hands. It's ruled incomplete.
Not surprisingly, Ray Lewis was the creator of that juggling goal line chaos as he tipped the ball and the Ravens nearly came up with it. Clearly, Baltimore's pressure defense was beginning to break Big Blue.
All right, field position. Come on, Jermaine, crank one. Crank one.
Jermaine Lewis gives a little ground and takes it right near the 35. Comes near side, looking for a block. He's at the 40. Now turns the corner. Midfield gets a block. 40. Cuts it back in. 35-30. Penalty marker down. Jermaine Lewis down to the 23. But a flag is down at about the 31-yard line.
Here we go. We're good.
Jermaine Lewis's punt return was marched back 18 yards because of this holding penalty on number 45, Corey Harris. Despite the penalty, Billick's Ravens were still in striking range at the Giant 41-yard line.
Still in great field position, man. We have got to take advantage of this.
2 plays later, they would.
Back to throw Trent Dilfer. Throwing deep down the middle for Stokely. He's got it. 10-5. Touchdown. Brandon Stokely for the score. He beat Jeff.
Trent Dilfer's eyes took safety Sean Williams to tight end Shannon Sharpside, and before Williams could recover, Jason Sehorn was singled up and beaten by slot receiver Brandon Stokely. On the play, Sharp was already doubled by linebackers Jesse Armstead and Michael Barrow, but Williams wasn't about to let the Ravens' leading receiver get behind him. Instead, a perfectly lofted pass from Dilfer to little-used Brandon Stokely put the Ravens up 7-0. And the Ravens right where they hope to be, ahead by 7 in Super Bowl 35.
Baltimore was up 7-0, and the way this great Ravens defense was playing,
great
the Giants.
Ravens defense. How about you? You didn't pick us all week. Now all of a sudden we're great. You picked the Giants to win.
There's no way we're going to get through this interview. I guarantee.
Absolutely no way.
Welcome, Tony Saragusa.
Hey, everybody.
The goose is loose.
There you go. That's right. That's right.
And listen, what part of the week or the game did you know when the game started that you had control of this Giants?
When we came out of that tunnel, we go to the sideline, the stealth bomber's over, they're singing the national anthem, all of that smoke. Yeah, the stealth bomber.
Yep.
All of a sudden, we get in there on a serious note, and once we had a couple plays in, man, I looked in the backfield. Tiki Barber's eyes were this big, saying, where am I going to run? And there was nowhere to run. When you can go and make a team go one-dimensional and have to put it in the air, and I get to the sideline because I can't rush the passer, obviously, I'm going to stand back there and watch the game. That's when I knew that, hey, listen, these Giants had a tough time.
Talk about this game, though. It appeared that it was so easy for you guys to stop this offense that had scored 41 points the week before, but especially in the secondary. There was absolutely nobody open for Kerry Collins all day long.
Well, you're talking about a defensive lineman. You want him to talk about a secondary?
Come on, man. I'm very multi-talented now, Dan. Please, you're taking my airtime. All right, listen. Our secondary is unbelievable. They go and they'll show you cover 2, and all of a sudden cover 3 will pop up. I think Rod Woodson does an unbelievable job with them young guys and going disguising things. I mean, I can look back there, and, I know a little bit about, coverages and stuff like that, but you never know what they're going to run. They call so many numbers, cover 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I never heard of coverages like that, but obviously we have them, and we're sticking with it. We're the Super Bowl champions. We are the man.
Hey, can you add them all up, those numbers? What was it? 2, 3, 4?
Like 27.
All right, hey, listen, MVP, Ray Lewis. In my opinion, though, Jermaine Lewis, the kick returner.
I don't want to take anything away from Ray Lewis. I think Ray Lewis is an unbelievable player. I played with him for 4 years. He's great. Jermaine Lewis, I'll tell you what, that run back, I think he deserves something.
And he gave you field position.
The Giants had a big swing there. All of a sudden, they're down. They weren't getting anything going. They get the run back. The momentum's going their way. Jermaine comes back and answers with a run back the other way.
Big time.
And the Goose is on the sideline doing a little dance,
Now, I understand. Wasn't Marino supposed to do that dance at one point or another?
I played Danny. Let me get
you tell the story.
I played Danny probably about 15 times. And he tried to renege on me one time when they were going through a little bit of a problems over there. But I said, listen, if I ever sack you, you're going to get up and do the dance.
And the bet's good because he's never going to sack me anyway.
Yeah, but he did call me up one time, and he goes, Goose, listen, we're struggling a little bit. If I get up, my offensive line's going to kill me. If I get up and do the Goose. But you know what, Dan? I did see you a couple weeks ago doing like a thing.
I did a good job, I thought.
This is like the Oompa Loompa in the chocolate factory. The Goose is, come on, stand up. The Goose is sort of, you get down, you bend down a little bit, and you and you get the,
So you
the
get the
head
leg going.
Yeah, loosen the hips
You
up.
got to do the neck a little bit, man. Get the neck a little bit.
And move just like
This is more my dance, man. I can do that. There we go. All right.
Just, you know, you got to work on the hair still.
I'm stopping. My hair looks just like
It
yours.
looks tremendous. It looks great.
You're unbelievable. All right, enough of this guy. Let's pick it up with our highlights in the second quarter with Jim Fossil and the Giants, just like me, still searching for answers.
Don't forget your empty package talked about as far as a changeup for them, you know, to break these guys' rhythm. That's the hardest thing right now, you know, is just to find some chink in the armor.
The tone of the second quarter was set on its very first play.
With the football, pretty good protection, throws over the middle, incomplete, and a big hit. Boy, Ike Hilliard took a shot. Hilliard says, what was that truck number?
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, he'll think twice about going in there again. He'll think twice about that again.
Too much for them. That bus throw is too much for their hands.
I'll tell you what, those linebackers, that's a spot drop, they're just going back and watching you. I'm watching those guys with you. They go back, and the minute you look this way, they're moving that way. If you sprint, they're moving. They're just watching you and moving with you.
With Ray Lewis and the Ravens defense watching Kerry Collins' every move, they seem to anticipate the path of nearly every throw.
Pass! Pick.
Back to throw Collins. Time in the pocket. Throws. Knocked in the air and intercepted. Sharper's got it up to the 47-yard line. Ray Lewis made the play. He deflected it up in the air, and Jamie Sharper picked it off.
What athleticism he has. I mean to tell you, it is unbelievable. Ray Lewis leaps into the air on that one. Knocks it up. Damn it! Jamie Sharper comes up with the interception, Scott. Just fantastic.
He's against Ravens quarterback Trent Dilfer.
I'm telling you now, he's going to make a mistake, and we're going to score on defense.
Hey, here we go, D. Here we go. How about a turnover? Let's go.
Dilfer takes a straight drop back. Under pressure. Lets it go, and it's intercepted on the near sideline. Jesse Olmstead's got it to the 10, to the 5, touchdown.
God almighty! Rent!
There is a flag.
No, he's going to call it back. He's going to call it back. You're going to call holding on that. The back.
The holding penalty went against number 75, defensive tackle Keith Hamilton. Hamilton was called for grabbing the arm of running back Jamal Lewis, who was the intended receiver on the play.
That's a terrible call. The guy's behind, he's blocking him. He doesn't know. The guy's blocking him. Hey, get back. You know what? The guy's trying to block him. Okay, we can grab him.
I understand what he's trying to do, but he can't grab him.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, man. You missed that call. You're going to cost us a Super Bowl. That took 7 points off the board.
Hey, let's keep hitting them, man. Let's go.
Hey, keep it up, man. Hey, keep it up. Keep the pressure on their ass.
While the Giants kept the pressure on, they also remained vulnerable to the big play.
All we got is verticals. They haven't covered a vertical yet. It's the only thing we got going.
Dilfer back to throw. He's throwing deep upfield for Ismail. Conway's got it. 50-40, and he's tackled. A saving tackle. He's down at the 35. Dave Thomas just got him by the ankle, or he was gone. Wow, what a play.
Kadri Ismail's catch set up Matt Stover for a 47-yard field goal attempt.
This could be huge, man. Come on, Matthew. Damn Pro Bowl kicker.
Kyle Richardson to hold. From the left hash. The snap. The spot. The kick is up. Plenty of leg.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. He nailed it. That's big, man. That's big. Yeah.
Matt Stover gives the Ravens a little cushion with a 47-yard field goal, and he makes it a 10-0 lead.
We got a lot of football to play. Come on now.
With under 2 minutes remaining in the half, Tiki Barber raced 27 yards for the Giants' longest play from scrimmage and put New York in position for a critical score before intermission. But in a half where one quarterback was able to avoid the big mistakes, the other continued to self-destruct.
Collins back to throw, pump fake, throwing deep down the middle, and it is picked up. Chris McAllister has it.
Oh, yeah! Get up!
Back on his feet. He's tackled at the 5. The Ravens defense force another turnover, and the best defense in the business is showing the world why.
Why is right, Scott? These guys come up with the big plays. McAllister absolutely goes airborne on this.
And the Giants squander a golden opportunity.
Chris McAllister's interception killed the Giants' most serious threat of the day, and against Baltimore's suffocating defense, the Ravens' 10-0 halftime lead seemed almost insurmountable.
And now joining us is the man who has 3 Super Bowl rings in the last 4 years, Ravens tight end Shannon Sharpe. Shannon, congratulations on the Super Bowl victory.
Thanks, Dan.
Listen, I was really surprised the Giants defense came out and played bump and run outside, that old Bear defense that put a guy in your face, put a lot of pressure on Trey Dilfer to make throws. Do you agree?
Yep. Yeah, I did. I knew they were going to do that, and because the simple fact is we didn't throw to our wide receivers a whole lot during the year, and especially in the playoffs. And I told them before, they'd never seen anybody that had the speed that we had outside. And they were saying, well, you don't throw to the wide receivers, so it really doesn't matter. But I think we showed some things to the Giants that they really didn't expect.
Hey, you said last week on our show, all we need is 10 points, and this game is over. Well, I watched you go in at halftime, and you're ahead 10-0. What'd you tell the squad?
It was over. And because, for the simple fact is, Marvin told me Sunday morning that if we gave him 10, the game was over. And if we gave it to him early, it'd possibly be a shutout. And I looked at Marvin and said, Marvin, this is the Super Bowl. I mean, there haven't been any shutouts in the Super Bowl. He said, I tell you what, you give us 10 early, this game is over, and we'll shut them out. And lo and behold, we just kept steamrolling.
Hey, I'm holding up a brand new Wheaties box. You're on here with 4 of your teammates, but there is no Ray Lewis. Why isn't Ray on the Wheaties box?
Well, I understand corporate America, and the bottom line is, you want to sell your product, and they feel that for them to try and sell that product with Ray being on there might not be the best or the wisest business decision for them. You can't argue with them. It's their decision to make. But I sure wish Ray could have gotten more of endorsements, gotten on the Wheaties box, gone to Disney World, because I don't think there's a guy that's more deserving. But he understands the business side of it, and you can't argue. And he understands that, hey, there might be some business decision comes along the road later, but if it doesn't, it can't diminish what this guy's been able to accomplish in a very short amount of time.
How does this Super Bowl, Shannon, compare to your other titles in Denver?
Well, the first one will always be special. There's nothing I can ever accomplish that would take the place of the first one. But I probably had more fun with this one for the simple fact Brian just let me say whatever I wanted to say. And that was the way we approached it all week. We were able to go up there and guarantee wins. We could talk about shutouts. We could say whatever we wanted to say. And because we knew Sunday we was going to have to go out there and back it up. So I had the most fun in this one, but the first one was the sweetest.
Shannon, you've been with us all year. This is our last show. Do you have anything to add as far as your experience with HBO this year?
I had a great time with you all, and I really appreciate you all picking against us for pretty much the entire year. But I told you guys something earlier. If you keep picking against us, eventually you will get it right, but just not this year.
Shannon, I picked you guys at the end. Listen, thank you. Oh, yes, I did. Thank you for being on the show. We had a great year with you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan. Look forward to working with you again, man.
Thanks, Shannon. As good as the halftime entertainment was, the Ravens and the Giants put on an even better show in the third quarter.
Hey, don't step on this field if you ain't ready to dominate. If you ain't ready to dominate, don't step on this field.
Hey, Michael, let's go, buddy. Let's go, let's go.
Number 92, Michael Strahan, led a Giants defense that came out revitalized in the third quarter. As New York's defense was warming up, the Ravens' offense was stalling. Big Blue turned Trent Dilfer black and blue. Dilfer broke a finger on his non-throwing hand and had to leave the game briefly.
Harry just got beat, man, clean.
Guys are freaking strong, man. When they hit you, it hurts.
Your quarterback's got a broken hand. He can't be on his back, right?
Baltimore's dogged pursuit was getting to Giants quarterback Kerry Collins.
Yeah! Atta baby Mac!
Throw it. Throw away.
Collins back to throw. Deep drop. Plenty of time. Throws
play, not at all by Collins. Henry read his read just perfectly. He kept looking at the quarterback. Bang, he stepped in front of him and picked up his first interception tonight, the third by the Ravens on defense.
Hey, if you don't like something, go ahead and toss it away if you feel anything around you. You don't.
Come on, D, do what you do best.
What they do best is stop opponents cold, then force mistakes.
Dwayne Starks, 49 yards. Oh, Dwayne. Saw it all the way. Yeah, baby.
Whoa! I mean, he broke on the ball on that one, Scott. Broke right in front. Collins trying to get the slant in on it, and man, off to the races.
And the people in purple are going Raven wild.
Dwayne Stark's interception return for a touchdown helped give Baltimore a 17-0 lead. And with the Giants' offense ineffective, things looked extremely bleak for New York.
All right, come on. We're all right. Take it off.
Man, that's the way to read that ball. What? Oh! Here.
Nice job. We're not done. We're not done.
Hey, now listen. All we got to do is settle down and make plays, man. Hey, we've got to make up our mind to go out, relax, play quick, stay after. Don't lose your confidence. Get the rhythm going we came out here with.
Come on, cover for your life, baby. Cover for your life.
The interception return was only the beginning of the most amazing 36 seconds in Super Bowl history.
Dixon and Washington back deep. Stover with a high climbing kick. Dixon will range back to his own 3. Dixon to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30, 40. There goes Ron Dixon. Ron Dixon's going to go. No one's going to catch him. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. 97 yards for Ron Dixon. And maybe the Giants do have a life with 3:31 to go in the third.
There we go, there we go.
Every Raven who could possibly have a shot at tackling Ron Dixon was blocked, leaving Dixon to burst through a huge hole where he found a clear path to the end zone. Seconds after being down 17 points, the Giants cut the deficit to 10.
Hey, great coverage. Keep your composure now, everybody. We'll get the fucking ball back. We're going to score a couple more times. Let's go.
Hey, now, you know why on that last kickoff? Keep your fucking head in the game. You're back here dicking around big time. That's your problem, Brad. You got so much potential. If you'll just stay focused for 60 minutes, you can do that when you're a world champion. Focus. Now you make a play here, okay?
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, J. Lou, get one. Make history, J. Lou.
Suddenly the Giant fans up making noise.
Or throw money at it. So to heck with the people, tax the heck out of them, and so they both have to work and get out of the family. Both have to leave the family. We don't have women. We have this feminist movement, which is great because there needs to be an equality among sexes and among pay among sexes. But the bottom line is we've taken out through a number of things. We've taken one of the parents out of the home. And still, scientists have proven it's important for, especially the first year, the mother to be home. So I think the government, instead of throwing money at everything like Steve portrays that we need to do, we need to take the surplus. And instead of trying to fix Medicare, we need to clean up Medicare. That means get in there and make the changes so there isn't so much theft. Okay, gentlemen. And I'm talking this mainly to, our Congress and our senators, that they should hopefully hear this, that you need to clean up this mess, not throw money at it. You need to take the surplus and clean up the debt of this country, and then take the savings from the interest to throw at then the Social Security program or Medicare, whatever needs it, after you've cleaned it up.
Okay, caller, thanks very much. A lot in there to respond to.
When it comes to the whole culture and immediate gratification, this is nothing you can legislate. It's bigger than the Congress. It's bigger than what the president can do. When it comes to raising children, I think obviously we all as a society need to do a better job of making sure that all of our kids get the kind of upbringing that they need.
I would agree with John. There's an awful lot of this that cannot be dealt with in a legislative manner. There clearly are societal problems that are deeper. And I would disagree with the caller, and I assume a lot of the women in America would disagree with the caller, that the sort of fundamental problem is that women are working now. I mean, I think that it's been a good thing that women have gotten equality, and they should get more equality, and that's not why we have these problems. Both parents, male and female, need to figure out how they can spend more time with their kids. I mean, I think a big part of the problem in Colorado, or any of these things, is the amount of time that parents are spending with their children, and it's the unsupervised time, obviously, where they're having the chance to have access to some of the cultural things that lead to this sort of violence.
Let me just read for our viewers a couple of quick paragraphs from an article in the brand New Republic. It's called Watch and Learn. Yes, the media do make us more violent, by Greg Easterbrook. And a couple of paragraphs here. But mass murders by the young, once phenomenally rare, are suddenly on the increase. Can it be coincidence that this increase is happening at the same time that Hollywood has begun to market the notion that mass murder is fun? And the author cites several examples from recent movies, such as Scream. And then there's another paragraph that says, combining television and movies, the typical American boy or girl, studies find, will observe a stunning 40,000 dramatizations of killing by age 18. Actually, the article doesn't go on to make a point that Congress has a role here. It's more calling on the media to sort of self-police. Let's take another call. Asheville, North Carolina, on the moderate line. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, C-SPAN.
Thanks for calling.
I have two things I'd like to say. Number one, the lady called earlier to mention that there were not any African Americans being interviewed from Lillington, Colorado. I did see Sho's father being interviewed, and you just totally dismissed her. You didn't comment, you didn't say anything, so you know how that's going to be perceived in the African American community by three white males sitting there. Number two, school vouchers. As an African American male, I do not feel that we should be subsidizing children to go to private schools. I sent my daughter to a private school, didn't ask for any help. My brother sent his son to a private school, didn't ask for any help. And my father sent both of my sisters to private schools in the 1960s and 70s and didn't ask for any private help, so any public help. So why do we need public help for children to go to private schools? That was my choice, and I worked to provide the resources for my daughter to go. My brother has done the same thing, and my daddy did the same thing. Would you comment? Thank you.
Okay, caller, thanks very much. That was my fault for not letting either one of you comment on that earlier call, so let me give you a chance to respond to this caller on either one of those points.
Well, I think, first of all, I think anytime you have people who are trying to shoot at particular races, and with what's happened in Littleton with seeking out minorities, it was horrible. That's, I tell you, that is one of the most troubling things. If you're talking about ethnic cleansing in Yugoslavia, America is built up with many, many different ethnicities, many different racial groups, and we have to look beyond race and color and just kind of look at the humanity of each of us. Otherwise, our society is going to fall apart. So that is especially troubling, what happened in Littleton. On school vouchers are not the only answer. And I appreciate what the caller was saying, that he sacrificed to send his kids to a private school. There's some people who aren't able to have that choice because they can't afford to. And what Jeb Bush does in his plan is for the failing schools and those communities that are poorly served, that people can't afford to send their kids to private school. Give those kids a chance to have a choice and go to a better school. And that's what he's trying to do. I appreciate that school vouchers, we need to do a better job to improve public education. School vouchers is only one way to get to that.
Steve Elmendorf?
I don't think anybody could have watched the funeral of Isaiah Scholes on Friday and not been moved by the whole thing. I think that when two teenagers like these two clearly were filled with so much hate, it's very troubling. And when the hate is racially driven, as some of it appeared to be, it's also very troubling. And the fact that they seem to have taken up an interest in Adolf Hitler and Nazism is, disturbing. And I think we need to think through about what gets our kids to this sort of problem.
Our next call from Yulee, Florida, calling on the Liberal line. Good morning.
Hi. The last caller just said a lot of what I was going to say. But I think it's important for y'all to understand this man could not afford to send his children to a private school either. Neither could I. We did what we had to do to get them into private school because they were not receiving the education that they needed in public schools. So you missed the point. The money in Florida is only for the school itself. That is not to transport these kids to and from school. And with parents working, they're not going to have the means to transport those kids to school. So this money's not going to help the poor in Florida. It's going to help the ones where the mother or father can already stay home and transport those kids back and forth to school.
Okay, caller, thanks very much.
I think all these calls on vouchers, to me, point up one of the fundamental things, one of the fundamental responsibilities of government is that we ought to educate children, and it ought to be done publicly. It's something that government is meant to do, and it's a responsibility. There's no higher responsibility that either state, local, federal government has than to ensure that we educate children as best we can. And it ought to be done as a function of I mean, that's one of the reasons we pay taxes, and it's probably the best reason.
Well, Steve, what are you going to do when you have schools that are consistently failing and you throw more money at the schools and they consistently fail? This school voucher program is a chance to say, listen, if the schools consistently fail, if they are just not savable, then kids have a chance to go somewhere else and get a good education. And at the end of the day, it's getting kids to have a good education, which is the important thing. And I think that this proposal by Jeb Bush is popular in Florida, and we'll see how it works. I think that's the other thing that our education flexibility bill did, is it gave flexibility to the states so that they could try programs and see what works. And it's had some pretty good success in Milwaukee, and we'll see how this works.
I'm going to give both of you a chance to look up more stories, see if you've got anything else that you noticed in the papers this morning. But let me take another call first from Anchorage, Alaska, calling on the conservative line. Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to make a couple of comments in dealing with Littleton and also Kosovo, and in retrospect, Rwanda and Kampala, in that it shows that an unarmed majority, even a supermajority of people, are at the mercy of a very small number of people, be they a government or persons such as those two kids, in that that if you don't have guns in the general population, they can be slaughtered by a small group, which could include the government, and thus the Second Amendment rights are as valid today for protecting the people as they were back in revolutionary times when it was enacted. It is a way of protecting the people.
Okay, caller.
One other thing.
Sure, one other point.
The state of Alaska is a concealed carry state, and there has not been one incident of a person with a concealed carry permit being involved in any crime, which cannot be said for the general population.
Okay, thanks very much.
Caller's up very early in Alaska.
What about his concealed carry or
Well, that's the great debate. You know, if everyone's armed, then people are less likely to take a shot at one another. But then again, if everyone's armed, then if you get angry, you know, you have the Wild West. So
I guess for viewers who don't know exactly what that jargon means, concealed carry, can you explain it?
I'm not an expert, but I think it means that they can have a gun and it's not within ready view, which you can conceal it.
Don't have to wear it out on their hip or carry it in their hand.
All right, they can have. But it's a great debate out there about whether people who are better armed can stop crazy people from killing. You know, the other part of that is if you give guns to everybody, then crazy people have guns. So I think that we're somewhere in the middle right now as our society. I think most people are somewhere in the middle, and you know, we'll see how the debate continues.
Okay. Does either one of you have another article, by the way? Have I gotten any responses here?
You've gotten through most of it. I have a cartoon if you like it.
Sure, let me take a cartoon. I have a feeling it's not very flattering for the Republicans. Here it is. For our viewers, for our listeners, what it is a picture of U.S. troops, and here's a member of the House GOP with the Capitol in the background saying, "Good news to the troops, the Congress is behind you, 42%. And the headline on the newspaper the congressman is holding up here says, "House votes 249 to 180 against ground troops." There was a series of very interesting votes in the House this past week, very controversial. In fact, there's been a lot of criticism of both parties for what happened. Can you just give us a quick summary and recap, either one?
I guess I can, because we're the ones that schedule it. Tom Campbell, who is a member from California, has been a constitutional scholar, and he wanted to invoke the War Powers Resolution. And so there are two votes required by Mr. Campbell. One was to withdraw all the troops from the current Kosovo situation. The second one was to declare war. We decided to allow two other votes. One was before the President can commit ground troops, the Congress would have to have authorization of that. That is the vote that they're talking about there.
249 to
249,
180.
yeah, to 180. And that basically said that the Congress should have a role before the President declares war. So I don't think that cartoon is actually fair. The fourth vote was offered by Mr. Elmendorf's boss, Steve's boss, Mr. Gephardt. And basically what it said was support for the current airstrike. There were 26 Democrats and I'm not sure, I think 213 minus 26 Republicans, I'm not a very good mathematician, who basically had a lot of concerns about the current air war and what's going on, and wanted to express those concerns in this resolution, in the Democrat resolution, which said that you support the airstrikes. So there's 213 vote. My boss ended
Which meant that it failed.
A tie vote, unlike baseball, tie votes don't go to the runner. they fail. So that's basically what happened. That failed, and my boss ended up actually supporting Mr. Gephardt's resolution because he felt that it was a vote in support of NATO. But a lot of members had a lot of concerns on both sides, Democrats and Republicans, about the way this current air war is going on, and that caused some controversy. It showed that the deep ambivalence of the Congress towards the President's position right now in Kosovo. And what my boss took out of it is, and he said this to the President on many different occasions, that you need to make your case to the American people and to the Congress in a more forceful way about why we're there, how long we'll be there, what the costs will be, and what the long-term strategy is.
Your boss came under a lot of criticism after that vote for being a weak leader.
He did because he wanted on this, he thought this was a conscience vote. He thought that the American people, the Congress, should work its will on this, and that the President should have a fair reading. He wanted to take partisanship out of that. I think that some of the Democrat leaders were a little bit frustrated that he did not work harder to get their resolution passed. But, you know, I think that he felt that each member had a right and a conscience vote to vote this way. And so that's why it happened. And, you know, I think that it was telling for the Congress to have an idea of, to express itself in this way so that the President knows he needs to do a better job of explaining himself.
Steve Elmendorf, Democrats were angry that the vote went the way it did, but since it was a Democratic, it was Mr. Gephardt's resolution, but you guys lost 26 of your own on that vote. Was that a miscalculation to bring it up?
No. The vast majority of Democrats voted for it, and the vast majority of Republicans voted against it. And what they voted against was the same language that a majority of the Senate had supported, including the Republican chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee, John McCain, I mean, a lot of John Warner, a lot of hawkish Republicans in the Senate were willing to support the present policy and support our troops, and a lot of Republicans were not. And unfortunately, Tom DeLay, the whip, who John used to work for, but doesn't anymore, worked very hard to turn the vote so that, because as several Republicans have been quoted this week in the various news outlets saying they wanted to make this Clinton's war and they didn't want to support it. And they have come under fire not just from Democrats. I mean, conservative Republican commentators like George Will, Bill Kristol, Paul Gigot, and the Wall Street Journal yesterday have all criticized the Republicans for their isolationist stance and their unwillingness to stand up and support a NATO and a sound policy that we're trying to end. You know, I give Dennis Hastert credit for having voted. I wish he'd voted early and brought some people with him, but the vast majority of Republicans did not support the policy.
Whatever the reasons for what happened, how serious a blow is this to the president in prosecution of the war?
You know, I don't know. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that serious a blow, because it's none of this is binding. It would be better, obviously, if Congress would be on record supporting what we're doing.
How much of this was aimed specifically at the president as opposed to at the war, do you think?
I think a lot of House Republicans have a very hard time getting over their deep-seated hatred of the president and rising above that in terms of the national good. And I wish they would sort of put behind them, you know, their feelings about the president and support what is a very, you know, if you read the papers this morning about some of the massacres that are happening in Kosovo, and I don't know how you can't support what we're doing over there.
Let me give you one final crack at that before we take another call. Go ahead.
Well, I got a lot of things I want to say, so I've got to figure out what I want to say. I think that Republicans now, Republicans had concerns. One thing that I want to point out is that the Senate's vote was 3 weeks ago. We've had now had 3 weeks to look at how this war is proceeded, and people on both sides are concerned. You know, it's funny, when Democrats vote a certain way, it's a vote of conscience. When Republicans vote a certain way, it's just raw partisanship. And I don't think that's fair. I think that members on both sides had very deep concerns about how this, and I think American people have concern. You know, if you look at the TV and is this the right thing? There's just deep-seated ambivalence about how this is going forward. I do think, though, that this is an expression of concern. I think the more significant vote is going to be next week when we have a vote on the spending bill, which will help fund some of this. And I think that hopefully Democrats will support what we're trying to do to get the Pentagon the money that it needs to do the job it needs to do, not only in Kosovo, but also in Iraq and North Korea. There's a lot of different security concerns, and the Pentagon needs help.
Let's get our callers back into this. Washington, D.C., thanks for waiting. You're on the moderate line. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I was calling about a couple of things. The first thing I'd like to address is the African-American gentleman who called in and was talking about the woman that neither of you had really addressed her concerns. Well, I'd like to report that the very first interview that I saw the next morning after the event was the African-American youth's father being interviewed. And I have seen much coverage. I'm very disappointed in the African-American community on several issues, but that is definitely, I mean, there were many people who died there, and we really kind of shouldn't separate it down. However, I also noticed that the Republican gentleman sitting there, again, as they're doing, is talking about, let's blame Hollywood. I think you also need to blame people like Pat Robertson. I think you need to blame people like Reggie White, who got on national television and likened homosexuals to thieves and liars and cheaters. If you don't think that people pay attention to what those kind of leaders say, you're dead wrong. Colin Powell coming out years ago and saying there's no room in the military for gays. Well, 50 years ago, there was no room in the military for blacks either, and I'll bet that would have really upset him at the time. So it's not only TV. I grew up in an environment where my favorite show was The Roadrunner, as with many other children of my age, and it never made me want to drop anything on anyone's head. Yeah, Hollywood might play a part. Some of the movies give me bad dreams, but I also think that you need to be looking at people who are spewing this hatred. I'd like to point back to 1992 when Newt Gingrich stood up after the presidential election and publicly stated, "We will get nothing done until we get rid of this guy." Now, here, Social Security's on the back burner. All the important issues that are important to the people seem to be on the back burner. And what are we talking about now? We're talking about protecting big business owners from lawsuits if their stuff don't work after the year 2000. I really think that we need to refocus in several areas. I really don't just think that it's just one thing. It's society. It's society in general. Thank you.
Okay, caller, thanks very much. Let's hold response to that, and we'll take another call or two, and then we'll respond to everybody. Plant City, Florida, calling on the Liberal line. Good morning.
Good morning. I like it when you've got people from both sides, other than during the week, because generally you just get a spin. Two basic things. One on Kosovo and the bombing, and two, I'd like to go to the shooting if I could. The first thing about the Kosovos, there's no doubt that the Yugoslavians right now are looking at this collateral damage the same way the people in the United States are looking at this shooting. The news media really isn't covering it that well. But you take a look at NATO. Hey, Turkey's been butchering and slaughtering Kurds, but they're in NATO. So if we would have just drafted Yugoslavia into NATO, we'd be ignoring this right now. And then if we go back, that's the first comment. The second thing about the shooting and the vouchers, these kids were also in a very nice school system. And it seemed that they were also targeting the athletes. And I think everybody that went through high school knew that there was always conflict between jocks and non-jocks. But what this school voucher program does, when you start bringing poor people in to some of these nice schools, they're going to see how the other half lives. And you're naturally going to get conflict. And it'll be real interesting when it's poor whites and poor blacks in these rich school suburbs where the kids, you know, Daddy bought I didn't get a BMW, I just got a Mazda for my 16th birthday. You're going to see some culture. And when you take a look at the economy, and I'll finish with this, you've got people working right now. We've got bankruptcy up. You're trying to protect the creditors. But now we're having more and more bankruptcy. What you're finding is in this great economy is you're finding that the father's working 2 jobs, the mother's working 2 jobs, and they have their kids. They may have had good-paying jobs at one time where they could spend more time with their kids, but now with this wonderful economy, they're trying to make it. I mean, just pay their bills. They can't spend enough time with their kids, but we watch the news media telling us what a great economy is. Well, hell, they're all making $1 million a year in the nightly news, $5 million contracts. They're like athletes. It's almost getting to be like let them eat cake mentality.
Okay, caller, thank you very much. Let's take one more call, and then I'll get some response from our guests. Waterford, Michigan, calling on the conservative line.
Yes, this is Mrs. Weber, and I wanted to call and talk about the sniping that's going on with the 2 gentlemen there and with all of the party. They don't seem to vote for what is good for America. They seem to vote on party lines. And my feeling is that they were elected to represent the people, not snipe at each other over party lines. And I'd like to hear an answer from both these gentlemen, particularly you, Steve. You are so smug about it, and yet you claim you're for the people. Let's hear your remark, and I'll hang up.
Okay, caller, thank you.
Well, you know, we have a system where we have 2 parties, and we have different points of view, and some things we agree on and some things we don't. But the democratic system that we created, that Congress represents, is about resolving conflict, and it's about resolving disagreement. And it means that, you know, John and I can be friends, but we disagree on some things, and at the end of the day, they vote and the members decide. And that's, you know, the members there, we have 435 members in the House. They're from very different constituencies. They're as diverse as all these callers you have are. And we try very hard every day to figure out how to reach a consensus and agree, and sometimes we do and sometimes we don't, but we all have point of views, and that's the point of the Congress, is figuring out a peaceful way to resolve these differences, unlike a lot of, you know, unlike Kosovo or a lot of other countries in the world where they don't resolve these differences peacefully. Ours works. We do resolve them peacefully, but it doesn't, you know, sometimes people get I think, frustrated with partisanship, that there are different points of view, but ultimately that's what the beauty of our system is, that we have this disagreement and that it gets resolved in a peaceful way and things happen.
John Fury, a couple of things that the first caller talked about, Congress focusing on things that he didn't think were all that important, like Y2K legislation to protect companies whose computers might provoke trouble in the year 2000. And the second caller talked about the economy not doing quite so well if you look at all the people who are having to have 2 jobs and that kind of thing. Any response on either one of those?
When it comes to Y2K, I think that one of the things we want to try to avoid is having needless lawsuits. So I think it makes sense to try to have some protections in there for people as this year 2000 problem occurs in computers. We don't need to have the only people really benefiting from the troubles in the computer industry to be lawyers. On the economy is going pretty well. I think that some people are struggling to make ends meet, and some people are working 2 jobs, and that's unfortunate. Also, if you look at it, one of the reasons for that is because taxes are so high. Now, if you add up the cost of local, federal, state taxes, it gets up to be about 50% of a person's paycheck, and that means one parent's working for the government while the other's working to support the family, and that's part of the problem. Taxes are too high. Let me get back to Steve's point. I think he's right. I think that partisanship does have a place in a free democracy. People have to have their own point of views. On the other hand, what my boss, one of the reasons I love working for him, is he believes that everyone in the House ought to have a chance to have their opinions heard. And that's one of the reasons. And he thinks that people, he doesn't have any monopoly on virtue. He thinks that everyone has a chance. If you let the House work its will, then a good result will happen for the American people. And he's trying to take some of the more negative aspects of partisanship out of the House deliberation while still invigorating people to have honest discussion and good debate on policy discussions. I think that Steve is absolutely right. One of the great things about the House and the Senate is the fact that we can resolve our differences in a peaceful manner, and this wide variety of ethnicities and different kinds of people in our country can come together in our Congress and have honest discussions and make their points without hating each other. And that's what we need to do is have a good debate in the House, and that's what my boss is really, as Speaker, wants to do.
Our next call from Fairfax, Virginia, calling on the moderate line. Good morning.
Good morning. I'll mute this. I'm an independent, and I voted for President Clinton the first time, but I didn't vote for him the second time because I'm not stupid. I'm an American first. The other caller was totally correct. I'm looking at Steve now, and he is smug. The Democrats are the last people in the world to question anybody's patriotism and talk about the national interest. This president is a national disgrace. And as far as moral leadership goes, he has absolutely none. The war in Kosovo, in my opinion, is totally wrong. We are bombing and killing innocent people. Everyone seems to agree that you cannot go in there unless you and win unless you go in there with ground troops. He is unwilling to commit ground troops. It is a war going nowhere. It is another Vietnam situation which Mr. Clinton himself avoided. And not one Democrat resigned after he lied to his cabinet. I remember Madeleine Albright and Donna Shalala and everyone on the House steps telling them how Mr. Clinton told the truth. Mr. Clinton has bombed. Right now, he bombed just as the China story hit the papers. He bombed when the Monica story hit the papers. I mean, I'm an American, and I am just appalled at what is going on in this country, and I am appalled with the Democrats and their spin. And I thank you very much.
Okay, caller, thanks. Steve Elmendorf, not one of your fans.
No, I got 2 today. First, in terms of the president, I mean, he's been elected twice by a majority of the American people, and I know there seems to be a minority of some sort that don't like the guy at all, and it just can't sort of let it go. I don't think there's a Democrat in the country, in the Congress, who was as critical of the president's behavior as Dick Gephardt was. What he did in terms of the Lewinsky matter was indefensible and disgusting, and we've all said it. But we've been through that process. We've put it behind us. He's paid a price for it, and he's still our president, and he is the commander-in-chief. And I know some people don't like him, but that's not a reason to question everything he does. In terms of the caller's other point about the air war, and everybody knows we need ground troops, I don't think, I've been in a lot of briefings with the military, and everybody does not think we need ground troops. They have a plan here with an air war that they think is going to work. You never know in these things, but it seems to be working. Part of our problem, I think, as society with this 24-hour news now is looking for instant gratification, and it's not going to be instant. It's going to take a while. But it's the right thing to do, and we ought to stop second-guessing the president and keep the policy going, and it will succeed.
What about the point that the president never should have taken the ground troops off the table at the beginning of the war, left that issue open?
Well, I think I think that's an arguable proposition. I think the problem is that we are not operating in a vacuum, and we're not doing this alone. We're doing this with 19 other NATO countries. One of the most important things in terms of the viability of this operation, I think, is to maintain the unity of NATO. And it is clear that ground troops is a very controversial thing with most of the other allies in Europe, and probably can't happen because of them. So I don't think the president unilaterally took ground troops off the table, but he's not, you know, he is operating in an alliance here. He's not operating independently.
John Fury.
Well, the Speaker thinks that the president does have a defensible plan, but he needs to sell it. He needs to let the American people know what the plan is and why we're there, and really just focus. You know, when he was elected in '92, the president said he's going to focus on the economy like a laser beam. I think that the president needs to focus on this war like a laser beam and continue to build up the kind of confidence and kind of pressure within the American people so that they support what's going on. I think there's some deep ambivalence out there about this. You can argue tactically whether taking ground troops was should have been off the table or not. You know, who knows? I do think, though, that the Speaker thinks that as a Commander-in-Chief, the President does have a responsibility to explain to the American people exactly why we're there and what the long-term strategy is going to be.
Our next call from Las Cruces, New Mexico, I believe, calling on the Liberal line. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm calling from Las Cruces, as you said, and I'm talking about the voucher system. There is obviously a stupid and very unconstitutional idea. There's a simple, no-cost solution to the obvious problem. First of all, the problem is not the school system. They're absolutely marvelous. Someone should spend half an hour and then get the same conclusion. If the parent or parents would be there, it would be no problem at all. But that's not going to happen. The answer is very simple. Excuse me. The answer is very simple. We have here in Las Cruces what's called the HOST program, Help One Student to Succeed. I've been doing it for 3 years now, and besides being the most enjoyable thing you can do short of, you know what, it will be done.
What exactly do you do in this program? You tutor somebody, or?
Beg pardon?
What do you? Is it tutoring, or is it?
Yes. I tutor first grade students with their reading, and boy, is it rewarding. If you'd like to know that you've turned a possible kid from being I'm listening to myself, from being a potential gangbanger into a potential scholar, you'd understand. His name is Tony Tejas. 2 years ago at Desert Hills High School here in Las Cruces, Mary Garcia, the first grade teacher, said the second grade teacher would like me to take on Tony. Tony comes up, he's got a John Wayne walk, little pigtail, smile on his face. He ignores his teacher's idea of what he should read, my idea, one book he has read, one he hasn't read, and picks up a picture book. And so I said, here's an attitude with two legs. Sit down, he's reading Lion, Tiger, no problem. He comes to snail, and I'm trying to help him, and I can't think of anything until I say snot. And he gets snail, snake, bang, looks at me, and a little smile on his face. He's my side. He's on my side because he knows I'm on his side. Now in the fourth grade, I'm told he's a very good reader, doing well, rather read than listen to rap music or rock and roll and so on and so forth.
Okay, caller, thank you very much. Interesting story.
Well, yeah, it is. And it shows that if everyone as a society comes together and says, we got to help kids read, it can be successful. And, you know, this is not just a federal government solution. It's got to be on the local communities. I think all different communities, and not just teachers, but also parents and also people who want to be mentors. I think that's a great way to help kids read. As long as as a society we're focused on helping kids read and do have the kind of skills that they can get a good job and lead productive lives.
Steve?
No, I agree. I mean, I think this is not just a problem for government. It's a problem for everybody, and parents, teachers, everybody has to be involved in the solution and has to be part of it. I mean, a big part of this is people spending time with these kids. I mean, obviously, these kids who did this in Colorado were not well supervised, and they needed more people spending time with them.
Our next call from Norristown, Pennsylvania, calling on the conservative line. Good morning.
Yes, I'm calling about issues of Title IX. This is going towards Congressman Heskett's press secretary. And the issue is the gender equity that they're now pressing on today. What it is men's sports, particular wrestling, which Congressman Heskett has been involved in, and I myself have lost about 300 college programs in the last 10 to 20 years. Much of it in the last 8 years, is on the interpretations of Title IX, we believe, in that the number of women and men must be equal participating in those sports. Even if there's a 70% interest by men and maybe 30 by women, they still want that equal up, and it's to reflect the population of the student body. We found that in other areas also, such as, we'll say, student government, maybe the band, females may have 60, 70%, males 30, and we're seeing a little reverse here on how it's being carried out. And this is a very important issue, obviously, to myself, our community, and I know with Mr. Congressman Heskett and Mr. Wellstone, who is on the total opposite realm, I believe, on issues, is also an advocate of the improper carrying out, or we believe it carrying out, of the interpretations at this time.
Caller, can you give us the specific example of what's happening in your community? Are you losing a wrestling program because of this, or?
About 1992, we were on the verge of losing ours, but we were able to save it by raising funding ourselves and implementing some fundraising through our organizations. Now, there was an issue here more than anything else besides high school is also on the collegiate level. We just saw the dropping of New Mexico State. I believe it was Brigham Young just dropped theirs. And all of this come back to the hints for unseated Title IX. Princeton University dropped theirs. It was brought back. They said it was for funding. They raised $2 million. They said, well, we still can't bring it back, even though the funding is there. You're not allowed of your program. Now, it just came back after about 4 years of not having wrestling.
Okay, thanks very much. Can either one of you explain quickly what Title IX is?
Title IX, basically, it's basically what it was established to do was to make sure that women had equal access to sports in college, and I think also high school. I think that also is part of that.
Has to do with federal funding to these schools,
funding,
right?
If they don't have an equal access to sports, then funding is cut off from the federal government. The problem is the unintended consequences is that a lot of these sports are non-revenue sports. So a lot of universities can no longer afford to continue wrestling programs or baseball programs or other programs that are less higher profile than basketball and football. And my boss is very concerned about it because he was a wrestling coach for 16 years, and he saw what good coaching does to raise young boys and to make them productive citizens and to learn the value of team, to learn the value of individual achievement. And for him, that is the real unintended consequence of this whole issue, which is the federal government once again comes in there and says you gotta drop male programs to have equality with female programs, and that hurts sports programs. I think the speaker, his wife was a woman's coach in sports, and so she wants women to have equal access, and so does he, to sports. But the unintended consequence should not be to drop male sports, and that speaker is very concerned about that as a former wrestling coach.
Steve, this is an issue now, and
there are things I know something about, and there are things I know nothing about. And Title IX is one I know very little about.
Well, then we'll move right on. We've got an email here from a viewer. It says, excuse me, funding for education is a government responsibility. Government schools are not a government responsibility, but the method the government chooses to carry out its responsibility, it can make other choices. Let's also move on to a phone call here from Long Island, New York, calling on the moderate line. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My concern is I'm in sort of the belly of the beast. I have a 17-year-old son that sort of has dropped out of school and has become totally disenfranchised, as have hundreds of Long Island kids his age. And the reason I can speak from a cross-section of experience, I have an older son who's a doctor at Johns Hopkins, and yet I have this one guy who stopped going to school, wore all the garb, the painted nails, the listened to Marilyn Manson, all these things, and was totally abusive to his teachers. What I found is, and like everybody blames the parents, but I must have gone into that school, it's in Seaford, Long Island, about 10 times. They totally did not relate to any of these kids. They wrote them off. And the recommendation I could make to the people who make the laws of the land is they get input from parents like me, the students themselves that are disenfranchised, and then from the teachers, because you're getting it from one side, and it was almost like a powder keg that I saw going off. And I want to give you two examples. You say the parents did nothing. I heard about this a couple times when the incident in Colorado occurred. My son would disappear for 2 days. You go to the police, and I don't know if this is the same way throughout the country. The police tell you that they're 16, that you have no right to have them come back, that if he disappeared, my son happens to be a male, but it was a female that was living with some pimp somewhere, they could not get the child away from there because they're 16. Then I went to the school and asked the school psychologist to talk to him. They talked to him for a little bit. The parent is not allowed access to the information that the psychologist got. So at 16, you have all the obligations of a parent and no rights. And that's the crux of the problem. On top of this, there's a natural affinity for the teachers at the school to side with the jocks, to side with the people who comply and are good.
Okay, caller, thank you very much. I'm sorry, we're almost out of time here in this segment. Either one of you want to respond to that?
I do. I think that one of the problems you have is our society is based on those who have a clear path to succeed, people who want to be doctors and lawyers. And a lot of times society ignores those folks who have different ambitions and want to do different things. Speaker Hastert wanted to have a national dialogue because he wanted to bring these kids in, bring in those parents, and have them explain this isn't just about guns, it's not just about Hollywood culture, it's about hope, it's about what we're going to do in the next century, what kids are going to do, what outlets they have to succeed in life that are not the traditional success tracks. And have a national dialogue so we can all try to come to grips with the familiar. When I was in high school, we had the jocks and we had the burnouts, and I think they have the same kind of thing in all schools, that there's kids who are on the college track and kids who are on another track. And finding a way for these other kids to have some success in their own way that isn't the traditional way, I think is part of solving this problem.
I agree with John. I mean, I think again, there are no simple answers to this, and one of the things we can't always blame the parents. Parents try hard and sometimes they don't succeed. Every kid who's different isn't going to go out there and pick up an assault weapon and do what these kids did. I mean, there are a lot of different people in high schools, and we need to approach this. We need to step back from this whole thing and spend some time figuring out what we want to do before we do it.
I want to thank Steve Elmendorf and John Fury for coming in this morning. Thanks very much.
Thanks, George.
Thank you.
And tell our viewers that in just a moment we'll be back with Brian Atwood, who is Administrator of the United States Agency for International Development. We'll be talking about humanitarian aid in Kosovo. We'll be right back.
Join us tonight for live coverage of the 85th Annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. Speakers include President Clinton and NBC correspondent Brian Williams. Our live coverage begins tonight at 9:30 Eastern, here on C-SPAN.
Welcome back to Washington Journal. We're joined for the next 45 minutes or so by Brian Atwood. Good morning. Thanks for coming in. Brian Atwood, you are the administrator of the Agency for International Development and also chairman of the President's Coordinating Council on Humanitarian Aid in Kosovo. I think I got that name right.
I'm not sure which job is bigger nowadays. I think the latter.
Tell us a little bit about what the Coordinating Council is. What does that mean?
Well, it's an interagency group that involves the State Department and the Defense Department and our domestic FEMA, Domestic Emergency Management Agency. All of the people in government that need to be involved in trying to handle this Kosovo crisis. Of course, we have a multitude of international agencies, in particular the UN High Commission for Refugees that's responsible for this. So we have to make sure that the United States government is coordinated and then do our best to get all of these various agencies, including a lot of non-governmental organizations that are working on this crisis.
Now, you were just over in the region for 4 days, I think, 18th through the 21st last week. Tell us a little bit about what you saw when you were there.
Well, I saw an awful lot of traumatized refugees. I saw camps that, frankly, looked a lot better off last week than they do this week. We've had in the last 4 days something like 47,000 more refugees coming in. New camps have been built and people have been transferred to those camps, but what I saw were a lot of very sad people. I've been in refugee camps before, but you didn't have to ask very many questions before people just burst into tears. One woman talking about her missing daughter, others talking about people who suffered atrocities in their villages, people tied together by rope and then doused with gasoline and lit a fire. Many stories about young men of military age being pulled out of refugee convoys, taken alongside the road and just assassinated, massacred. And we've had increasing stories from this latest 47,000 that have come out that indicate that this is the effort that is being made. It's very, very sad to see.
How many people are there now where you were?
How many people in refugees?
How many refugees total are there?
About 700,000 are out now, but there are probably another 700,000 inside Kosovo who are in various situations. Some of them are hiding in the woods, some of them are still in their homes. It would appear that the Serbs are going through the country systematically, deciding on various villages that they will make the effort of their latest ethnic cleansing and then moving ahead and going and pushing people out, putting them on trains and buses and sending them to the borders. Very dangerous situation because these governments, Macedonia and Albania, under great stress. Their Macedonian government in particular, which is a multi-ethnic democracy, the kind we want to see in that region, is under tremendous pressure.
I was going to ask you now, what is the relationship between refugees and the natives in the countries in which they're now in refugee camps?
Well, it's a very good situation in Albania. These are the same ethnic group, basically. There are a lot of people that are going into homes in Albania. The same is true. About a third of the population in Macedonia are Albanian, and a lot of people are going into homes there as well. But it's the refugee camps where there's a lot of stress and strain, a lot of chaos right now, because they're overcrowded. And of course, there have been some instances where there has been some harassment by the police. That has seemingly calmed down a bit. I think the Macedonian government is really doing a magnificent job. So is the Albanian government, given how poor both of these countries are.
Who is paying now for the cost of doing this, for bringing in the tents and the food and the help? Is that entirely a United States responsibility at this point? The local governments, I imagine, cannot afford to pay much.
Yeah. The local governments have not only are spending a lot of money, but they're losing a lot of their economy. I mean, the Macedonians, for example, did a lot of trade with Serbia previously. A lot of that has been lost, and their economies are really suffering greatly. So one of the reasons we're asking for a supplemental appropriation from Capitol Hill is to join with other countries in helping ameliorate that problem. We are paying maybe 25 to 30% of the cost, but it's really an international effort. You see countries, obviously all of the European countries. Japanese are going to announce very soon a very large contribution, but you see Kuwait that suffered from the invasion of Iraq, putting a lot of money on the table. The United Arab Emirates, they are building refugee camps. It's truly an international effort. I don't think that there's any doubt at all that Mr. Milosevic is totally isolated in the international community.
And I guess it's impossible to say, but I'm wondering how long you expect this situation to continue, even if the war ends at some point in the next few months. Are there going to be refugees in these countries before they can be resettled in Kosovo, presuming they want to go back?
Yeah, most of them do want to go back. They're desperate to go back to their homes. They lived a fairly good life, even though Kosovo was a poor country. It wasn't as poor as Albania, for example, and they do want to go home. We are making plans now for the return. We're trying to identify the people in the refugee camps to know what professions they have so that they can help us plan the return. The international community, the NATO nations have already started to do the planning for the return, and we fully expect that they'll be able to go home as soon as this war is won, and it will be won.
Just a technical point on during the last segment we were talking about the supplemental that Congress is considering for prosecution of the war, which is about $13 billion at this point, expected to get bigger. How will your part of that move? Is yours a separate piece?
No, it's all part of it, and I've made the case last week in testimony before Congress that the refugee part of this is an integral part of the NATO mission. You can't separate the two. Basically, Milosevic is using human beings as weapons. He's massacring people. He is pushing them out of his country. The whole purpose in fighting this war is to tell Mr. Milosevic that at the end of the 20th century you can't get away with this kind of thing. Basically, the refugees are the purpose for fighting the war, and they have got to be an integral part. Now, the administration has asked for some $591 million to handle this. Again, this is only a small part of the international contribution to this. This will help us handle this for the rest of this fiscal year. That's not dealing with the future reconstruction of Kosovo and the like. It's just to deal with the emergency that we face right now.
We've got a photo right here, one of the ones that I guess you took or people with you took.
Yes,
can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here, where this is?
This, I believe, is the camp at Stankovic, the large camp that at the time I was there was about 25,000 people. It's closer to 30,000 now. It's quite overcrowded. It was being run by the Catholic Relief Service, being very well run, I might add. You can't imagine, I come from a town in Massachusetts that has about 20,000 people, and periodically that town may have problems with trash collection and the like. You can imagine this is a town that was created in 3 weeks. And I think the international community, while you see the pictures of chaos, has done a very, very good job in creating these camps for these people and keeping them relatively comfortable. It's obviously a sad scene. You see here pictures of people who are standing in long lines for food. We had to sort that out. I mean, everyone was given a ration card. We finally decided that we could give one family a ration card so that the lines would be a lot shorter. So today, I think the situation, every day it gets a little better, except for the fact that we're getting, again, in the last 4 days, 47,000 new refugees, and that's the big problem we're facing right now.
I want to invite our viewers and our listeners to call in. There are 3 lines. They're all area code 202. Liberals can call in at 624-1111. Conservatives at 624-1115. And moderates 737-6734. Let's take our first call on humanitarian relief in Kosovo from Annandale, Virginia, calling on the conservative line. Good morning.
Yes, it's beyond me. I'm all for helping people here, but the Albanians have a motive in mind is to have Kosovo, while I cannot forget those little black African children that were nothing but skin and bones with pot bellies from lack of food, and also in the Sudan that black people are sold as slaves, and also that our Social Security money is going to be used for this war, while our own people are eating dog food. And what for? For an ethnic group that wants another country. Thank you.
Brian Atwood.
I first would make it clear that our Social Security money is not going to be used for this, but there are tragedies all over the world. There's no question about it. This one is a particularly acute tragedy because of the way in which these people were driven from their country. I mean, I've been in Goma, Zaire, was then now called the Congo, when 3 million people came out as a result of a genocide. The international community responded very well to that. The U.S. military was there, too. The American taxpayer did demand that their government do more to help these people, and most people are demanding that we do as much as possible to help these people now.
Let's take another call from Chicago, Illinois, calling on the Liberal line. Good morning.
Good morning. I just try to tell you that I find out that's a different point of view when the people interviewed those refugees from Albanian minority, which I really feel sorry about that. When you listen people in Macedonia, they say different story. When you listen in Albania, they say a different story. When you listen in Montenegro, they say clearly, lady, say she run away from the bombing, not from the atrocity. They say they exhausted listening, bombing constantly, every single day in Albania, and not in Albania, in Kosovo. And she told clearly, I understand her, what she say. And what do you think about those minority in Belgrade, Catholics, Muslims, all kind of Hungarian people? You bomb them too in Belgrade. In Novi Sad is Hungarian, Orthodox, all kind of people. You bomb them there. In Vojvodina, which is my husband's state, they live Catholics, Hungarian, Bulgarian, all kind of people. You bomb them. What do you think about the gypsy in Yugoslavia? You destroy them whole street.
Okay, caller, thank you.
I want to ask you, what
go ahead.
You don't bomb just Serbian. You bomb all nationality in Yugoslavia. That means Yugoslavia can live together with other nationality, which is a Serbian and any other nationality.
Okay, caller, thank you.
Let me just make one thing very, very clear. We don't have anything against the Serbian people or anyone who lives in Serbia of other ethnic groups. What we are opposed to is Milosevic's policies of taking a part of Serbia, of Yugoslavia, and trying to basically push another ethnic group out. We can't allow that to happen in the 20th century, at the end of the 20th century. If we do, you will have these kinds of conflicts arising again in a century, the next one, that we hope will be a lot more peaceful. I've met some wonderful people who are of the Serb ethnic group. They believe in democracy. They strongly oppose Milosevic. We don't, of course, want to be hurting civilians here. We're trying to make sure that we're targeting military targets. We have, obviously, on occasion, there will be accidents that happen. But Milosevic is only targeting civilian targets. That's the difference. I mean, we talk about this euphemism called collateral damage. It's a terrible mistake whenever it happens, and we apologize when it does happen. But our effort is to try to go after military targets. Mr. Milosevic has one goal in mind, which is to ethnically cleanse Kosovo, which means all he is interested in is civilian targets.
Let me point out an article in this morning's Philadelphia Inquirer talking about refugees from Kosovo who are coming to the United States, and ask you that this talks about the first, let me just read the first couple of paragraphs. The first wave of ethnic Albanian refugees fleeing war-torn Kosovo will arrive here next week for processing and temporary housing to relieve overcrowded camps in Macedonia, the State Department announced yesterday. The massive Army facility, talking about Fort Dix in New Jersey, the rural eastern edge of Burlington County, could receive as many as 3,000 to 4,000 refugees over the next few weeks. How big a flow of refugees will there be to the United States, and what will happen to them when they come here?
We've agreed to take 20,000 refugees. We're in the process now of beginning to screen them in Macedonia. We need, obviously, to relieve the pressure on the Macedonian camps. We've agreed to take people that would be unified with families that have family ties here in the United States, or vulnerable cases. UNHCR has basically designated a lot of people who are suffering from the overcrowding of the camps as vulnerable cases, so we shouldn't have any problem identifying people. But the processing has to be completed, which is why we're now considering using Fort Dix for the final processing to give health examinations and the like, so that when people do go to families that there is no danger of spreading some disease or whatever. I expect that to happen this week. We will see the first refugees coming to the United States this next week. and we will go up to the 20,000 that we're committed to take. UNHCR, the High Commissioner for Refugees, put out a notice yesterday that the overcrowding is so serious that she wants the European nations to take more, but she now wants countries from some distance, meaning Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the United States, to begin taking refugees. We're going to do it because it's a humanitarian thing to do. We expect these people to return home. We will encourage them to return home. We'll treat them well when they're here, and we'll make sure that their return to Kosovo is facilitated.
What happens to refugees who come to the United States after they've spent a while at Fort Dix? If they have family here, can they go live with the family? Or
they'll spend very little time at Fort Dix. It's mainly for the final processing. Families that will be taking them will be receiving them very shortly thereafter. Most of them will have family ties, but I'd like to give a number, the interaction number. It's 1-800-727-4420. If you're interested in taking Kosovar refugees into your home, you can call that number. That's the interaction number. That's a group that has the dozen or so placement resettlement agencies that handle these problems.
Why don't you go ahead and repeat that one more time?
It's 1-800-727-4420.
Okay, let's take another phone call on the conservative line from Clearwater, Florida. Good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, thanks.
C-SPAN's great, man. I watch you guys every day.
Thank you.
And I'm you know, wanting to talk about this humanitarianism deal here. I mean, I'm all for it, you know, helping people like the woman was saying before, help the black kids and the white kids and every kids, man. But I'm concerned about, like, where does this term originate? Because I'm looking it up in the dictionary, and I'm kind of been disturbed by what the word seems to mean. The connotations of the word are that man's own perfectibility is man's able to perfect his own self without divine aid of any god. According to the, what is this, the Funk and Wagnall's dictionary, the theological doctrine that Jesus Christ was merely a man and not divine. In ethics, it's the doctrine that human perfectibility is attainable through man's own efforts with no divine aid or God.
Caller, are you talking about the word humanitarianism? Is that what you looked up in Funk and Wagnall's?
Exactly, sir. I told one of my, actually he's an Albanian. He lives here in Clearwater. Many Albanians live here. They'll probably wind up here. A lot of those ones from over there. And he's a great drummer, man. Gazim's his name. He's a great drummer. And he's Islamic, and I told him that, and he was quite surprised because he was going around saying, well, we need to be good humanitarians, you know. And I agree in one sense, but when we looked up this word, you know, and I showed him, he was surprised too because that denies Jesus Christ, it denies Allah, every God. And that's kind of curious to me.
Okay, let's get Brian Atwood's response.
Every single religion embraces humanitarianism. I don't really know, it sounds like your dictionary may be the Funk and Wagner dictionary rather than whatever it is, but if you look at the word humanitarianism, what it means is man's, meaning man and women's common humanity. Every religion, and certainly the Christian religion, embraces that concept. So there's nothing about what this important value in the American consciousness, frankly, has nothing to do with opposing religion. It very much embraces the principles of religion.
Let's take another call for Brian Atwood from Science Hill, Kentucky, calling on the moderate line. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I have a comment about the relief effort. I'm having a problem dealing with this because about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago in New York at a fundraiser, Bill Clinton said that if he gave us a tax cut, we didn't have sense enough to spend it. We'd spend it on a car. Well, since our tax money is already funding this operation, and he's asking us to give more money, but we don't have sense enough to spend our own tax cuts. And you said Social Security money wasn't being used. Well, I understand the money that was going to save Social Security is being used for this. Am I correct on that?
Okay, caller, thank you.
Well, no, you're not. There is now, of course, a very large surplus in the government. We do have emergencies from time to time. Both parties believe very strongly that we should respond to these emergencies. Another one that just happened recently was Hurricane Mitch. The problem is that if we don't deal with the consequences of these emergencies, we're going to end up spending more money. Since Hurricane Mitch hit Central America, one estimate is that something like 280,000 people have come into our borders from Central America because they can't find jobs there because of the devastation of Hurricane Mitch. Those people are going to cost us money one way or the other. Either they'll cost our Immigration Naturalization Service money in finding them and sending them back, or they'll be costing money in terms of unemployment rolls, or there'll be health care problems, or even perhaps criminal problems, who knows. But the fact of the matter is we have to deal with these problems when they arise. Now, the United States is not the only country that is dealing with these problems. The entire international community is, and we're perhaps spending, the richest country in the world, maybe 25% of the total cost of this problem. But if we don't deal with this problem now, we're going to end up spending a lot more of our surplus, and that doesn't make any sense for anybody.
Somewhere in the material that I was reading before you came on the show, it talked about how much of the federal budget is spent on foreign aid, which I guess obviously would include this kind of a thing. Can you give our viewers and our listeners any sense of how big that piece of the federal dollar is? How many pennies or cents?
Foreign aid is about 1/2% of the entire federal budget. The entire international affairs account, meaning our expenses for diplomacy, is less than 1% of the federal budget. A very small amount of money when you consider that development and diplomacy are efforts that we make to try to prevent crisis. And if we can't succeed in preventing crisis through diplomacy and development, then we end up paying the cost of the crisis, which means that our military is then engaged, and we're already talking about this supplemental request we've made of Congress is $6 billion. The Congress wants to give the military more because they feel they need more. Not going to get into that debate, but the fact of the matter is when you have to engage the military in a crisis, it just costs the American taxpayer a lot more money.
Let me read you one comment from a story in the Washington Times this past Thursday, talking about the congressional sentiment about spending money on humanitarian relief. It says they, meaning Congress, were less enthusiastic. I guess it means the House Appropriations Committee, which actually took this up on Thursday. It's coming to the House floor next week. They were less enthusiastic about paying for the president's post-war plans for reconstruction and democratic reform in the Balkans. Quote, they bomb Montenegro on Monday and then on Friday come to me and say, give me $10 million to help them, said Representative Sonny Callahan, Alabama Republican, who's also chairman of the subcommittee, the Foreign Operations Subcommittee. There's a great degree of ambiguity coming out of the White House. That's a guy you have to convince if you're going to get significant sums.
Sonny Callahan's my friend, and I'm not going to refute what he says, except that I do think that the substance of this, I want to make it very clear. We're asking for money now to handle this emergency, not for the reconstruction. We can have a debate over that when the war is over. The fact of the matter is we need now to handle the humanitarian crisis and the military crisis to make sure that the countries in the region don't collapse as a result of Milosevic's aggression. And that is what we've asked Congress to fund now. Clearly, we're going to have to look at the return of refugees and the reconstruction of Kosovo, relatively small country. It's going to be less complicated doing that than it was reconstructing Bosnia, for example. But there the United States wants to play a very minor role, although an important role. I think we always have to show American leadership in these matters, but the European Union and the World Bank have already agreed to co-chair an international group to study the reconstruction efforts. And I believe the European Union will take the lead in reconstructing this. This is their neighborhood.
Staten Island, New York, calling on the Liberal line. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Mr. Atwood? How's everything?
Good, thank you.
Fine, thanks.
My main question was, how come Macedonia wasn't that accepting the refugees as Albania? And they only have less than 1/3 what Albania is accommodating.
Yeah.
Okay, caller, thanks.
Macedonia had a problem in the early days because they wanted to very meticulously process all of these people at the border, and there were no facilities at the border to keep these people comfortable while they were being processed. There also is a very, very delicate ethnic balance in Macedonia. It's a political question. I mean, you've got Serbs living in Macedonia, you have Slavic peoples living in Macedonia, and a minority, a very strong minority, and 1/3 of them are Albanians. They didn't want to disrupt that balance. They've had a very successful democracy in the early days. They were looking forward to economic growth this year. They're not going to experience that now. There are a lot of people who are very critical of the government for allowing these refugees to come in. We're trying as an international community to give as much support to the government in handling these people as possible. They've done a much better job. They've now got a transit camp at this border crossing called Blace. They've built new camps, and they're trying to deal with an overwhelming problem. There are already 174,000 refugees in Macedonia. When I was there a week ago, there were 122,000, to give you some idea of the pressures on a very poor government. That's why we're going to be relocating people out of there. That's why we'll be transferring people to somehow relieve those pressures and bring about an equilibrium. It's important that the numbers coming in be equaled by the numbers going out so that we can maintain an equilibrium. Situation in Albania is very different. They're all the same ethnic group. It's a very poor country. They want help from the international community. We're building camps all over Albania. The Albanian government is being very helpful, and a lot of host families are taking people in. So there are two different situations. The one thing we don't want to have happen is the Macedonian government to fall. If that happened, it would be a major victory for Milosevic, but it would probably bring into power some people that were extremely nationalistic and anti-Albanian, possibly. That would cause us major problems.
Our next call from Orange, California, calling on the conservative line. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. We heard a lot about helping Kosovian people. I would like to ask you, sir, if this administration have any plans to help Serbian people, which are very suffer right now in this time, and which cities we're destroying, which people staying without houses, and it's very disturbing when we hear about helping and suffering of Kosovian Muslim people, man. We don't talk about Christian, about Serbs people. Could you answer this, please, for me?
We don't discriminate. There are people that are being damaged in Kosovo that are of the Serb ethnic group. Certainly, when this war is over and there's a peace, we want to be as helpful to the Serb people so they can get back on their feet as well. There are a lot of Serbs. You remember just a few years ago, there were people demonstrating in the streets, students, thousands of them, against Milosevic's rule. There was a free press in Serbia. They have been totally suppressed. Before he began to suppress the people of Kosovo, he began to suppress his own people. There was a famous newspaper editor just assassinated, clearly by Milosevic's thugs. There's no question that the Serb people deserve help. But Milosevic is doing more to suppress them than NATO is.
Our next call from Las Vegas, Nevada, calling on the moderate line. Good morning.
Good morning. I like to make a comment, and I also like to ask you a couple of questions. My comment, I am from Montenegro, and my comment was about what you said to a caller earlier, that you are not in a war with Serbian people, but that you are in a war with Milosevic because he is pushing ethnic Albanians out of Kosovo. I think if we can forget Milosevic for a moment, that every Serbian person living in Yugoslavia will not allow Kosovo Albanians to annex Kosovo from Serbia. And also, you know that they started this by wanting independence, by not wanting to be a citizen of Serbia or Yugoslavia. And this started way before Milosevic. And also, they have claim on Montenegro, they have claim on Macedonia and part of Greece. As you know, 40% of Albanian people live outside of Albania. Now, I want also to ask you, sir, when Serbs from Krajina were expelled, and there was a lot also refugees from Bosnia, did you help them, or was there any U.S. organization that did help those from refugees from Croatia and Bosnia? Thank you.
Yes, in the last question, we absolutely did try to help them. We have provided support to them through UNHCR. There are about 145,000 Serbs. Secretary of State Albright and I visited the Krajina area. with Croatian government officials, and I'll never forget her standing there and being highly critical of the Croatian government for its action in Krajina. It was just as sad as the situation that we have here. So there's no excusing this kind of activity. With respect to Kosovo, we don't support independence for Kosovo at this juncture. What we're talking about is the Rambouillet agreement, which allowed Kosovo to become autonomous again. I remind you that it was primarily Mr. Milosevic who 15 years ago took autonomy away from Kosovo. They were living quite happily within the Yugoslav Republic at the time. They were able to govern their own affairs. But he denied them that autonomy and now has done much worse. I think it's important for all of the people of this Balkans region to stop manipulating history for their own ends. Mr. Milosevic finds his heroes of 3,000 years ago or 1,300 years ago. Those heroes would probably not identify very well today with what Mr. Milosevic is doing. The fact of the matter is we've got to learn how to live together. This is not just some idealistic American point of view. It has to happen because this is the beginning of the 21st century, and that's why we can't allow Mr. Milosevic to get away with what people have doing from time to time in this region. More years of peace and peaceful coexistence and even a lot of intermarriage and certainly economic dealings among the peoples of this region. We've got to create the kind of circumstances where people can do that again. We can't allow someone with the attitude that Milosevic has, and I would concede there are people on the other side of this that perhaps have the same attitude, that now that the Serbs have attacked them, that they'll have to attack anyone who is Serb. We can't live with that kind of a situation. That's why we're trying to deal with this situation now, and hopefully we'll be able to reconstruct the area so that people have ties that pull themselves closer together than those forces that pull them apart.
Brian Atwood is a graduate of Boston University and a native of Wareham, Massachusetts. Did I pronounce that right? Wareham, Massachusetts?
We say Wareham.
Wareham.
But there are people who just live very close by who say Wareham.
Where is Wareham in Massachusetts?
It's the gateway to Cape Cod, right near the Cape Cod Canal. Right.
And you had a long career in democratic politics, really, before you came to AID in 1993. But you started off in the Foreign Service.
That's right.
The Ivory Coast in Spain, I believe.
I consider myself to be more of a foreign policy professional than a professional Democratic Party member, but I'm proud of my political affiliation as well.
You were Assistant Secretary of State for Congressional Relations in the Carter administration. You worked for, before that, you worked for Senator Tom Eagleton, I think. And,
that's right.
You were also executive director of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. In 1993, you became head of AID.
That's right.
Tell our viewers, our listeners who don't know what AID is, what it is, the Agency for International Development.
International Development. We do a lot of things, I think, to help the American people overseas. For example, we deal with infectious diseases that could come here, tuberculosis, AIDS, and the like. We deal with environmental problems that affect Americans, but overseas. We deal with population pressures and offer family planning services to people. We try to encourage the development of democracy. There are a lot of countries that want to be democratic and free market economies. We provide advice to them as to how to set up a banking system and the like. This has, over the years, created major markets for American goods, created jobs in the United States. We provide less money per capita than any of the major European or Japanese, the OECD countries, basically the industrial countries. Less money per capita for foreign aid than any of the others, and I think our interests are not well served when we do not participate as fully in the international system.
Our next call for Brian Atwood is from Las Vegas, again on the Liberal line this time. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Atwood.
Good morning.
I just sat here and got absolutely furious at everybody picking on you and decided to let you know there are a few cheerleaders out here.
Thank you.
Not all of us at this hour of a Saturday morning are out pulling a handle on a slot machine. We are one of the families who are going to take in a family or 2 or 10 or whatever it takes to feed them and clothe them and support them until they can return to their homes. You kind of took my punchline with that last answer. We do have to learn to live in peace. We can't look back 300 years or 600 years and find the answers. We have to look now. And I'm married to an economist who believes absolutely as you do. It's all in how hungry you are. If you're terribly, terribly hungry, you're going to follow whoever tells you, I will feed you, whether it's your heart or your body or your soul or your mind. And if we can only take this economic development and keep making it spread just like a little pebble in a pond and make it bigger and bigger and bigger, then we can all live in peace. And I wanted you to know you're not on... I just got so annoyed watching people pick on you, and I wanted you to know there are lots of us out here that are going to open our homes and our hearts to the people who have to flee their own land. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very, very much. That's a wonderful statement, and I might add that I don't believe the people who called were picking on me necessarily. They have some very strong views, and it's important that they express them, but I'm sure that your call has made my mother, who's also watching, very happy.
As long as there are people out there who are interested in taking in families, why don't you take this opportunity to repeat that number one more time?
Again, it's the interaction number to receive some of the refugees that will be coming into our country as early as next week. 1-800-727-4420.
And this means somebody who's willing to actually house a refugee family. This could be one person or many people, and
that's right.
Would be responsible for feeding, helping, clothing, as the caller just pointed out.
Exactly. If you call this number, they will tell you one of the dozen or so agencies that handle the resettlement, and they'll be able to facilitate this. Now, most of the people coming in will have some family ties here, so if you're, for example, a Kosovar American, you're an American citizen whose family comes from this region, and you have family, we need to know that as well. So if you would just contact us and let us know what that connection is, we would appreciate it.
Our next call from Palm City, Florida, calling on the conservative line. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
The reason I'm calling, I've got three little points. One is there's 22 million refugees around the world, I believe. Is that correct?
That sounds about right. I mean, it's gone as high as 40 if you include internally displaced people. Refugees is a legal term, meaning people that have crossed borders. That's right.
Right, refugees in camps. There's 22
right, that's
million.
right, that's right.
Why are we giving this benefit to the Kosovars?
Well, we're not just giving this benefit to the Kosovars. We're contributing to UNHCR, the High Commissioner for Refugees, efforts all over the world. There are still refugee camps in other parts of the world, and we're providing humanitarian assistance where other crises are hitting. Sudan is one lady mentioned, and certainly in Sierra Leone where there are serious problems.
Right. No, I'm sorry. I meant bringing the 20,000 into the States.
Well,
this is about bringing 20,000 of these 22 million other refugee camps.
We have over the years, at a time of acute crisis, brought people in like this. Certainly Cubans have come in, Haitians have come in from time to time. There have been other groups, the Vietnamese, for example, the Cambodians when we had the war there. It's done when there's a very, very acute crisis here. This is not something we do routinely, but right now we have a crisis. We cannot allow Milosevic to allow the Macedonian, to force the Macedonian government to collapse. We know that's one of his intentions. That's why he has people lined up right now along the roads and on trains heading for Macedonia. So we've got to somehow relieve that pressure, and of course the UN High Commissioner of Refugees asked not only us but other countries to relieve that pressure.
Okay, our next call from Hollywood, Florida, calling on the moderate line. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Gary Woomer from Hollywood. I'd like to know just why the United States doesn't use its military might as far as the Air Force. I've heard many stations say that we've never won an Air Force battle. Going back to 1942, or 1945, 2 small bombs dropped in Japan, won an Air Force battle. Why can't we use the neutron bomb and make it smaller? That way we don't destroy the infrastructure of the places and win the war.
Okay, caller, thanks.
We're going to win this war, and those who say you can't win it because air wars traditionally don't succeed are not familiar with the modern munitions. We can target now very much more precisely than we could during World War II, and we're already beginning to destroy Milosevic's military capability. We're not using nuclear weapons because we care deeply about the innocent people of Serbia. We're doing everything we can to target military targets and or those ancillary production methods that or institutes that Mr. Milosevic has. I mean, what I mean by that is when you are making ammunition in an automobile factory, then we may target that automobile factory. If you're going to supply petroleum to the troops in the field, we may target petroleum tanks. Those are part of the military-industrial complex of Mr. Milosevic.
Our last call for Brian Atwood this morning is from Midland, Texas, calling on the Liberal line. Good morning.
Hello, sir. I'm very anxious about that young man who called about his concern over humanitarianism. I think the word he's looking for is humanism, because that is a belief system. And their basic belief is that man can perfect himself, whereas humanitarianism is a feeling you have for your fellow man, whether you have a religion or not, or perhaps any religion. And I just didn't want him to lose his religion over that. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I might say that the humanitarian community is primarily comprised of religious organizations. One of the groups I mentioned earlier, the Catholic Relief Service, is managing some of the camps, but there are a lot of other religious groups. World Vision is an organization that's primarily religious, and a lot of other groups. The Adventist ADRA is part of that. I mean, there are a lot of groups, the Jewish groups and the like. So the religious community is very active in the humanitarian community.
I want to thank our guest, Brian Atwood, for coming in this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, George.
And I want to tell our viewers and our listeners that tomorrow morning on Washington Journal, we'll be visiting with Donald Rothberg, who's the Associated Press's Capitol Hill news editor, and also with Tom Foley, former Speaker of the House, now U.S. Ambassador to Japan, who will be talking about U.S.-Japanese relations. And finally, tonight at 9:30, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the 85th Annual White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Washington Hilton down here in Washington. The speakers will include the President, President Clinton, and Brian Williams of NBC News, and the entertainer is Aretha Franklin. In the meantime, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. Have a great week.
It looks as if they will be coming home, those 3 GIs being held in Yugoslavia. Thanks for joining us this evening for a special edition of CNN & Company. I'm Mary Tillotson. It's going to be the best evening 3 American families have had in a solid month. Officials at the Yugoslav Foreign Ministry in Belgrade say that tomorrow morning, Sunday morning Belgrade time, they will free Andrew Ramirez, Christopher Stone, and Stephen Gonzalez.
Good morning. It's Saturday, May 1st. Welcome to Washington Journal. Joining us in the newspaper roundtable this morning are Steve.
Cards, checks, letters, and cash. The tragedy in Littleton, Colorado struck a chord, and people are sending more than just condolences.
Judy Woodruff and Bernard Shaw take you inside politics. Weekdays, 5 Eastern on CNN.
Thank you for calling Sam Satellite City.
I've got some questions about that direct satellite system that I just bought.
Yes, ma'am.
Why can't I get all my favorite channels like I used to get with cable?
To receive all the same channel combinations which are currently available on your cable system, you'll probably have to subscribe to more than one programming supplier.
Will that cost more than cable?
It just might.
You didn't tell me that.
You didn't ask.
And why can't I get my local stations anymore?
To get local programming, you'll also need a regular antenna.
A regular antenna?
We have an excellent selection of regular antennas.
Cox Cable is your best home entertainment value.
I want my cable back.
Catch the free previews on pay-per-view. Hollywood's top hits are delivered right to your home, easily, conveniently. Not sure what you want to watch? Why not sample the first 5 minutes of selected pay-per-view showings? Just tune to the channel that's playing the movie and enjoy the first 5 minutes free. If you want to continue watching once the free preview ends, just order it in. Fast and easy on pay-per-view. And you never have to leave the comfort of your own home theater. So what are you waiting for? Check out pay-per-view's free previews today.
Sports Tonight with Fred and Vince, 11 Eastern on CNN.
And welcome back to a special edition of CNN Saturday Morning. I'm Donna Kelly at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Gene Randall in Washington. Here is an update of the hour's top story. The Reverend Jesse Jackson and Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic met for about 3 hours today in Belgrade. But Jackson was unable to convince Milosevic to release 3 captive U.S. soldiers. Jackson told CNN the Serb leader insists NATO stop its air raids on Yugoslavia before he will free the Americans.
My appeal was that he consider releasing the 3 Americans held hostage as a bold diplomatic gesture. And in that gesture, himself go on the offensive and make clear his own case about the will for a diplomatic solution. We'll know later today what his final decision will be.
Jackson met with the 3 U.S. servicemen on Friday. He says they are being treated humanely.
And the families of the 3 U.S. soldiers held in Yugoslavia have waited anxiously for news about their loved ones. And CNN's Jim Hill says that Jesse Jackson's trip to Belgrade gave new hope to at least one soldier's mother.
It was an image that kept Vivian Ramirez's eyes fixed on the television screen.
Praying for our families to be relieved, knowing that we are alive.
With colleagues in a school library, she watched a videotape of her son Andrew and 2 other POWs during the soldiers' visit with Reverend Jesse Jackson in Belgrade, Yugoslavia.
He's okay. Just that he's okay. He's well.
Staff Sergeant Ramirez, Specialist Stephen Gonzalez, and Staff Sergeant Christopher Stone met together and then separately with Reverend Jackson and members of the U.S. delegation.
You can shake hands now.
As Vivian Ramirez, her friends and colleagues viewed the videotape, it was 1 month since the 3 soldiers were captured along the border of Yugoslavia and Macedonia. Ramirez and the other POWs said they were receiving 3 meals a day in their separate cells in a military prison. The sergeant's mother said her hijo, Spanish for son, looked healthy, and she was pleased that he and the other soldiers smiled during their meeting with Jackson.
He looks very healthy. He's smiling. With Jesse Jackson, I'm glad that he went out there, was able to talk to him.
The Jackson delegation is hoping to gain the soldiers' release on humanitarian grounds. It does not represent the U.S. government and does not have the support of the White House. But clearly, Vivian Ramirez and her friends are hoping for the best and were encouraged by what they saw and heard. Jim Hill, CNN, Montebello, California.
On day 38 of the air campaign against Yugoslavia, NATO says it attacked vital links of President Slobodan Milosevic's government, targeting communications facilities, oil depots, and bridges throughout the country, including Kosovo. Meanwhile, Serb media are reporting NATO missiles exploded near a police station in Pančeva, blowing out windows at a nearby hospital. There were no reports of injuries.
In his weekly radio address today, President Clinton turned his attention to pollution and new rules, he says, are needed to clean up the air that we all breathe. Mr. Clinton endorsed EPA proposals urging tougher standards for auto pollution. The proposal calls for cleaner running automobiles and cleaner gasoline.
Beginning in the year 2004, manufacturers would start producing vehicles that are 75 to 95% cleaner than those rolling off the assembly lines today. And the health benefits would be enormous. Every year we can prevent thousands of premature deaths, tens of thousands of cases of respiratory illness, and hundreds of thousands of lost work days. According to some estimates, the benefits of the proposal may outweigh the costs by as much as 4 to 1.
And the EPA, for the first time, is proposing sport utility vehicles be brought in line with cars in terms of tailpipe emissions. And when we come back, nuclear secrets that wound up in China's hands outraged members of Congress, and lawmakers are pointing fingers and demanding answers.
it's true, isn't it? You guys really are moving?
Yeah.
That's just great.
Listen, they have to sell the house first.
So?
Well, selling a house takes time. We'll at least have the whole summer together.
You think? Goodbye! I'll miss you.
Nobody knows homes better than Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate.
There are some colors you can only find in the country. Deep forest green, rich cranberry red, and these were the inspiration for the Country Colors collection, crafted in America only by Ethan Allen. A surprisingly affordable way to bring a fresh look to your home, whether it's a farmhouse or a penthouse. Hurry in. Ethan Allen's spring sale is on now.
For Mother's Day, Zales has this stunning 1-carat diamond bracelet for $3.99. It's the perfect way to say thanks to the woman who's given you everything. At Zales stores nationwide, or shop online at zales.com.
Yeah, I've been having this problem with my girlfriend. It's
diarrhea. Get it, and you want it gone.
Really good listener.
Imodium Advanced combines 2 medicines that relieve diarrhea plus cramps and bloating faster.
Was I right to invite my mom to my honeymoon?
Absolutely. Imodium Advanced.
Today, as the healing begins in Colorado, a very special program for you and your children. Hear what our kids say about violence, death, and what we can do to make our schools safer. A CNN town meeting today, 3:30 Eastern on CNN.
What is your name?
Victor Frankenstein.
You know the story. Now, see the most terrifying Frankenstein movie ever.
What's out there?
Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Tomorrow night at 8 on TNT.
We turn now to the growing revelations of security breaches in the U.S. nuclear weapons program. A scientist suspected of giving classified information to China was fired last month. But from Capitol Hill, Candy Crowley reports the warning flags were up long before that.
On Capitol Hill, they are running out of words to describe their reaction.
It's mind-boggling.
I think this is an egregious breach of security.
Absolutely inexcusable. Heads should roll.
Somebody bungled it.
This much is known. America's most sensitive nuclear secrets have been compromised.
We have such good security agencies, and how this one slipped by with advance warning is something that one has to question.
Here is part of the story. Sources say the FBI opened a file on a man named Wen-Ho Lee in 1983. Lee, then a new employee at the Los Alamos nuclear facility, made what the Bureau thought was a suspicious phone call. But a source says Lee passed a lie detector, and that was that. Until 1996, when the FBI began to investigate possible efforts by the Chinese to obtain U.S. nuclear secrets. Lee's name resurfaced. The FBI sought permission to wiretap Lee's home. The Justice Department said no.
When something is turned down in the Justice Department dealing with national security, it ought to go all the way up to the President of the United States.
Last month, 3 years after the investigation began, Lee was fired from Los Alamos. He has not been charged with anything. His lawyer says he is innocent. According to the FBI, a search of Lee's computer in March showed top-secret information about nuclear weaponry was in an insecure file.
Why wasn't that computer monitored within the Department of Energy? They knew, if you will, that the suspect was being evaluated by the FBI.
The FBI now says this is top priority. As a half dozen or so congressional committees search for answers, they fear the one they'll get to the most troubling question. Is what we know now the end of it, or just the beginning? Candy Crowley, CNN, Capitol Hill.
And still ahead, the Kentucky Derby gets underway in a matter of hours. We'll talk about the uniqueness of this year's competition.
So it's true, isn't it? You guys really are moving?
Yeah.
That's just great.
Listen, they have to sell the house first.
So?
Well, selling a house takes time. We'll at least have the whole summer together.
You think? Goodbye! I'll miss you.
Nobody knows homes better than Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate.
Hurry
Hertz Freedom Rates only $33.99 a day at participating U.S. airports.
Guys, come and see my castle.
With the freedom to pick up and drop off anytime. Just keep it over a Saturday night. Hertz will provide the great rates.
What castle?
The rest is up to you. Hertz Freedom Rates, only $33.99 a day at participating U.S. airports, with the freedom to pick up and drop off anytime. Just keep it over a Saturday night. Hertz will provide the great rates. The rest is up to you.
Get up! Monday night, the NBA's on the Superstation. With time running out, the pressure's on in the Big Apple. Find out if Boston can spoil the Knicks' playoff hopes. Celtics and Nets, Monday night at 8 on the Superstation. Get on up.
I'm watching you, CNN.
On the quest to make history at the Kentucky Derby today, only 5 people involved in the Run for the Roses have won 3 straight. Trainer Bob Baffert could make it 6. CNN SI senior correspondent Nick Charles has a preview.
The horses have warmed their engines all week here at Churchill Downs. Friday, one of them shut down when Al Jabber scratched. Now it's a field of 19. And there will be 2 fillies joining the Derby dance because 2-time defending champion trainer Bob Baffert revealed he's running excellent meeting.
You know, everybody's saying maybe the fillies are better than the colts. Well, just in case they are, you know, if I hadn't run her in 3-ring wins the Derby, I think I'd be kicking myself for the next couple of years. So we got all the bases covered.
Baffert now has 3 horses in the race: the filly, the long-striding morning line favorite colt, General Challenge, and the grinded-out, looking to get the distance colt, Prime Timber. And while they will probably get the most play at the betting windows, this is a Derby loaded with other possibilities.
Every year you got 8 or 10 really top horses. You got 6 or 7 horses that could be horses, and those could be have won it.
With a near-capacity crowd of 19 horses running, you've got to have patience, but you've got to have early position.
It's going to be a very fast pace. It's got to be.
Everybody's terrified of traffic. Most seasoned jockeys, including 2-time Derby winner Chris McCarron, who's riding Stephen Got Even for Nick Zito, says you have to negotiate your way differently in this jam-packed field.
It's easy to hit that panic button and move too early, but you have to know how long to sit and when to move. But the number one emotion is aggressiveness. You have to get in there, and you got to be ready to pounce on opportunities when they present themselves.
Inevitably, it never works out the same on the racetrack as it looks like it will on paper. So we've got an idea about how it should unfold.
The keys then are putting yourself in the best position to win at 1.25 miles, plus getting the right trip.
But you still, the cream rises to the top. At the end, the good, the fit, sound horse gets the money.
The final factor is the horse. All of them have heart, but none of them can fly start to finish in the longest race of their young lives. Will they run fast enough when their riders need them to? Because none of the Derby horses have been willing or able to tell us about it. We'll just have to wait and see. At the Kentucky Derby, I'm Nick Charles.
And the 125th Kentucky Derby gets underway this afternoon with a field of 19 horses. Stephen Got Even was an early favorite, but no favorite has won the Derby since Spectacular Bid 20 years ago. Joining us from Louisville, Kentucky to talk about it is Kim Goodwin of the Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. Kimber, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm real good, thanks. Hope you're the same. What happened to the 20th horse that got scratched?
Well, he had been, to say obstreperous would be putting it mildly, all week. This horse has been out of control in his morning workouts. Yesterday, he was even worse. There were only 100,000 people here yesterday. They're expecting over 150,000 here today. This horse just didn't have it mentally. He hasn't had a race yet in 1999, and they thought it was in the best interest of the horse to keep him in the barn today.
But this was not the horse that was under investigation, right?
No, the horse that was under investigation is Valhall. He will be running. They're expecting him to be one of the early pace setters in the race. He won the Arkansas Derby under suspicious circumstances last time out.
But the rider got removed, but the horse stayed in.
Right, and actually the owners of the horse had to get a court injunction in order to be able to run, because with the capacity field, it's done on earnings, and this horse, without the purse earnings from the Arkansas Derby, would not have qualified to run in the Kentucky Derby today. They did remove the rider because he's the one under suspicion for carrying what they call a buzzer or a battery, which is illegal, and if they find him guilty of that, he'll be banned for life from racing, as he should be.
Kentucky Derby, very exciting for a lot of folks. What makes it such a tough race?
Well, this is it. You know, this is the Stanley Cup, this is the Super Bowl, this is the World Series, and you have to have a great season, and you also have to be peaking on the right day. You have horses that are trying to go 1.25 miles. None of them have ever done that before. 150,000 screaming fans, and also they're very lightly raced, some of them. So you've got to have luck, you've got to have good position, you've got to have the right rider, and sometimes you almost have a parting of the Red Seas in order to get through.
You know, it was interesting to me, Kimber, when I was looking ahead in some of the notes here this morning, you said luck and strategy sometimes, that when you're in the big leagues like this, more valuable than skill.
Really it is, because when you get to this level, these horses, we're talking the top 5, 6, 7 horses are so closely matched in ability that if you ran them in a straight line, they would cross the finish line almost together. So in a race like this, where you can't differentiate that much talent-wise, it's sometimes who gets the best trip. And you heard Chris McCarron say earlier, you have to be aggressive and you have to have confidence in your horse. You have to know when you push that button that your horse is going to respond and go when he needs to.
Since you're talking about the Derby and we talk about places coming in first, second, or at least to show, what about the horse, the jockey, and the trainer? Is there any way that you can place those or put them in order of importance?
Well, I believe that the horse has to be number one, because a bad jockey can make a good horse lose, but a good jockey can't make a bad horse win, is the way I always equate it. Obviously, there are trainers that are here that know what they're doing, and that's why they're here every year. They don't call Bob Baffert Derby Bob for nothing. You also have Nick Zito, who's won 2 Derbies in the 90s, and Dwayne Lucas, who's won 3 Derbies total, 2 in the 90s. So those guys have a program, and they develop a horse the right way, but in my opinion, it's really, you've got to have the right horse.
What horses do you see look good to you?
Well, I like Vicar a little bit. This horse has done nothing wrong. He's had 2 races at Churchill Downs. He has a win and a second. That's very important for horses, I think, to have a race over the track and prove that they like this surface at Churchill, which sometimes can be a little bit quirky. And I also like Prime Timber. He was second last time out in the Santa Anita Derby, but he threw a shoe. So I don't know about you, but if I lost a shoe in a race, I'd have a hard time finishing. So he's looked very good on the track all week. And don't discount the filly, Excellent Meeting. She hasn't lost a race since last November, and she might have what it takes.
We'll know shortly. Nice to visit with you. Thanks. Kim Goodwin, who's with the Thoroughbred
Thank you.
Owners and Breeders Association. Thanks. And for more on the Kentucky Derby, log on to our website at cnnsi.com. We take a look at the weather for Derby Day and all across the country when we come back.
How do you furnish a room with a ceiling made of sky? A room with a chandelier of stars? And a carpet that grows beneath your feet. Introducing the affordably priced Home and Garden collections from Ethan Allen. Because the most beautiful place in your home may not be in your home at all. Hurry in. The spring sale is on now.
Promise you'll call me Captain.
I will. I promise.
Wherever you are and whatever you do, Allianz with its global partners is the power beside you.
So it's true, isn't it? You guys really are moving?
Yeah.
Well, that's just great.
Well, listen, they have to sell the house first.
So?
Well, selling a house takes time. We'll at least have the whole summer together.
You think?
Nobody knows homes better than Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate.
We have just gotten pictures at CNN Center of the Reverend Jesse Jackson's meeting with Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic. The meeting lasted 3 hours. Jackson had traveled to Belgrade, hoping to gain the release of 3 captured American servicemen. But at this point, it appears that freedom will not be granted anytime soon. One of the clergymen who traveled to Belgrade with Jackson is Rabbi Stephen Jacobs of Los Angeles, and he is on the phone with us now. I understand, Rabbi, that you met with the servicemen.
There were 9 of us that were permitted at the last moment. We were given just moments' notice after Reverend Jackson met with Milosevic, and we were allowed to go back to the jail. And we met, 9 of us, 9 clergy people, met with each one for 15, 20 minutes apiece. It was just filled with comfort and laughter, talking about the goodness of people, amazing in a war-torn city, and talking about violence and bombs. We're talking about family, and we're talking about the care of Americans. It was just wonderful and deeply touching.
Rabbi Jacobs, take just a few seconds here and describe, if you will, the conditions in which they're being kept.
I can't tell you exactly, but they described it as being taken care of very well. Their needs are taken care of much better, I must say, in the last few days. The food is better. They're giving them reading material. They are kept alone, but each young man seems to be able to endure it. There was nothing in which they were prevented from saying anything. No conversation was guarded. They were very open. Of course, they can't wait to go home. They were in great spirits. They buoyed us.
Do you think there is any chance at this point they will be freed?
I want to tell you something. There's a small chance. Reverend Jackson has, when everybody says that it can't be done, he walked out with Goodman at the last second in Syria. Who knows what's going to happen between now and the time that we leave. He's going back to meet with Milosevic. I don't know what's going to happen. You never know with human beings what can happen.
Rabbi Stephen Jacobs in Belgrade, we wish you all the best. Thank you. Donna?
And we check in once more with Orland Sidney for more weather for us this morning. Orland?
Well, the Kentucky Derby is no problem today. Should be sunny and mild in Louisville. High temperature gets to about 75 degrees. I think about 5-ish local time is when the race will be run, so that should be your top out temperature for the day. 70s and 60s are expected across the eastern United States, except for 50s, where that little low pressure system is lingering on the coast of North Carolina. Cool too back across the Rockies today and tonight. You'll see readings in the 30s and 40s, 50s and 60s down into Texas. Portions of Florida will be in the 50s. Some records have been set so far this morning in parts of Florida with chilly temperatures. 70s and 60s tomorrow for a lot of the nation, mainly the eastern 2/3, still chilly across the Pacific Northwest. Your extended forecast on Monday is back into thunderstorms. That's mainly for the Central Plains, down southward into Oklahoma and Arkansas. Head up to the northwest, you'll get more showers here. Higher elevations could see a mix of rain and snow on Monday. Temperatures will be in the 50s at the surface in the northwest, but everybody else is going to be warmer than the 60s all the way down to the Gulf Coast states. By Tuesday, some of these thunderstorms could become strong. This time of year, anytime I see thunderstorms around the Gulf, I get sort of concerned. So look for potentially strong thunderstorms here. Showers to the north. Some of the showers could bring locally heavy rain, so be concerned with that too. Showers are expected across the northwest. That'll be a little more benign. Temperatures stay mild just about nationwide. We'll take a break. There's more news after this.
Today, as the healing begins in Colorado, a very special program for you and your children. Hear what our kids say about violence, death, and what we can do to make our schools safer. A CNN town meeting today, 3:30 Eastern on CNN.
Tonight, a special edition of CNN and Company trying to make sense of the sorrow at Littleton. How could 2 boys so angry and sad escape notice until the shooting started? I'm Mary Tillotson. We'll talk about it tonight, 7:30 Eastern on CNN.
Sunday, before the attack at Columbine High, a trail of clues few seem to notice. Now a look back at the signs that may have led to the tragedy. CNN and Time, now 8/7 Central.
If you're considering direct broadcast satellite TV, DBS, here's something you might want to think about. If you have more than one television in your house, a strong statistical probability, then you may need an additional DBS receiver for your other TVs as well, at a cost of several $100s each. On the other hand, with cable TV, additional outlets are easy and don't cost much at all. You might want to think about it.
If you're thinking about DBS, you might want to think twice. Cox Cable, the best value in home entertainment.
Seen it all? Then listen to Music Choice. We've added more features to be your music source. like the Music Choice store, the latest way to connect to all your music needs. It's easy. Just log on to musicchoice.com, play music trivia, or cruise the channel guide for Showcase. A great mix of special programming, 24 hours a day, commercial-free. So when you've seen it all, listen to Music Choice, your music source.
What's the big deal at McDonald's?
Big values at breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Values like the big breakfast platter for just $1.99.
Enjoy scrambled eggs, a sausage patty, hash browns, and a biscuit for just $1.99.
Lunch and dinner is a big deal, too.
The triple cheeseburger extra value meal is just $2.99.
A triple cheeseburger, large fry, and medium drink, just $2.99.
The big breakfast platter is just $1.99.
The triple cheeseburger extra value meal is just $2.99.
There's a big deal for you.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Like those before him, his name is synonymous with excellent. Now it's his turn to carry the torch as Mexico's greatest champion. But one man plans to stand out from the rest and hand him the one thing he has yet to experience: defeat, the conquest. Eric Morales defends his World Super Bantamweight Championship against former World Champ Wayne McCullough. Also, World Champ Nestor Garza and former champions Jorge Paez and Kevin Kelly. Saturday, May 8th, live on pay-per-view.
Lynn and Leon Harris, weekdays on CNN.
In the aftermath of the school massacre in Littleton, Colorado, people throughout the country are donating money to what is being called a healing fund. Here is CNN's Don Knapp.
At first, designers wondered if they had made the right decision, producing a T-shirt to remember shooting victims and their families, while trying to raise some money for them. 1 week and 40,000 T-shirts later,
we're hoping to donate somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000.
Columbine, there's hope for you.
Remember Columbine students Steve and Jonathan Cohen singing at the memorial service? Their song, Friend of Mine, is now on disc. The first 10,000 CDs arrive Friday. Sales are expected to raise more than $100,000 for the school district's Jefferson Foundation.
Yes, they're going very fast, and it's a beautiful site.
It says, please let me know if there's anything more I can do, and God bless you all.
Donations since the shooting have already added nearly $200,000 to the foundation's accounts.
When you come into Sears, if you make any kind of donation, we will scan a barcode.
The Littleton Sears store lets customers make a direct donation at cash registers and promises to match customer and employee contributions to $50,000. Another store, JCPenney's, has already made a corporate gift of $100,000 to the Healing Fund.
This check is for $51,190.
And from across the United States and around the world, money just shows up in the mail. The Healing Fund has tallied $700,000 so far. It will be used for a variety of family needs now and in the future.
There are times when it's going to hit families real hard. Going back to school, graduation, proms, going back to school in the fall, the first football game. Those are going to be times that are going to hit people very, very hard.
The money began to flow nearly as soon as the shooting stopped. There was no appeal, no call for cash. People everywhere wanted to do something, and putting some money in the mail apparently seemed like a good thing to do. Don Knapp, CNN, Littleton, Colorado.
And that is it for this hour of CNN Saturday Morning. I'm Gene Randall in Washington.
And I'm Donna Kelly at CNN headquarters in Atlanta. The last half hour, though, begins right now.
This is CNN.
It is 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 o'clock in the morning on the West. Today is Saturday, May 1st. And from CNN headquarters in Atlanta, this is CNN Saturday Morning. Good morning to you. Glad to have you join us. I'm Donna Kelly. The Reverend Jesse Jackson concluded a lengthy meeting today with Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic. Jackson had hoped to convince the Serb leader to release 3 captured American soldiers, even though Yugoslav officials had told Jackson that it was not an option until the NATO bombing stops.
News spells it out. And we'll hear from 2 former Cold Warriors.
It is
former National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft, and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General George Jalwan. Plus, round the table with Roberts, Page, and Carlson. And as the Kosovo conflict continues, Bruce Morton has the last word on what looks like a peaceful spring in Washington. We'll pick up our conversation with Senators Levin and Smith in just a moment. But first, here's Gene Randall with a check of the hour's headlines. Gene?
Thanks, Wolf. NATO says its forces are in overdrive dealing with the Kosovo humanitarian crisis, flying more than 100 supply flights into Macedonia and Albania in the past 24 hours. Alliance officials say they curbed the overnight air campaign against Yugoslavia because of Orthodox Easter celebrations. Bad weather forced them to cancel 3 of 10 bombing raids. But there are claims of good results in attacks on Serb military targets. Belgrade says 3 people, including a toddler, were killed in those strikes. NATO says it's increasingly concerned about ongoing reports of Serb atrocities against ethnic Albanians in Kosovo.
At the very time that we've been hearing a lot of discussion of Orthodox Easter, we've captured some very clear evidence from some of our intelligence collection means that the Serb campaign of ethnic cleansing and the harassment and atrocities against these villagers in Kosovo has continued.
Possible evidence being cited, aerial photos of freshly turned earth near a Kosovo town. NATO says it could be a mass grave. India tested a nuclear-capable ballistic missile today. The Agni-2 medium-range missile was launched in the eastern coastal state of Orissa. India says Agni-2 is an operational weapon system. According to a White House spokeswoman, India alerted the United States 2 days ago and said it was also informing Pakistan. India's nuclear weapons tests last May prompted Pakistan to conduct its own round. In the suburbs of Cincinnati, Ohio, the cleanup continues from a tornado that killed 4 people on Friday. Residents on Saturday rushed to salvage belongings before another bout of storms. The twister destroyed hundreds of homes. In Denver, the Federal Aviation Administration says a Y2K test of the air traffic control system has gone off without a hitch. FAA and industry officials say there were no obvious errors by the system when backup computer clocks were reset to hit the year 2000. The test was intended to bolster public confidence that the nation's aviation computers are not vulnerable to glitches linked to the year change. And that's a brief look at the news. Now back to Late Edition. Wolf?
Thanks, Gene. Now back to our discussion and your phone calls for Senator Carl Levin, ranking Democrat on the Armed Services Committee, and Republican Senator Bob Smith, also a member of that same committee. Senator Levin, in our recent CNN USA Today Gallup poll, we asked the American people, do you think ground troops will be sent to Kosovo? 78% say yes, 15% say no. Do you believe, Senator Levin, that it will be necessary to send ground troops into Kosovo in order to fight their way in and get those refugees back there?
I believe 2 things. One is that it's very possible that NATO will have to put together a ground force at some point, but I also believe it is premature to make that decision now. It is very prudent to plan for the possibility, and the debate on it should not be allowed to distract from our current mission, which is to succeed in our airstrikes. And that mission is so important and has a chance of success that anything which distracts from that focus, it seems to me, would be a mistake. So yes, it is possible. Yes, it is prudent to plan. Yes, it is too early to commit to it, but let us focus on our current mission and not be distracted.
What do you say about that, Senator Smith?
Well, I think Senator Levin is correct. I mean, unfortunately, he's correct. I think the ground forces are going to absolutely be necessary to finish this job, and I don't think it's ever going to be finished. The airstrikes are not going to work by themselves. As I indicated earlier, it was basically and inherently dishonest to tell the American people that this could be done with air power alone. It cannot. There will be some ground forces there. They're either going to be combat forces or they're going to be some type of a part of a NATO force that's going to be there to keep the 2 warring factions apart. There's no question about it. There's no way that it can be done any other way. And
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting, Senator, but let's take a caller from Des Moines, Iowa. Please go ahead with your question.
Good morning, Senators.
Good morning.
I'm a Vietnam veteran, and what I want to know isn't this a gradual escalation like Vietnam?
All right, let's go to Senator Levin. We've heard that that the U.S. is getting itself into a quagmire.
Well, I don't think we are. For now, we have 19 NATO allies that are together, and the situation is so very different. Kosovo, the people are with us in Kosovo. 90% ethnic Albanians removed from their homes. 400,000 refugees were created by Milosevic in Kosovo before any NATO bombing occurred. It was in order to stop the ethnic cleansing and to reverse the genocide that the NATO nations, all 19, took this unified action. So I think the situation is very, very different from Vietnam.
What do you think, Senator Smith?
Well, I don't think it's all that different. I think it has the potential to be worse. If you were reporting about the Russians, we're hearing reports of 70,000 Russian mercenaries ready to volunteer to fight side by side with the Serbs. It was very sobering what Yeltsin said the other day about the possibility of retargeting missiles, nuclear theater missiles against the NATO allies. We are beginning to see cracks in NATO. The Greeks are very unhappy about this. And the bottom line is the people that we were supposed to be helping are pushed out of their country, and the slaughter has intensified. It's not working. It's a bad policy, and I think the potential of this revving up into something huge is there. Maybe we'll get lucky. I hope so, but the potential is there to make this a huge disaster.
Could I comment on that, Wolf?
Yes, you can, Senator.
There are no cracks in the NATO alliance. I just visited NATO with 11 of our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, both houses. The permanent representatives to NATO are unanimous and strong that this air campaign must prevail and must continue. And secondly, it is incredible to me that Milosevic, who claims sovereignty over Kosovo, is destroying the people of Kosovo. The person who claims sovereignty should be protecting his people, not destroying them, not burning 200 villages, not engaged in a mass removal of hundreds of thousands of people from their homes. The protector, the sovereign here, is doing exactly the opposite of what a protector and sovereign should do. He is the one who is now pushing the people of Kosovo out of their homes, destroying their villages, and, if there's any doubt about that, challenge the Yugoslav government to allow journalists to go into Kosovo. Challenge them every day and force them to answer the question, why will they not permit independent verification of refugee stories, which are by the thousands talking about the mass destruction, fires, and rapes that are going on by Serb soldiers and special forces in Kosovo.
Well, Carl, if I can make a quick comment, I certainly don't condone what Milosevic is doing. I certainly agree with you. He's a terrible butcher. But my point is, how are we helping? How are we helping this by bombing? This is a humanitarian crisis, but we didn't fire missiles into Rwanda, and we certainly didn't fire missiles when the Tiananmen Square incident occurred several years ago. You have to pick and choose when to use military force, and in applying that military force, is it going to be successful in your objective of helping the people you're trying to help? And it has not worked.
That is certainly true. You have to pick your objective. But here, 19 nations in Europe. Finally, Europe is coming together to try to prevent a genocide in Europe. That was not true with African nations, and it surely was not true with Chinese neighbors.
All right, Senators, we have a caller from Boston who's anxious to ask a question. Please go ahead with your question.
Well, this question is for Senator Levin. I'd like to know if you're at all concerned about the possibility of Russian military interference in the crisis if ground troops were introduced.
All right.
Russia has indicated that they are not going to become involved militarily in this war, and I think that is our expectation and our hope. You know, when you have 19 European nations, NATO, coming together finally as Europe, saying we are going to stop a genocide so the next century does not begin as this century began, with a genocide, end with a genocide, with a Holocaust in the middle. When 19 European nations say that in NATO, I think Russia wants to be part of Europe and does not want to be isolated from Europe, and any military participation would represent a tremendous isolation from Europe by Russia, and they have said that they do not want to become military involved in Kosovo and will not, and I think that it is important that that be so.
Senator Smith, Secretary Cohen, the Defense Secretary, was on ABC's This Week earlier today. I want you to listen to what he said about a possible piece of additional congressional legislation that he says would be useful. Listen to Secretary Cohen.
I think a resolution coming from both houses of Congress in support of carrying out this campaign to a successful conclusion would be very beneficial.
But not a declaration of war.
I think the resolutions that we had, similar to the ones that took place during Desert Storm, would be very important.
Senator Smith, would you be ready to support such a resolution?
No, but I do believe this. If we're going to continue this campaign, if the president is going to continue it, there should be a declaration of war offered to Congress. The Congress should vote on it. The American people should say one way or another whether they're going to support this operation. I would oppose it, but that's the right way to do it. That's the constitutional process.
All right, Senators, we have to leave it there. Senator Levin, Senator Smith, kind of both of you, as always, to join us on Late Edition. Thank you very much. Thank you. And just ahead, Russian President Boris Yeltsin issues a stern warning to NATO. What will it take to heal the rift with Russia? We'll talk with that country's foreign ministry spokesman, and we'll also hear from two men who fought the Cold War, former U.S. National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General George Jalwan. Stay with us.
Honey, there's not much time left. Are we ready for the baby? You know, financially.
Well, I wanted it to be a surprise, but I've been planning.
Tell me.
Listen, 7, 9, 15, 21. You see where I'm going?
No.
The lottery. I'm a lucky guy.
Lucky? I'm due in 4 weeks.
Hey, that gives us 4 more chances to win.
Don't be caught unprepared. Ask your financial advisor about the funds of Alliance Capital, the investment professional's choice. Do it now, because later is sooner than you think.
This is ordinary potting soil. This is new Miracle Grow potting mix. What's the difference? Results. University tests prove that plants grown in Miracle Grow potting mix grow twice as big. That's because it's the only potting mix that combines a premium blend of rich organic ingredients with just the right amount of Miracle Grow plant food for bigger, more beautiful potted plants. Guaranteed. Try new Miracle Grow potting mix. The miracle is in the mix.
There are many ways you can get stuck with a flat tire. But not with this tire. Even with no air pressure, you keep driving to safety. The Goodyear AquaSteel Run Flat. It could be the difference between getting stuck and getting there. Only from Goodyear.
When was the last time you saw the world and felt that it, for once, revolved around you? When was the last time you watched an eagle fish for salmon, rode a glass-dome train, or saw a bear from your balcony? And when was the last time you witnessed Mother Nature recreating herself? Holland, America, it's time.
I told NATO and the Americans and the Germans, don't push us towards military actions. Otherwise, the whole Europe, or maybe the entire world, will plunge into a war.
Russian President Boris Yeltsin this week making a dire prediction about the fallout from NATO actions against Yugoslavia. Welcome back to Late Edition. We're going to hear from former U.S. National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General George Jalwan in just a few minutes. But first, joining us from Moscow is Russia's Foreign Ministry spokesman Vladimir Rakhmanin. Mr. Rakhmanin, welcome back to Late Edition.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. The ominous statements coming from various Russian leaders, how worried should the NATO allies be about the possible involvement of Russia in this military confrontation over Yugoslavia?
I would like to stress that from the very beginning of the NATO airstrikes, the Russian position towards those NATO operations was crystal clear. First, we protest against the NATO airstrikes because we don't believe that they lead anywhere, they are inhumane, and they don't bring us to a political solution. Second, we stand strongly for the political solution of Kosovo crisis because there is no alternative to political resolution. And third, Russia is not intended to be dragged into military conflict in the Balkans. That's our position.
Why did Russia deploy a spy ship near the Adriatic, which some U.S. and NATO officials see as a potential threat if you were, for example, to share some of that information with the Serbs?
This reconnaissance ship is only one reconnaissance ship in Adriatic. There is a huge military operation being waged by NATO, and we have only one ship in Adriatic. And this reconnaissance ship is sending its information to Moscow, to Russia. That's our position. And we need this ship in order to carefully study the situation which is developing in Europe. We ourselves are in Europe, and we need constantly to study carefully what is happening in the Balkans and assess it in the context of our own national security and make our own conclusions.
And so therefore, can you assure the NATO allies right now that Russia will not share any of this intelligence information with Yugoslavia?
I would like to repeat once again that this ship is sending information to Moscow, to Russia.
All right, so I take it that you're not going to share the information, is that correct?
We're getting this information here in Moscow.
All right, let's leave it there. What about the statement from the Speaker of the Duma, the Russian Parliament, this week that the nuclear missiles were going to be retargeted against those NATO countries, including the United States, engaged in the bombing campaign against Yugoslavia?
Mr. Blitzer, I would like to say that we fully comply with our international obligations, with our obligation towards United Nations and to our bilateral obligations. And there are no orders being given to retarget any nuclear missiles. And you know that in 1994, the presidents of the United States and Russia signed a very important agreement to detarget the missiles from each other countries, and we comply with this agreement.
You know, this week, your boss, the Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov, will be meeting with Secretary of State Madeleine Albright in Oslo to discuss this crisis over Kosovo. What do you want to emerge from this meeting?
We consider that political means is the ultimate mean to get out of this situation which was created by NATO bombings. We are going to discuss the Kosovo crisis first and foremost, as we were discussing it through the last 2 weeks with Secretary General of the United Nations, with Italians, Germans, French, and my boss Igor Ivanov did almost daily conversations with Secretary Albright, and we believe that it would be an important meeting, and we are preparing very carefully to this meeting.
You understand, you've heard all of the discussion here in the United States among the NATO allies about the possibility of introducing ground forces into Kosovo to escort those refugees back toward their homes. What would be the Russian reaction if U.S. and NATO ground forces went in to fight their way into Kosovo?
I understand that the NATO officials and U.S. officials are not talking about ground troops, and we believe that ground troops would be a larger disaster. Since March 24th, we already have 500,000 refugees getting out of Kosovo. The ground troops might bring more civilian casualties, and that would be a much worse situation. That should not happen.
Vladimir Rachmanyan, it was kind of you to join us once again on Late Edition. Thank you so much for joining us from Moscow.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. We now get two unique perspectives on the NATO strike against Yugoslavia and the strain it's causing between NATO nations and Russia. Brent Scowcroft served as National Security Advisor to former Presidents Ford and Bush, and General George Jalwen was NATO's Supreme Allied Commander from 1993 to 1997. Generals, I should say, welcome to Late Edition. General Scowcroft, you heard this Russian reaction, which would be very hostile if the ground forces were introduced, the NATO ground forces were introduced. Is that enough to prevent the U.S. and the NATO allies from introducing ground forces, the anticipated reaction from Russia?
I certainly hope not. The Russians are upset, but this is only one of a number of things that are bothering the Russians. I think the way the air war started when Prime Minister Primakov was on his way over, forcing him either to come to Washington when the bombing was going on or turn around in the air, was a further humiliation to them, and I think they're reacting to show their hurt dignity. I think we have to do what we need to do, and after we finish, then bring the Russians in to help out.
General Jolwen, you were on the front lines in dealing with a potential Russian threat over many years of your military career. How worried should the NATO alliance be right now about a potential revival of that Cold War with Russia?
Well, I would hope that we would take the progress that we've made in the last few years, particularly with Russia on Bosnia. We now have Russian troops with us in Bosnia. I was able to have a 3-star Russian deputy as my deputy in Mons, Belgium since 1995. We have a joint NATO-Russian council that meets.
But they've ended all of that in the last 3 weeks.
We have to find ways to keep the dialogue going. I hope we don't go back to the Cold War rhetoric that we had in the past. We have made substantial progress with Russians, and I think we need to treat the Russians with respect, treat them as a great country, and get them back into the debate, not isolate them and not ignore them. We have to get them into this. They're part of the contact group. They need to be part of the solution, not the problem in Kosovo.
Was it worth it, General Scowcroft, to irritate the Russians as much as the NATO alliance has to get involved with this air campaign in Kosovo?
Well, we were in an impossible position in Kosovo with the failure of the Rambouillet. We either had to walk away from it, giving NATO tremendous credibility problems, or do what we threatened to do over and over again to Milosevic, that we were very serious this time. We didn't have any choice but to do it. I think we could have managed the Russians, especially since Primakov was on his way, much better.
General Jolwen, this military strategy, air power alone, can get the job done. Do you really believe that air power alone can get this job done?
Well, I listened to General Clark this morning on several shows, and I understand. If anyone understands the predicament and the challenges that he has, I do. But I really think you need to go in with many more options. We had several options in Bosnia that we had to pursue. I think you need to have more than one arrow in your quiver particularly when you're facing someone like Milosevic. You have to take the initiative away from him, and if bombing isn't working, then I think you have to have a plan for another option, as we heard. But the key to it is you need to train the troops. We trained for months before we went into Bosnia to train the troops to standard. You just can't put a force on the ground and say, one day hand out blankets and the next day to fight. So you need to be able to give the time to troops to train.
And do you accept that?
I accept the whole thing.
Did they have to start preparing potentially for that possibility?
They should have started preparing before. There are two things. First of all, I can't think of a single case where a bombing campaign alone has made a foreign leader change his mind.
With the exception of Japan.
I think there was a lot more of that. We were getting prepared for a land invasion.
Exactly.
And those were nuclear weapons as well.
Short of nuclear. Yeah.
That's right. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the Serbs pride themselves on their toughness. And Milosevic, I think, shows by this that he can stand pain. He's a hero now. He's more popular in Serbia than he was before.
Interesting. And you speak as someone who was a former U.S. military attaché in Belgrade.
That is correct.
So you spent some time living there.
The Serbs pride themselves on their ability to take pain to show how tough they are.
All right, let's take a quick call from Little River, South Carolina. Go ahead with your question for two generals.
I would like to know when the defense policy of the nation changed from defense of the country to intervention in a sovereign nation's internal problems.
General Jolwen?
Well, I think we fought 2 world wars where we didn't take the opportunity to prevent the conflict. We've had 14 million young men and women go back and forth to Europe during the Cold War to demonstrate resolve, Fortress America has never worked. And so this is something where NATO and the United States have shared ideals and values, not just ships and tanks and planes. Those shared ideas and values are being violated today in Kosovo. I think the alliance was right to act. I have a question about how it's acting, but it was right to act. I think the United States is part of that alliance and needs to lead the effort.
You heard Senator Smith of New Hampshire General, say that this is not going to work. The U.S. should never have gotten involved in there. The U.S. has no vital interest getting involved in that situation. A lot of Americans appreciate and feel that way.
I believe that we have an interest in Kosovo that we do not have, for example, in Bosnia, because of the possibility in Kosovo of a spillover of this conflict, which could eventually involve the Greeks, the Turks, the Bulgarians, the Albanians, into a much wider conflict, focused on the problems of Macedonia, which is a very fragile state where there are a lot of Albanians. We do have a definite national interest in this conflict.
All right, General, stand by. We have to take a quick break. When we return, more phone calls for Brent Scowcroft and General George Jalwan. Late edition. We'll be right back.
No two golfers have exactly the same swing. Same way no two investors have the same retirement needs. That's why at American Century, we offer a broad range of retirement products, like IRAs and plans for small businesses. So, when you're planning your retirement, look into American Century. We may have just what you need to make yours sweet.
Call 1-888-ACI-FUNDS.
Hello, folks. William Shallard here for Globe Life. We've all seen those $1 a week and so much a unit life insurance offers. But what you may not realize is many of those plans provide less than $700 of life insurance protection. But Globe's long life policy features a level $10,000 benefit available from the very first day the policy is issued. There are no waiting periods or reduced coverage in the first few years, and applying for coverage is easy. It only costs $1 to start a Globe Long Life policy. This lets you review it. If you're not completely satisfied, you can return it within 30 days for a complete refund. See for yourself why a good price doesn't always mean a good value. Maybe that's why millions of people have Globe policies. Call Globe today.
To receive complete information and applications by return mail, call Globe at 1-800-253-9300. Call Globe today.
Michael, I say, Michael, would you like to hear a bird call?
Sure, Foghorn.
With MCI, a bird can call for just 5 cents a minute every Sunday and 10 cents a minute all week long. Now that, my friend, is a beautiful bird call.
The bird thinks he's a comedian.
Now stop stealing my material.
Call 1-800-Sundays to sign up.
Don't get me riled.
Every day you give from your heart. So every day, keep your heart healthy by lowering cholesterol. Oatmeal Crisp has soluble fiber that may help lower your cholesterol, plus delicious clusters of oats, sweet raisins, and brown sugar. Your heart does so much for you. Make Oatmeal Crisp a part of your heart-healthy diet and return the favor. Oatmeal Crisp. It's your heart's desire.
Gamers watching you, CNN.
Secretary of State Madeleine Albright this morning departing for Europe. She'll meet with NATO leaders in Brussels before going on to Oslo for a meeting with the Russian foreign minister on Tuesday. Welcome back to this special 2-hour late edition. We're talking with former National Security Advisor General Brent Scowcroft and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General George Jalwan. General Jalwan, there's a current poll in CNN USA Today, Gallup poll, which asks if it would be necessary for the U.S. to achieve its objectives in Kosovo with ground troops. They say 51% say yes. Air attacks only 25% believe it would be possible. No military action, only 15% say the U.S. would achieve its objectives if it just stayed out of this situation. What would it take if ground troops were deemed essential to achieve the NATO goal? How many ground troops?
Well, I think it would all depend on the objective. I've seen some reports.
The objective being to return all of the Kosovar refugees to their homes and allow a stable situation to be created there.
Not going all the way to Belgrade.
Right, just Kosovo.
I think if you put, which is not in that poll, air, ground, and sea forces together, which is how we train and fight, combined arms, I think you have less of a need for a lesser number of ground forces. We haven't done that. That's not in the poll. If you put that force together, I think you can do it with relatively few forces. But that's
when
why
you say relatively few, what does that mean?
Less than, I would say, 60 to 100,000 ground forces.
Fox Pay-Per-View.
Personal Chevy Blazer. Make your money count big time with $1,000 cash back on Blazers, $750 cash back on S10s, or save with low 0.9 financing. The end of the year is the best time to buy. And check out Motor Trend's Truck of the Year, the all-new Silverado.
Yeah, I'm a Chevy man. Big time.
This is Trace Atkins reminding you to see your Gulf Coast Chevrolet dealer.
To our viewers around the world, peace on earth from CNN.
1998, the year that Wall Street looked into the abyss and survived. The year a hedge fund debacle exposed a complex world of arrogance and ignorance. The year the global financial crisis spread from Asian markets to the streets of Jakarta, to Red Square, and to the very shores of the United States. A year that spawned new giants, finance, automobiles, oil, and the internet.
From New York, Moneyline with Lou Dobbs.
Good evening and welcome to this special edition of Moneyline. Tonight, the stories that shook the business world in 1998, the events, trends, and deals that changed corporate America forever. We'll take a look at the seismic shifts in key industries and the breakthrough drug for men that became an overnight sensation around the world. But first, the people and players who made the year unforgettable. 4 of the most powerful men in business. All faced monumental challenges, and not all survived. Peter Viles has the report.
He was one of Wall Street's best and brightest, and John Meriwether's hedge fund, Long-Term Capital Management, was proof of his brilliance. His strategy, cooked up by Nobel Prize-winning economists, was supposed to be foolproof. Find investments that couldn't possibly go wrong and then bet on them with borrowed money. One problem, though, the world in 1998 did not behave the way John Meriwether assumed it would.
Whether their bets were right or wrong, they weren't right soon enough, and they moved against them. And when you're leveraged, you have to make margin calls. So it's not enough to be right. You have to be right at the right time.
The potential losses at long-term capital were staggering. Estimates ran into the hundreds of billions. The Federal Reserve, fearing for the big banks that lent to the fund, convinced Wall Street's biggest firms, led by Merrill Lynch and Goldman Sachs, to buy control of the fund for $3.6 billion.
The plight of LTCM might scarcely have caused a ripple in financial markets or among financial regulators 18 months ago. But in current circumstances, it was judged to warrant attention.
At one point, Warren Buffett toyed with buying the fund. Of course, he didn't, but he did put its supposedly sophisticated investing strategy into simple terms. He said, quote, "You never know who's swimming naked until the tide goes out."
That's not a bad idea.
The tide also went out in 1998 on Al Dunlap. He was known as Chainsaw Al, a pit bull who would attack any cost to protect shareholder value. His biggest stage was Sunbeam, a tired and troubled appliance maker badly in need of a makeover.
I've taken on jobs that no one else wanted. And I think my basic skill has to do with turning around failing companies.
At first, Dunlap's strong medicine appeared to work. He cut Sunbeam's workforce in half and drove its stock from $12 to $50 a share. But 21 months into the job, the trouble started. A stunning first-quarter loss. Then allegations that previous profits had been inflated. And finally, Sunbeam's board fired Al Dunlap.
It's a sad ending to what at times had definitely been an illustrious career as a turnaround artist. It's not the first time that it looks like he did some near-term shoring up of a company, preparing it for sale, only to see it crumble later.
In corporate exile, Dunlap insisted he had not cooked the books.
I am outraged that people say they can't believe the numbers. As I sit here tonight, Lou, I absolutely believe those numbers.
But in fact, the numbers were a myth. When Sunbeam later restated its earnings, more than half of its 1997 profits had disappeared. As Al Dunlap was leaving the stage in 1998, Sandy Weil was taking it over. The leading player in a drama of his own creation. His $70 billion vision was astonishing in its ambition. The first global financial supermarket, serving 100 million customers.
The world is changing dramatically, and I think this positions the combination of our companies in the best possible way for the next 100 years.
Word of the Citicorp Travelers deal drove the Dow above 9,000 for the first time ever. But quickly, the new giant stumbled. Bad bets around the world cost the bank $1 billion in bond trading losses. President Jamie Dimon, the man Weil had groomed to take his place, left in a management shakeup. And after first saying job cuts were not a goal, the bank said it would slash 10,000 jobs.
When the merger was announced, they were planning on some significant revenue synergies from the merger. Well, the markets have not cooperated, and it's really made the revenue environment tougher.
At year's end, Sandy Weil still had his place at the table and on Wall Street, as he and John Reed continued to share leadership of Citigroup. But it wasn't clear whether the power-sharing arrangement was working or who would take over if that partnership failed.
Now, when we build these products, we've got to make sure they all work together.
Boardroom power struggles in 1998, however, paled in comparison to the battle waged in this Washington courthouse, where the federal government took aim at Bill Gates and his software empire.
What this case has always been about is to make sure that there's competition in this critical American industry.
The government claimed Gates used his monopoly in operating systems for personal computers as leverage to dominate the internet. Gates' competitors showed up as government witnesses.
The internet is far too important to mankind to let any one company dominate it.
Microsoft lawyers, a small army of them, argued the government doesn't understand the software business and doesn't understand that business in general is not always friendly.
You just heard an opening statement that was based entirely on loose and unreliable rhetoric and on snippets that were not in any sort of responsible context.
The reluctant witness in all of this was Gates himself, who testified on tape and was by turns forgetful and evasive.
I don't know what you mean concerned. What is it about the word concerned that you don't understand? I'm not sure what you mean by it. Is there a document where I use that term?
There is no jury to weigh those words. This trial, and perhaps the future of the U.S. computer software industry, will be settled by this man, Judge Thomas Penfield Jackson, making him a player to watch in 1999.
Other powerful figures in business left an indelible mark on the year as well, some for their spectacular rise, others for their humbling fall. In the latter category, Cindent CEO Henry Silverman. The legendary deal maker once had legions of fans on Wall Street. That was before Cindent found accounting fraud within the books of its CUC unit, a discovery that devastated Cindent's stock. Silverman's goal for the new year, to rebuild his shattered credibility. The credibility of Wall Street's best-known strategist was tested as well, but even as the market swooned, Abby Joseph Cohen of Goldman Sachs never blinked. When the market re-emerged, so did Cohen, with a sterling reputation and one of the biggest prizes on Wall Street, a Goldman partnership. Jerry Seinfeld captured Hollywood's biggest paycheck in 1998. As the top-paid entertainer, Seinfeld earned $220 million in a syndication bonanza. He left NBC with a gaping hole in its Thursday night lineup, departing from network television under an avalanche of glowing publicity. Next on this special edition of Moneyline, 1998, a revolution in business. Gas cheaper than bottled water, shopping from your desktop, and the nation's hottest sport shoved aside. Those stories are next. Stay with us.
What a party. I'll never forget it. We started investing in no-load mutual funds with T. Rowe Price right after Randall's first big promotion. People thought we were crazy investing by ourselves. Few people did it back then. Well, we wanted to enjoy our retirement, work with kids, hang out in the backyard, all 40 zillion acres of it.
For over 50 years, we've been helping people invest with confidence. T. Rowe Price.
Sunday on CNN Newsstand.
The House will be in order. All members take seats.
While it may have seemed all eyes were on Washington in '98, a whole year of events took place that had impact around the world.
Wow, a huge explosion there.
A look back at the year in pictures, the images of 1998. In other news, CNN Newsstand, Sunday 10, 9 Central on CNN.
You'd expect breaking news from CNN Interactive, but how about fashion, travel, entertainment, health, science breakthroughs, weather, a whole world of news and information on the World Wide Web. Get it all at CNN.com.
Today's most powerful financial tool is information. Now, immediate and comprehensive, in-depth business intelligence from Industry Watch, all free. Go to CNNFN.com, the financial network.
Sunday on CNN's Late Edition, the last word in Sunday Talk, an incredible year. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We'll take a look back at the year that was, the politics, the investigation, and the impeachment. Late Edition, Sunday, noon Eastern on CNN.
1998 was a year in which entire industries were transformed, driven by market forces, technological advances, and labor struggles. The result, a year of dramatic change in everything from shopping malls to oil fields to baseball fields.
It is a gold rush every bit as real as what happened in California in 1849. This year's gold was in cyberspace, and no one found more of it than 34-year-old Jeffrey Bezos, the founder of Amazon.com. For the most part, he sells books via the internet, but he's worth $5 billion because investors believe he's building the Walmart of the web.
Time is the most precious commodity in the late 20th century, and the fact that you don't have to drive, park, do all those things that make life complicated when you go shopping in the physical world is a huge advantage of online shopping.
Despite a notable lack of profits, Amazon loses money. Investors have been true believers. They drove Amazon stock from $30 a share to nearly $300, driving the value of the company to $15 billion, more than Delta Airlines, more than Kmart, and in the eyes of many analysts, more than any internet retailer is really worth.
I think those companies are being played by the momentum players and people out there who just want to be in them because they see them going up.
Amazon was not alone. Investors fell in love with other internet stocks in 1998, notably eBay and Yahoo. As the year wore on, the gold rush mentality seemed to feed on itself. The prospectors were young investors who did their stock trading over the internet. There was a time when striking oil also meant instant riches. But in 1998, oil was so cheap that finding it was no guarantee you could make money by selling it. Through most of the year, oil prices were in a free fall, dropping 40% to levels adjusted for inflation not seen since the early 1970s.
Oil demand in the developing countries in Asia is down substantially compared to increase every year in previous years. So you're talking about a swing of maybe 1 million barrels a day.
OPEC's lack of political muscle prevented deep cuts in production, and unusually warm weather around the world also hurt demand. The result, with light sweet crude at just $11 a barrel and with profits at risk, Exxon and Mobil, the two biggest oil companies in the United States, decided to join forces in the biggest merger ever.
Today's announced combination does not mean that we could not survive on our own. This is not a combination based on desperation. It's one based on opportunity.
The real opportunity created by the oil glut wasn't for oil companies, but for American motorists. Gas prices slipped as low as $1 a gallon, helping to prolong one of the great love affairs of the 1990s, the one between American drivers and their gas-guzzling sport utility vehicles. Another great love affair was reborn in 1998, this one between millions of Americans and the game of baseball.
Thank you, baseball fans. Together we celebrated a new record and gave honor to the old one.
Thank you for being with me 2,632 times, for making the present perfect.
For baseball and its fans, 1998 was nearly perfect. The home run race between Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa captivated the nation. Attendance rose nearly 4%. New teams in Arizona and Tampa drew 6 million new fans. And Bud Selig, the game's new full-fledged commissioner, had the good sense to keep the spotlight on the players.
You have a golden age right now in baseball. You have more great players playing the game right now than you've had in any single era in baseball history.
While baseball was winning hearts, basketball was losing them in droves. The league's decision to lock out its players turned into a colossal lose-lose situation. Teams lost up to $2 million for each canceled game. Players lost more than $300 million in salary, money they may never see. Commissioner David Stern lost his golden reputation, and millions of fans just lost interest.
People are talking to me all the time about this. They don't care. That's a very frightening thing. People aren't outraged. They don't care.
Nike appeared to care. It ran ads pleading for the season to begin. But Nike had its own agenda. The NBA serves as a giant billboard for its products. January 7th is now the drop-dead date. If there is no deal by then, there will be no season.
1998 was a giant billboard for mergers. Corporate America shattered 1997's record for mergers and acquisitions months ago. The total for this year now stands at well over $1.5 trillion. Some of 1998's biggest deals brought together not just companies, but continents, with European giants launching takeovers of landmark American companies. There's no better example than Daimler's $38 billion deal to buy Chrysler, announced last May. 3 months later, British Petroleum unveiled a $49 billion takeover of Amoco. And in November, Deutsche Bank said it would buy Bankers Trust for nearly $10 billion, the biggest takeover of an American bank by an overseas company. That deal, only one of many within the rapidly consolidating banking business. The M&A peaked during the spring. The Citicorp Travelers deal, the $60 billion merger between Bank America and Nations Bank. One of the year's most ambitious deals, AT&T and TCI. The $48 billion buyout aims to offer customers faster internet access using cable lines. But the cost and technical complexity spooked many investors. And in late November, AOL and Netscape unveiled their own ambitious deal worth more than $4 billion. The combined companies, allied with Sun Microsystems, plan to battle Microsoft for control of the internet. Up next, Wall Street, from panic to prosperity. In this special Moneyline 1998, a challenging year continues.
Moneyline Focus is brought to you by Deloitte & Touche, one of the nation's leading professional services firms.
They're one of the greatest food companies on earth. Which professional services firm crunches Nabisco's numbers? The answer is Deloitte & Touche.
They survey the financial landscape like no one else.
Where does MetLife seek audit and tax services? The answer is Deloitte & Touche.
Season for the Lexus December to Remember sales event with values you've never dreamed possible. After all, we know not everyone has visions of sugar plums. Ends January 4th, so make haste to your Lexus dealer.
A new day dawns, and the way you see your world has forever changed. Now, CNN rings in a new era of global news coverage for today's information age. With a new technologically advanced newsroom, adding new talent to its list of distinguished journalists, and introducing programs that inform, educate, and entertain. The next generation of news coverage here today from America's most trusted news source, CNN.
Alan Greenspan told investors this year that America could not remain an oasis of prosperity in a world of economic turmoil. And like almost everything else the Fed chairman said and did this year, he was right. In August, the Dow dropped more than 500 points in a single day. The venerable hedge fund, long-term capital, almost collapsed. Global liquidity all but evaporated, and for the first time in almost a decade, Wall Street heard the dreaded words, bear market. But it didn't end that way. Greenspan and the Fed slashed interest rates. Robert Rubin and Congress helped rescue the International Monetary Fund, and by year's end, Wall Street was back in the record books.
Early in the year, the bull market was unstoppable, breaking the 9,000 barrier and humbling those who predicted its downfall.
I'm humbled by the market every day, several times a day, as a matter of fact.
But then came the agony of August, when the presidency was paralyzed by crisis. Turmoil swept from Asia to Russia, and the bull market, with the weight of the world on its shoulders, buckled. The Dow lost 299 points August 4th, 357 on the 28th, 512 on the 31st, and 15% for the month.
We're finally getting theory, we're finally getting some capitulation, so we're probably getting very close to a bottom in here. But while we're getting, it's ugly. The process of making a bottom is very ugly, very scary and pretty nasty.
The financial press tossed around words like crash and Armageddon, and the bears multiplied.
We are in a bear market, whether we like it or not.
The average NASDAQ stock has been falling for 2 years. The average American Stock Exchange stock has been falling for a year. The average NYSE stock is down from where it was last summer.
But in the early fall, stocks came roaring back. The market's reigning bull, Abby Joseph Cohen of Goldman Sachs, held her ground. Individual investors surprised the professionals. They did not panic. The biggest force in the comeback may have been Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan. He stepped forward at a critical moment. The Friday before Labor Day, investors the world over were on edge. Greenspan chose that moment to declare a ceasefire in the war on inflation and announce that the threat of a global recession had taken its place.
It is just not credible that the United States can remain an oasis of prosperity unaffected by a world that is experiencing greatly increased stress.
The timing was careful, a Friday before a holiday to give markets time to digest potentially explosive news, and the timing worked.
I know that it's been viewed very positively. Actually, he said some very scary things. He's talking about global disinflation hitting us now, and he's done a magnificent job in managing emotions.
Then Greenspan delivered. He cut interest rates 3 times in 7 weeks, dramatically rebuilding investor confidence.
The bottom line is stakes are very high. If our economy goes down, and there's some risk that it could, I don't think it will, but there's a risk that it could, then it will take the rest of the world down.
Greenspan had always been known as a man whose words, however hard they were to decipher, moved the markets. But this year his legacy grew. The man so often accused of using inscrutable language emerged at a critical moment as a plain-spoken leader of the new global economy. Greenspan had a crucial ally this year, Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, who calmed financial markets and convinced Congress to put U.S. money on the line to support struggling economies. For most of the year, the White House was losing that argument.
This Congress is not about to authorize anything that amounts to a bailout of private sector financial institutions.
The president, weakened by scandal, pleaded for support.
I have been asking for this for nearly a year now. The crisis overseas has continued to intensify. This is inexcusable, and we need the money now.
At stake was Washington's $18 billion contribution to the International Monetary Fund. As the president's credibility eroded, Rubin's remained rock solid.
American leadership has been absolutely critical during this crisis and will continue to be. And our economic well-being and national security are critically at stake.
When the falling Japanese yen threatened to drag down China's currency, it was Rubin who stunned traders by selling dollars to prop up the yen. Wall Street's biggest compliment to Rubin was its reaction when the president was impeached. Traders said as long as Rubin stayed in office, Wall Street would not panic.
The year's drama was hardly confined to Wall Street and Washington. 1998 witnessed change on a global scale, the most dramatic in Russia, where economic reform vanished, a feeble president fired 2 prime ministers, Moscow defaulted on its debt, and the ruble and high-flying Russian stock market collapsed. By year's end, the economic crisis had left millions of Russians still unpaid, many hungry, and everyone uncertain about Russia's future. Indonesia's economic crisis exploded into violence. Riots destroyed large parts of the capital city and other regions, which helped end the 30-year reign of President Suharto. Political change as well in Asia's largest economy. Japanese Prime Minister Ryotaro Hashimoto, a former trade minister and the man expected to lead Japan out of recession, resigned. Japan's economic outlook remains bleak as ever. And an era ended in Germany. Helmut Kohl, the man who presided over the fall of the Berlin Wall, engineered the reunification of East and West Germany and led Europe towards a single currency, defeated in elections. Gerhard Schroeder will now guide Europe's largest economy through the biggest social and economic experiment of the century, the euro. Coming up on this special edition of Moneyline, 1998's magic little pill.
Can I get life insurance at my age, in my health?
I'd like to leave my loved ones with a little something when I'm gone, but I'm afraid I'm too old to get life insurance.
If you're like these nice folks and thought life insurance after 45 was impossible to get or impossible to afford, I've got good news. If you're 45 to 79, Physicians Life guarantees you up to $10,000 of permanent modified whole life insurance, designed to help your family with the expenses they will face. There's no medical exam, no health questions. You can buy this policy if you're 45 to 79 and you're insured for life. Just $1 pays for your first month of protection. After that, you can continue at an affordable monthly renewal rate that can never go up. Plus, your coverage can never be canceled no matter what your age or health. Easy to get and easy to afford. Now let me tell you why this protection is so important. All of us someday will leave behind expenses for our loved ones to pay. There's no escaping it. Those expenses can easily add up to thousands of dollars. You know, some people even expect the government to take care of these expenses. But the fact is, Social Security pays a death benefit of just $255, and only if you qualify. That's why I urge you to take a look at this plan. It's one sure and affordable way you can help leave your loved ones with dollars instead of debts. For all the details, just call the toll-free number to get this free information kit from Physicians Life. You get it directly by mail. There's no cost or obligation of any kind. You're just calling for information. This is one phone call your loved ones will be thankful for later. So call right now.
We're here when you need us. Physicians Life.
This was the year that also proved that sex sells, and it can be summed up in a single word: Viagra. More now on the drug that had hearts racing from the boardroom to the bedroom.
At first, people weren't quite sure how to say the word.
Viagra.
Viagra.
Viagra?
We're from Scotland, so it's Viagra.
But everyone understood the product. And last spring, it seemed everyone was trying it.
Everyone's saying that it's a great drug. Is it a great drug? I mean, I think it's an effective drug.
The subject was almost impossible to avoid. So were the bad jokes, thousands of them. Don't worry, none of them were worth repeating. And Wall Street stopped laughing long enough to declare Viagra a billion-dollar windfall for Pfizer, the company that makes it.
It is such a large, unserved market. There are approximately 30 million men in the U.S. that have male sexual dysfunction between the ages of 40 and 70. That has all the makings of a billion-dollar-plus blockbuster.
At the height of the Viagra mania, Pfizer stock soared $27 in a month, which at the time seemed like a lot. Of course, by now, we're used to internet stocks like Amazon that go up $27 in a day. But Amazon didn't have a patron saint like Ace Greenberg, who found Viagra to be so vital that he bought $1 million worth to be given to the poor. And no matter how hot its stocks got, nobody ever wrote a song like this about the internet.
Please prescribe me
Viagra. For Moneyline, this is Peter Viles.
And for tonight and this year, that's the bottom line. Thanks for being with us throughout 1998. Good night from New York, and have a very happy New Year.
Sunday on CNN Newsstand. A look back at the year in pictures. CNN Newsstand, Sunday 10, 9 Central on CNN.
There's a whole new way to watch HBO. Because HBO 2 has changed to HBO Plus, a channel that's the perfect complement to HBO, doubling your viewing pleasure with more choices and more of the entertainment you love. It's great because whenever you tune in, you have 2 different programs to choose from. So if you want more variety, turn to HBO Plus, part of the works, the new package of channels from HBO.
To get more choice and variety, get the works. Call Cox today.
Smart Money just ranked us as one of the top 3 discount brokers, ahead of Schwab, E-Trade, Quick and Riley, and 16 others.
For big commission savings, guaranteed service, fast response, and so much more, call 1-800-257-5700.
If you're dissatisfied with a trade for any reason, that trade is commission-free.
Call now for free information. Plus, open an account and receive 50% off your first 3 trades.
Don't you think it's time to trade up to Siebert?
Let's see. Chris wants a new Caravan, and with up to $1,000 cash allowance. Oh, and Dad wants a brand new Dodge Intrepid.
In your corner every night on ESPN and Cox Cable.
The Rockport Adventure Travel Collection for women. They're loaded with gear like steel support shanks, heel stabilizers, and waterproof leather with Hydro Shield. So, no matter what you happen to run into out there, you'll be prepared. Be comfortable. Uncompromise. Start with your feet. Get the Adventure Travel Collection for women and all the best Rockport shoes at the Sports Shoe, your Rockport headquarters.
To our viewers around the world, peace on earth from CNN.
This is Style, and I'm Elsa Clenge reporting on the design news of 1998. The trends and the designers' thoughts behind them in collections in New York, Paris, Milan, London, and Tokyo. You'll hear what women wanted in the 90s, as well as how they're changing their minds about fashion for the next millennium. And swimsuits, they've never played more roles in a woman's wardrobe. To start, a fall-winter trend that's swept in. It even promises to be an essential part of a woman's wardrobe when the millennium arrives. Skirt lengths fell right down to the ankle and made a new fashion direction for fall and winter. But in the spring-summer '99 collections that showed late this year, they were both up and down. The fall-winter lengths called for new proportions. Skirt shapes came asymmetrical, oval, bias cut, pleated, and flared. In New York, for the BKNY show, Donna Karen says her elliptical long skirt changed the mood of the whole collection.
The clothes have an architectural structure to it, but a freedom of the body, so it's not skin tight to the body and allows the body to breathe. It's sort of like a cloud feeling.
For spring-summer, many designers said lengths were all about variety, and that variety meant pants too. Pants came in as many lengths as the skirts. Some designers kept them ankle length, while others kept the length at the knee. Ralph Lauren says he approached sportswear on totally new terms. It was all about turning clothes designed for function into fashion. So he did his skirt and pant lengths half a dozen different ways.
There is a short length that I am doing in terms of short skirts. And I am doing some crop pants and some long dresses and long skirts at the same time.
Helmut Lang got the New York spring-summer season off to a spectacular start in September. He said he firmly believed in a length that falls around the knee. It's both practical and dynamic.
I think it's more a fashion issue than an issue for life, really. We do very well with around the knee, and we stick with that.
In Milan, Miuccia Prada put her emphasis on a fantasy interpretation of active sports, not just in fabrics, but in shapes and lengths.
Lengths are mainly around the knee, and the evening is really short because we have these evening dresses with mirrors, and under there is this men's shorts for swimming.
London's Betty Jackson also had her eye on sportswear, but hers was sportswear with a sophisticated 1930s movie influence. Shapes were streamlined, with plenty of low-slung waists.
Ankle length and below the knee. No short at all. Trousers are all cropped or very, very long, so they sort of wrinkle at the bottom. So no short at all, unless you're wearing a bathing suit.
Antwerp's Dries van Noten also did 2 lengths in a gentle, almost mystical collection. Van Noten tells me that's because he's always believed in options.
2 lengths, knee length and long.
Why 2 lengths?
Why not? I think it's giving a lot of possibilities to women to wear different looks.
And Mühlemeister says while women need length options, proportions also dictate lengths.
If the right feeling is there, it doesn't matter if it's a short or long or a mid-leg or, I don't know. It just the silhouette has to be right. And sometimes it's short and sometimes it's long.
That's the lengths designers go for fashion. Still to come, will the international fascination with black give way to grey? It's just one question to be answered when we track fashion's colour trends, as our special year-end style continues.
Let's see, college in 4 years, costs up 40% over the next 5. Somebody do the math here.
It'd be great if our money would grow as fast as these kids. Can't believe.
Will paying for college be as painful as this? Let's get rid of it.
Hey, that kid just dropped a pretzel? Because I like pretzels. I really like
We'll be able to help with their
I
education.
wonder if we should have put that money in a trust. Maybe we would have.
I hope she was kidding about college in Hawaii.
Thank you, Payne Weber.
For 1 week only, Zales is having an after-Christmas clearance sale where you can get up to 70% off on a great selection of jewelry throughout the store. And get what you really want for up to 70% off. Now through Saturday at Zales.
It's my wife. I left her sitting right here.
How long has she been gone?
You don't think.
Aha.
What?
Checked out Red Hot Harry's?
No way. Lucinda gets really bad heartburn.
Not anymore, she doesn't.
What's that?
Looks like the remains of an individually wrapped Pepsid AC chewable.
Introducing Pepsid AC Chewables, the first chewable to stop heartburn before it starts. Lucinda? Is that you? Start living heartburn-free with new Pepsid AC Chewables.
Mitsubishi Diamante, the biggest engine in its class, loaded for under 30 grand.
The best show ever, ER TNT, 5 nights a week at 7.
What do we have? Can't feel the pulse.
ER TNT. See it every weeknight at 7, only on TNT.
Grey. Grey in all its shades became the new neutral for fall and winter, and designers even claimed it as a replacement for black. Grey turned up as some of the coziest sweaters of the season, as long knit dresses, warm wrap coats, glamorous silver fox collars that top everything, and as that timeless classic, the pinstripe suit. But in the spring-summer '99 collections that showed in September, October, and November, grey faded and color bloomed in its place.
Lots of color, lots of color. I mean, everything from lemon yellow to hot pink to bright red to turquoise to fuchsia.
For his spring-summer Gucci collection, Tom Ford sprang a surprise, not just with color, but with prints. Hibiscus prints for his hipster pants and ruffled dresses.
But really strong color, especially in the accessories. Bright yellow, very classic bags with bright yellow, bright orange canvas, trimmed in leather.
The Jill Sander color was very soft and gentle, except for blue and gold.
I thought a little surprise. I think the colors are a little bit powdery, but you saw the yellow, you saw the blue, you saw the strong blue.
In Paris, Karl Lagerfeld took a break from traditional Chanel shapes and took his cue from sportswear. Combinations with the order of the day, whether in textures, shapes, or colors.
Colors, colors, of course, there's more technical colors, but grayish silvers and goldish yellows and pink, but there are also a lot of earth tones, but mixed with purples and browns and things like this, you see?
At Christian Dior, John Galliano played a game with color. He offset it with graphic design. His opening group was in olive drab, but trimmed in bright red.
I think now people are hungry for something new, and I feel this is a good way to do it with these kind of abstracted prints and controlled use of color.
In his fresh, youthful collection, New York designer Bill Blass went all out for color. That's because he believes color is what women want.
Unless you give them color, they're not interested. I think I said to you before, but it's interesting.
For Calvin Klein, spring-summer meant color like never before.
Colors into brights, unexpected brights. I mean, bright red and turquoise. You know, colors that we haven't played around with. I mean, they're a bit of a shock.
That's the year in color. During the 90s, women's attitudes to fashion changed, but perhaps nothing more drastically than swimsuits. Swimsuits have rarely played more of a role in a woman's wardrobe than they did in this year's collection. One of the secrets for the big splash was fabrics, some of which don't seem practical for a lap in the pool: cashmere, leather, mohair, plastic and lace. But designers say they do work, and they work not only on the beach, but as an integral part of a 90s sportswear attitude to dressing. In Milan, Donatella Versace, who showed her third successful major collection, summed it up when it comes to swimsuits.
You're gonna see 5 of them on the runway. Each swimsuit belongs to the group of clothes and the fabric of clothes I'm gonna present, so you're gonna see the bathing suit goes with it. Each part of a collection has a bathing suit.
Angela Massoni is another of the new breed of designers who took over a fashion house. She brought her unique perspective to the knits her parents made famous. For her swimsuit, she uses what she calls the heaviest of yarns to give them a totally new look.
We cut them in a way like the masculine bathing suit of the end of the century, so with strips and a low neck, but kind of athletic. And so there's a full piece and a two-piece, which are kind of big, but low on the hips and straight for the bikini.
In Paris, Jean-Paul Gaultier based his collection and his swimsuits on the kimono. He played witty games with that kimono. He made his swimsuits modern, amusing, and a must-have.
What is short is the swimming suit, of course, but they are like a micro kimono. The swimming suit, and don't forget the hobby to swim with. That's an experience. I did like, so it makes think about the kimono.
Fit is always foremost in any Hervé Léger collection, and along with fit comes proportion. Léger spent as much time playing with swimsuit proportions as he did designing evening dresses.
I love to do swimsuit, and this season they are very sober, very strict, and very sexy at the same time. Cut is very important in the swimsuit. If it's not the right cut on the leg, 1 centimeter can change your proportion, you know? So I'm very aware of that.
In New York, Cynthia Rowley went for a wind-blown look in her fresh, feminine spring-summer collection. And she believed in using fabrics for swimsuits that go hand-in-hand with sportswear.
There's a little cashmere swimsuit. That's probably the most luxurious, and which you can swim in. There's a black and white striped one with 99 on it. There's 2 cashmere, 1 knit. Oh, and a little pink paisley.
Anna Swee, who's known for her eclectic mix of fabrics, patterns, prints, and ideas, dove into dressy swimwear looks.
There's a great sequence denim one, and then there's some kind of lame-ish bathing suits. I like the tops of the swimsuits a lot for tops to sportswear because I think that so many women like to show midriff and bosom. So I think that it's kind of a sexy way of adding a top to a sportswear look.
They're the strokes designers took to swimsuit. So what was the important trend of the 90s? Some diverse viewpoints when we return.
Hey, you want passion and romance? Turn on HBO. Because there's real life, and then there's the movies on HBO.
It was the dawn of a new age. Man would walk on the moon and change our perceptions of the universe forever. From precise timing mechanisms to a unique clock placed in the Sea of Tranquility, NASA turned to Bulova. We were there for America's first journey out of this world, and today, we're often there when someone new comes into it. Wherever the next generations take us, America still runs on Bulova time.
Bulova's new Millennia Collection, now at JCPenney.
Sunday on CNN Newsstand. While it may have seemed all eyes were on Washington, a whole year of events took place that had impact around the world. The images of 1998 on CNN Newsstand. Sunday, 10, 9 Central on CNN.
Watching you, CNN.
Was it black? Was it dress down Fridays, the urban edge, low-slung pants, or the long skirt? Designers have differing ideas on what was a major trend of the 90s. But if there's anything they agree on, it's minimalism. The simplification of clothes, the ease and comfort of separate dressing, and the freedom of choice. Designers said it's now the woman who makes the decisions, not the designers. Martine Sitbon says for her the decade was all about minimalism, but minimalism with a plus.
Minimalism, definitely, but natural, kind of like the woman feels much more confident, much more, she can show her sensitivity, she can be more natural. Women don't have to show they're very strong in the 90s compared to the 80s. They feel very comfortable with themselves.
Oscar de la Renta said the sheer simplicity of dressing in an easy manner was the major trend.
Obviously, minimalism was an important factor, but I think that now we are very fast getting away from it and getting to clothes that are far much more sophisticated, even if they are very simple.
Nicole Farey agreed that simplicity was key, and she also agreed that it's time to move along.
We're getting now to the end of the 90s where we practically have recreated a uniform. So I think there should be a really big change. We can't be any simpler than we've been.
Giovanna Ferragamo says while minimalism was a thread through the 90s, for her, it was a fickle decade.
The characteristic of the 90s is that there were a lot of changes, fast changes. Years ago, when there was a new trend, it would last longer. But now I think that everything is, goes more fast. I think minimalism, is what is, at the end of the 90s, is what was the more characteristic of all.
Marc Jacobs said the 90s not only gave women wider choices in fashion, but in beauty as well.
I really feel it's the change in attitude towards beauty and models and sort of what is acceptable as beauty and what's contemporary as beauty. And I think that people's eyes have been opened up to accepting a lot of different types of women as being beautiful.
A new freedom is the way the design team of Dolce & Gabbana describes the decade's major trend. And it's a freedom women quickly learn to enjoy.
There's not one trendy, there is many trendy. So you have a possibility for choice. What is the best for you?
Marcel Maronjou said the new freedom of choice also spilled over to designers. It gave them the resolve to break with tradition.
Deconstruction. Because it enabled us, all the so-called young designers, to have a new approach to fashion, to go forward and look at a garment, attack a garment with a new angle, totally new and fresh.
And for Michael Kors, the most important trend in the 90s can be summed up in one word.
Comfort, comfort, comfort. I think that each decade stands for something, and this one for sure is about comfort.
That's the designer definition of the major trend of the 90s. Still ahead, the next millennium. Are women's needs changing as we speed towards the year 2000? We'll hear and see more when this special edition of Style returns.
Is within your reach.
Relax. Cayman Island style. Relax. Cayman Island style. Relax. Cayman Island style. The Cayman Islands.
They think the market's going to go up 20% next year. What are they?
Tickets, folks. I'm out. I keep reading about tax-efficient investing. Should I be doing that? Everybody else seems.
Let's see. Rates are falling, inflation's low, more stocks or more bonds.
Hey. Oh, man.
This investment strategy is for you. Great. Just for me and 5 million other people.
Thank you, Payne Weber.
Mitsubishi Diamante, the biggest engine in its class, loaded for under 30 grand.
To some, fashion means fantasy. To others, it means power or prestige. It can be looked on as sexy, witty, outrageous, or simply fun. But now, as the next millennium approaches, what do women really want from fashion? Designers say on one hand, the emphasis is on function. On the other, women will always want to look and feel beautiful. In New York, Yoli says fashion must reflect women's lives. Time is of the essence. Streamlined clothing is the way to go.
I would say functionality, I would say low maintenance. High efficiency, low maintenance. I think that we all want to get dressed quickly, get dressed looking really marvelous without spending a lot of effort or time.
Jeffrey Bean believes function should also include value. In fact, function goes hand in hand with value.
I don't think it's so important in clothes that something be so new, but how good is it? And particularly at this state of economic turmoil in the world, that what you buy is damn well worth it.
John Bartlett says unless a woman identifies with an outfit, it will never work for her. At the end of the 90s, women only want clothes that fit their styles.
Clothing that they can identify with, that they can wear, that expresses more about them than it does about the clothing. I think they want something that is light, that they can travel with, that they can wear all year round. It's not really about seasons anymore.
In Milan, Lauren Steele agrees that the role of the designer is to make clothes that are special.
We definitely have to exalt female beauty. That's one thing. Practicality, absolutely. Things have to be easy to wear, easy to move in. And I think that we need to keep the idea of something luxurious or something special about clothes, that wearing them add to your everyday pleasure.
In Paris, Sonia Riquiel is down to earth about what will work for women. As usual, her choice is a mix of wit and sophistication.
I think they need a pants, naturally a pants. Shoes with high heel. Shoes are really funny. They have to be funny. And a jacket and something to put around the neck. And a flower ear. All the women, when they have just a little flower ear, or just a flower ear, or some ear, it changes their life completely.
Rome's Valentino is also a designer who believes fashion can change life.
I think we must start the new century with dresses that they give happiness to women. This is very important, not just with a fashion collection to show beauties, but I think we must start, all of us, the new millennium with happiness and joy and visually beautiful things.
And that's the designer path to fashion in the next millennium. That's Style for 1998. Please stay tuned for all the news as CNN Weekend continues. Next week I'll be back with some of the best in spring-summer 99 fashions. Until then, happy holidays, and thank you for joining me with Style. I'm Elsa Clench.
Good morning. The rain is falling in the southeast, mainly now squeezed along the coast, stretching from Cape Hatteras all the way down to the Florida Panhandle. Things starting to look better as you head westward through the Gulf states and out to Louisiana. Up to the north, we're seeing snowfall still for most of Michigan, continuing some snow showers also for the northern Rockies as a cold front moves in here, the warm sector just about here. So this rain-snow mix that you're seeing is the area between the cold front and the warm front. This snow is generally along that warm front. Mountain snow is possible today, could add a couple of inches to your totals. We've already seen Columbia, Washington has gotten up to about 15 inches of snow in the past 24 hours. So some very heavy snow there. Snow showers also for the Great Lakes, a mix of rain and snow, maybe a quarter-inch liquid precipitation across the southeast. This is how things shape up later today then. We continue to push our cold front system into the west. We also continue to move our high pressure ridge eastward. That's going to push our cold front offshore. Southern portions of Florida, maybe from about Cape Canaveral southward to Lake Okeechobee, maybe a thunderstorm or two in your forecast. Otherwise, you're just going to see more of the same in the west and snow showers continuing for the northern plains. Temperatures will be in the single digits, teens and 20s, some 30s for the northeast, especially Lakes Huron, Lake Ontario, 30s down through the Rockies into the Four Corners. Moderating weather for the southwest. You're still going to see a chilly night tonight, but then look at how things warm up tomorrow. You'll see 60s across Texas and Louisiana into southern Georgia, 50s and 40s take over all the way out to San Francisco. Page 1 with Nick Charles is next.
This is today's most powerful financial tool. Information, immediate and comprehensive business and financial intelligence, all from the world's most reliable source, CNNFN.com. No other internet site offers you more. Breaking news, U.S. and international market updates, stock quotes, in-depth business information from Industry Watch, and cutting-edge personal finance from Quicken on FN. We built the biggest and best business site on the web, and it's all free. Go to CNNFN.com.
If this is the magazine you read, this is the television news magazine to watch. CNN and Entertainment Weekly, Thursdays on CNN.
There's a whole new way to watch HBO. Because HBO 2 has changed to HBO Plus, a channel that's the perfect complement to HBO, doubling your viewing pleasure with more choices and more of the entertainment you love. It's great because whenever you tune in, you have 2 different programs to choose from. So if you want more variety, turn to HBO Plus. part of The Works, the new package of channels from HBO.
To get more choice and variety, get The Works. Call Cox today.
Happy holidays from Cox Communications and these area merchants.
We'd like to wish you a cash cow Christmas, lots of fun and laughter spent with friends and family. Happy holidays from the Cash Cow.
From all of us at the Okaloosa Regional Airport, I wish to take this opportunity to wish you a happy holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Cox Communications and these area merchants wish you and yours a happy holiday season.
If you're thinking about DBS, here's something you might not know. After you pay for the dish and the receiver and the installation, there's still one more thing you'll need: programming. Let's face it, the shows you want to watch, that's what television's all about. With DBS, there's a good chance you'll have to sign up with several different programming suppliers just to get
if you try to assess, the Republicans have the high road in this. They are the, I mean, Tom DeLay was here on your show earlier sounding like a statesman saying, look, we're for adhering to the law. And the Democrats are in the position of saying, well, it's, you know, it's really just immoral, it's reprehensible, but it's not impeachable. Well, where's the principle there?
When we got to this stage with Richard Nixon, before the full House voted, Nixon resigned. There doesn't seem to be any indication this president will resign, Carl Bernstein. If, in fact, the House votes for impeachment on Thursday, what will the trial look like? What will it do to the country?
I don't think we know what it'll look like. I think the country can withstand an awful lot. I don't buy that argument that the country can't stand a trial or impeachment. I didn't in the Nixon instance, and I don't in this one. I think if I had to guess, that a trial of Bill Clinton would not be as much a sure thing in terms of acquittal by a huge margin that people are talking about now. If it gets to that stage, I think it could be very problematic for him.
Really? Why?
Because I think that then you're going to be in a trial situation in which you're finding both facts and law, as it were, and the gravity of the situation. I think, again, this goes back to the notion of why the really interesting aspect of this is that the people of the country seem to have a really good picture of this whole event. That they understand that this involves partisanship, that the president has done a terrible thing, that he has lied as far as they're concerned, that you have to put Ken Starr in this equation and whether or not he served the national interest, the press, the fact that this is somewhat an entertainment event as well as a cultural moment. The people of the country seem to understand this whole context, whereas the process here in Washington is no longer about the context, including the circumstances that this began with.
The president probably needs a new defense, in a sense. This is not one of those things where you can talk yourself out of the trap he's in. He has got to find some way to say and explain and allow himself to be interrogated on the details so people can see him at his best. And his core argument is probably going to be, look, this is unfair. And if you go back to the beginning of Whitewater and the way the investigation shifted, the way it went on for 5 years, there is something highly partisan and highly contrived about the whole thing, about his feeling, and there is a persuasive argument that he was set up.
How does the president do that between now and Thursday, Bob?
I don't know.
That's the question. Maybe there is some way that he could still go down to the Hill. Henry Hyde gave him that opportunity. Perhaps there's a way he could even go to the floor.
But it's going to take a bold stroke by the president.
Absolutely. This train is really moving fast.
But on the other hand, I mean, one of the things he has going for him, it is now a partisan vote. If you go back to Watergate, the House Judiciary Committee in the Nixon impeachment investigation, there were 6 Republicans who voted for impeachment. We have 0 Democrats on the Judiciary Committee.
Carol Bernstein, in September you said that the Republicans view Clinton's shame and the prospect of impeachment as payback. Payback for Watergate, Robert Bork, Clarence Thomas, the reprimand of Gingrich, gays in the military, Mrs. President. You think there's some revenge in this?
Absolutely, I think there is. And at the same time, as Bob says, this president has played right into the hands of his enemies. He's played into the hands of the Republican right. And now they get to say, look, the rule of law is paramount here. The President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the law, has undermined the rule of law, and the president has got to address that somehow between now and when this vote takes place.
The ghost in the machine here, interestingly enough, may be that the Republicans fear most making Gore president. This argument that this would overturn the election if Clinton were removed is just bogus. I mean, it would be Gore as president, not Bob Dole. And if you really dig deep into the Republican psyche, they don't want that.
Bob Woodward, Carl Bernstein, always interesting. Thank you for joining us.
Good to be here.
We have to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more of Meet the Press right after this.
Meet the Press is sponsored by Charles Schwab, providing people, technology, and support to help you gain financial control.
I had questions about investing, and nobody would answer my questions. And then one day my friend was telling me about stocks and that she wanted to start a stock group. We go to the meetings, we talk about everything, you know, children and parenting and politics, and then we talk about which stocks look good. And I come home and say, okay, let's do this with the girls' money. Let's invest in this stock. This looked the best to me. And we learned about it on Schwab.com, right? So you can go to college.
Welcome to FedEx. This is Judy Price. I'd be glad to help you track your package. Right now it's safe, it's sound, and it's on its way to Boston. Another package? The weather's a little iffy in London, but it should arrive on schedule. Yes, 6 packages at...
How long has she been on that call?
An hour and 15 minutes. Roosevelt Road first thing in the morning. Another package?
Same call.
She's going for a record. No delays in Cedar Rapids. Is that it, sir? Happy holiday! You have a nice holiday, too.
We could have thought of this years ago.
Got an important package? Send it FedEx and be absolutely sure.
Of the many innovative products we've brought you over the years, there's none that touches your life every day more than this. Presenting the Smart Water System from GE. Our monitor filtration system produces fresher, better tasting water, while our digital softening system makes the water softer, close, cleaner, and brighter. The incredible Smart Water System for the whole home. Only GE could make technology so delicious.
You're short of breath. There's pain in your chest. You may be having a heart attack. Now, what do? Call an ambulance? Good. And take Bayer aspirin. It's now been proven that aspirin can do more than help prevent second heart attacks. Now, Bayer may actually help stop you from dying if you take it during a heart attack. Talk to your doctor now. Do you know where your Bayer is? Bayer, powerful pain relief, and so much more. Determination. One of the colors between the colors created by Canon. Canon Laser Color. Its only competition is reality.
Coming up on Dateline tonight.
Thanks, Tim. One man alone on a sailboat 1,000 miles from land, and he needed surgery immediately. His only chance for survival, to operate on himself. The story tonight on Dateline at 7, 6 Central. Tim.
Thank you, Jane Pauley. Start your day tomorrow and today with Katie and Matt. Then the NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw. Tonight at 6 and 10 on CNBC, Judiciary Committee member Lindsey Graham. That's all for today. We'll be back next week. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. Before we go, Florida's governor and former United States Senator Lawton Chiles died suddenly yesterday at age 68. He was the quintessential folksy Southern statesman. He and his family are in our thoughts and prayers.
Imagine
a lot of golf.
Cut.
And a little Hollywood.
Be the club, Ray. Ready? Action. Good shot. You know what? I got an idea, though.
The 4th annual Luxus Challenge, hosted by Raymond Floyd, with Sean Connery, Hale Irwin, Kevin Costner, and many more.
Let's do it again.
Coverage begins Saturday, December 19th on NBC.
Mr. Floyd?
Proceeds benefit Child Help USA and the Entertainment Industry Foundation.
Cut.
They are our mothers and daughters, sisters and wives. They are our friends and partners. But 1 out of every 9 will be stricken with breast cancer. That's why GE created its Senograph technology. It helps doctors detect tumors earlier, so a remarkable 90% 5-year survival rate is possible. So that all our grandmothers and granddaughters, best friends and good neighbors, may live happier, healthier, and longer lives.
Excuse me. I'm looking for Victoria Station.
What is it about people who work at gates? Would it hurt to talk? At United Airlines, the people who work at our gates are making it their responsibility to answer questions, solve problems, and just lighten up a little. We know it breaks with tradition, but we're trying to reinvent an airline here.
You know, son, someday all this will be yours. Wheat and soybeans as far as the eye can see.
Yep, it's gonna make a heck of a lot of burgers.
Burgers? Harvest burgers, to be exact. They're made from wholesome soy and wheat with a great burger taste. And now they're from Morningstar Farms, the #1 brand of meat alternatives for a delicious, healthier way of eating.
They still make the buns out of wheat, don't they?
Yeah, Dad.
Harvest burgers from Morningstar Farms.
I'd just like to say something to every teacher I ever had. Thank you for your inspiration. It meant a lot.
Meet the Press has been sponsored by GE. Online at www.ge.com. GE, we bring good things to life. And ADM, supermarket to the world.
Meet the Press is a presentation of NBC News. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Monday, important new information for women on cancer.
Potentially can be life-saving.
The truth about pap smears. Now there's a better way to discover the disease. Also, it was a cruel scam that made money off his son's death, and millions were ripped off like this. Is this another fleecing of America? NBC Nightly News, Monday.
Next, Rosie, for the first time ever, the mystery guest.
I don't want to do a mystery guest because you never know who it could be. I am about to apply my blindfold.
It's top secret.
Please welcome my mystery guest. Are you a man?
I'm a massive hunk of man. I'm 6 feet even.
So, can you guess who?
I have no idea!
Plus, any day now's Annie Potts and the cast of Footloose Let's Loose. All is revealed. Next, Rosie.
Monday at 4 on NBC 15.
600 pounds is one big heap of trouble. On the next Real TV, a caged tiger gives the assembled crowd its money's worth. In just an instant, it turns and attacks the attraction's announcer. Watch him get this tiger by the tail. Then at 100 miles an hour, this chase is an accident waiting to happen. See, I told you. Wait till you see what happens when the smoke clears. Plus, if you ever landed wrong, you'll know what this feels like. Get ready for some big bike boo-boos on Real TV.
Monday morning at 10 on NBC 15.
Ask the Mechanic, Monday morning at 6.
The following is a paid religious program. The views and opinions expressed are not necessarily those of WPMI Television.
To calm your soul and refresh your spirit, Christian Radio 89.5 FM brings God's good news through music and message. Enhance your way every day with 89.5 FM, your station for conservative Christian music. From the heart of Pensacola Christian College, the campus church welcomes you to rejoice in the Lord. Enjoy inspiring music and hear Jim Shetler share truths from God's Word for continual spiritual growth. Now, let's rejoice in the Lord.
In the middle of all this, the president himself has gone to Israel, and Sam Donaldson is with him. This morning, the president talked about all of this. What did he say, Sam?
Koki, the president was asked a number of questions about impeachment at a mini news conference he held with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And the strange thing about it is how detached he seemed to be. There was no fighting spirit there. And if there is a grand strategy to avoid impeachment on the House floor, it's certainly well hidden. For instance, one of the things that some moderate Republicans say might make a difference is that the president come forward and more explicitly admit his guilt in all of this. But he's not going to do that. Mr. Clinton was asked directly today whether he will admit to perjury. And the president said very emphatically, no.
No, I can't do that because I did not commit perjury. We had, if you go back to the hearing, we had 4 prosecutors, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, one the head of President Reagan's Criminal Justice Division, who went through the law in great detail and explained that it was not, this is not a perjury case. And there was no credible argument on the other side. Now, was the testimony in the deposition difficult and ambiguous and unhelpful? Yes, it was. That's exactly what I said in the grand jury testimony myself.
And what does he think about Chairman Hyde and the Republican leadership refusing to allow a floor vote on censure?
I think you ought to ask them whether they're opposed to it because they think that it might pass, since apparently somewhere around 3/4 of the American people think that's the right thing to do.
White House aides say they hope the American people rise up now and make their views known to Congress. But they can't say there's any plan to get the American people to do that. For instance, should the president go on television Wednesday night? No, said Joe Lockhart, the press secretary. We don't think he's going to do that. Koki, it's almost as if President Clinton is resigned to being impeached by the full House.
Sam, that's very unusual, but we'll talk to you about it later in the program. Thanks for being with us now. And now joining us here in the studio is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Henry Hyde.
Boy.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Koki.
And George Will is here for the questioning, as always.
I can't.
Chairman Hyde, let's take that question that the president just posed to you. Are you opposed to censure because you think it'll pass?
No, I'm opposed to censure because I don't think it's authorized by the Constitution. I don't think it's the House of Representatives' function to impose any sanctions whatsoever. I think it's a bill of attainder. I think if we passed a resolution of censure, we would be condemning his private acts, which are none of our business. I think that remedy, if it is a remedy, is the business of the Senate. Our business is to see if there is enough evidence there to submit to the Senate for a trial under articles of impeachment.
Why did you bring it up in committee if you didn't think it was appropriate to bring up in the full House?
The Democrats were very insistent that they get a chance to vote on a resolution of censure. I thought it interesting that they put a resolution out condemning the president's conduct, things he has said and done, because they've been disputing the facts all along. And I think it's a little inconsistent to be disputing the facts and then using those same facts for a resolution of censure rather than impeachment. But we had the votes to defeat it. I thought they could get the debate, they could get their vote, and it would not give any life or vitality to the censure resolution, and that's what happened.
You say we had the votes to defeat it. The votes in the committee were highly partisan. Starting back last January, you said, and I'm quoting you here, ultimately this has to be a bipartisan exercise. The Democrats, it's important that the Democrats come forward to have the confidence of the American people. It's not a bipartisan exercise.
Well, you're absolutely right, and that's lamentable because it isn't helpful at all if it's strictly a partisan counting of noses, who are the Republicans and who are the Democrats. Ultimately, it has to be bipartisan if it is to succeed, because of the fact that a 2/3 vote is required in the Senate, 67 votes, to have a guilty verdict on the articles of impeachment. And so it's impossible by definition to pass without bipartisanship. But it has been my hope that as this process plays itself out, the hearings and the debate and the argument, that this would have an instructive effect on the American people, and they might begin to pay attention as to why this is very serious, what this is all about, namely protecting the rule of law, and change their opinion.
But they haven't. Newsweek has a poll out today that has 61% of them saying that they think that the Judiciary Committee is not paying enough attention to the American people in this matter.
Well, that may well be. There are other polls, though, that are pretty high that indicate the president has not told the truth. The president has misled the country. And so we have to frame the issue as to whether the American people want to tolerate that in a chief executive, the one man who is sworn under the Constitution to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Is that important or not? Does the rule of law mean anything? You need honest judges, you need an ethical bar, and you need an oath that's enforceable. And people have to understand that. We live in a very comfortable life. The economy is good, and people just aren't paying attention to what a denial and erosion to the rule of law can mean to us and our freedom.
In reply to Koki's question, you denied that, in fact, the House is not voting on censure because it might pass, but might it pass depending on the content?
I happily am not in the whip business. I haven't counted noses. I think there is support for a censure resolution. How much there is, I don't know. It's a comfortable way to put this behind us, and everybody is chafing under the irritation of this burden. But it just isn't right in terms of the Constitution, in terms of a government of enumerated powers. We're not given the power to do this.
Well, the doctrine of enumerated powers died a long time ago, and doesn't the Congress do all kinds of things not contemplated by the Constitution? And indeed, doesn't it express its opinion all the time on National Pickle Week and Hooray for Israel and all kinds of other things? Why are you precluded from doing it in this?
I think every once in a while it's therapeutic to get back to first principles. I think the notion that we are a government of enumerated powers is helpful to have recourse to that. I agree with you. It's catatonic, but it's still an important principle. Look, the Senate can do anything it wants once it gets over there. That's not our job. We ought to follow the Constitution. We have a separation of powers doctrine. Once you admit the practice of Congress censuring the president, we set a terrible precedent. The president then can censure Congress. I mean, that's silly.
Has the president hurt himself, helped himself, or has it been a wash with his two latest exercises of contrition, Friday and this morning in Israel?
I think he hurt himself. I think people's expectations always are high when the president steps up to the microphone to say something. And he starts out very well, apologizing for those things that he has had to apologize for. But he won't take the next step, which is to admit he misled the country by lying to the grand jury. Now, I know how tough that is, but that's what he has to do, and he hasn't done it and won't do it.
Well, maybe he's not doing it because he thinks it wouldn't do any good. Are you saying that if he, in fact, did that, that would have a substantial effect on voting in the House?
It wouldn't change my vote, but I think there are those who would be moved by a more complete admission of responsibility than he has made. But he refuses to do that, and it only solidifies reaction to him, negative reaction.
Is the Republican leadership in the House working to solidify a vote on impeachment? Are they lobbying to get impeachment?
To my knowledge, no. I have not had much contact. I've talked to Tom DeLay about procedure. once, I believe, but I've not talked to Mr. Livingston, I've not talked to Mr. Gingrich, and they not to me.
Mr. Hyde, you say that the American people don't seem to understand the importance of the rule of law here, but the critics of the pro-impeachment forces say that the people have spoken. There was an election, they spoke, and that the Congress just seems to not understand that the people do not want to see this president impeached, and that given the fact that they have voted, that this is an inappropriate vote for the House of Representatives to be taking.
Well, this may be naive and stupid and probably both, but I just think a thermometer is not a terribly useful thing on matters of conscience and matters of principle. I think we were sent there, we congressmen were sent there to protect our Constitution, protect our rule of law, which after all protects you and me. And if we ignore that because it isn't popular, then I think we do real damage to our form of government.
Isn't it odd, though, that the consciences of the House seem to be so informed by partisanship?
Well, the consciences of Congress are informed by the facts and by the law. We have lived and breathed with this issue much more than most people do. I don't include the press because you've lived and breathed with it too. But look, if Jesus Christ had taken a poll, he would never have preached the gospel.
Mr. Chairman, you care desperately, though, about the House of Representatives. You have opposed my colleague George Will on term limits and all of the things that would change the House of Representatives.
As we speak.
Is this a good thing for the institution of the House to vote out in a lame duck session a partisan vote of impeachment against the president, knowing it will fail in the Senate?
There are downsides to it, but there's an upside. Democracy works. The Constitution means something. The rule of law means something. We're a government of laws and not of men. Equal protection of the law. Not one set of laws for the ruler and one for the ruled. Those are important principles, and however difficult their expression is now, I think it's worth it. Now, the lame duck question really is not our fault. I wanted to finish it this year. Nobody, least of all the Democrats, wanted to stretch this inquiry into next year. And so I set a goal to finish it by the end of the year. Now, after the election and the Democrats picked up 4 or 5 seats, the phrase lame duck surfaces. Well, we're going to finish it this year. The people don't want it to go on. It isn't a complicated issue at all, and that's why we're where we are.
2 quick questions. Do you think the president at this point is honor-bound to resign?
I think it would save the country if he cares about the country, and I know he does. I think it would save the country a lot of turmoil and tumult, yes.
Now, you use the word turmoil and tumult. Many of his supporters say a trial in the Senate would be an ordeal, a horror. It would paralyze the government. Do you think that's true?
No, I don't think so. I think it would be unpleasant. I think it would be a distraction from saving Social Security or bankruptcy reform. But I think it shows again that our Constitution works, and I think the senators are capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time. They could handle this without missing a stroke.
That tribute is welcome.
That's right. There's been times when you've been a manager on impeachments in the Senate when you didn't always feel that way.
Right.
Thank you so much for being with us, Chairman Hyde. We really appreciate you coming in this morning.
Thank you, Cokie. Thank you, George.
When we return, we'll talk to 2 Republicans who are undecided on impeachment, Representatives Jay Dickey from President Clinton's home district and Bob Ney of Ohio.
From ABC News, This Week with Sam Donaldson and Cokie Roberts. Brought to you by GE. From plastics to financial services, we bring good things to life.
Turning on the light, I was immediately aware of something different. It was the same room. She was the same woman. Yet somehow, incredibly, something had changed.
The Enrich bulb from GE. Its innovative glass filters out rays that dull colors. Blues look bluer, reds redder. Almost everything looks better.
Her blue eyes blazed. Her black hair burned. She turned to me. I turned to her and said,
"That's some light bulb." The incredible Enrich bulb, only from GE.
do business at a pace we can't conceive of. Where in the world will they get the energy they need? Today, Southern Company is taking its 70 years of experience to Europe, Asia, and South America. At home, we're trading electricity and gas, reinventing the way business will buy energy in the future. So when they travel through life at the speed of light, we'll be waiting for them with the power on. We are Southern Company, energy to serve your world.
The president's fate now lies in the hands of a handful of Republicans who are at this moment undecided about their impeachment votes. Joining us now are two of them here in the studio, Congressman Bob Ney from Ohio, and from the president's home district in Arkansas, Congressman Jay Dickey. Thank you both very much for being with us. Congressman Ney, the president spoke again this morning about perjury and says he didn't commit it. Does it make a difference for him to say that?
Well, I think the president heard himself very clear this morning. I would tell you, although I'm trying to come to a conclusion on this, I do believe that the president did not tell the truth under oath.
And Congressman Dickey, what is your view on that?
I agree with Bob.
That this was hurtful?
Well, it could have been helpful. I don't know if it was hurtful. It just kind of leaves us in a vacuum again. We don't know. We're not getting leadership from the White House. If it is, it's a negative leadership, and it's bothering me. In fact, I'm worrying about it affecting my decision on a shallow level.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you know, I've received a threat from the White House, and there are things that are coming from all type of angles, and there's no help. I'm not getting anything that I can sink my teeth into, and I can go, and I am trying. I am trying to reach that.
When you say a threat, you mean a political threat, right?
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct. Well, it mentioned suicide. Let me put it that way.
What was it?
Well, it was. I'll just read it to you. If Jay Dickey votes to impeach the president, it's probably an indication he will not run for re-election in 2000. It's suicide. We will make sure it is.
And
you say you're also getting other political threats. What are they like?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm having people talk to me, and I'm really close to my constituency. I'm having people say to me things I know they feel that they're not going to be happy they've said at some time. But I'm getting threats on both sides from my constituents, and then there's some who are understanding.
You're nodding, Congressman Ney.
I have, I have a 16% Republican index, but this is not a partisan threat. I'm getting it from all sides in the sense of I'm not going to vote for you to do this, I'm not going to vote for you to do that, I'm going to picket the streets. It's a very polarized, obvious situation.
Go ahead.
First, Mr. Ney, if censure were allowed to come to a vote in the House, would it pass if it were tough, and what is your threshold of toughness?
I think probably censure would pass naturally. That's what a lot of people are calling for.
It depends on the content.
It depends on the content. In my opinion, loss of the pension, the president would have to sign personally that he wouldn't seek pardons. He would have to pay all the financial ends of this, chasing the mistruths.
And would you vote for that?
Well, again, I do want to consider still impeachment and make my decision on that in the next couple of days. But I would look at a document such as that. I frankly don't think that's going to be an option, though.
Mr. Dickey, do you subscribe to that? A, that it would pass, and B, that it would have to be that tough, and if that tough, that it would pass?
I would hope it would not pass. I don't want it to come up, and I'm definitely against the censure as an alternative. I think we're called to lead, and that is not leadership. That's more or less taking the middle ground, and I don't think it's time for us to do that, however painful it is for us to do what we're doing.
Mr. Dickey, I gather your position is that the House is not to decide guilt, it's to decide a lower threshold question.
All we're doing, that's right. All we're doing is referring.
Now, you're in doubt then, this morning, at this date in this process, you're still in doubt as to whether there is that low threshold of evidence to warrant a trial.
That's correct. I want to see everything there is. This is such a serious issue, and I don't think some people are taking it as serious as it is. And I say that because they talk about the politics and how they group us into little factions, and they forget about that we're individuals painfully going through this. And what I'm saying is that we have got to go and make a decision that is in fact right, and that no circumstances change in between when we say what we're going to do and what we're going to do. This is what I owe my constituents. I love my constituents, and I want them to know that I'm listening and I'm trying to represent them.
Mr. Ney, do you agree that there is a lower threshold and that still that lower threshold has not yet, in your mind, convincingly been met?
I agree 100%. And Jay is a person of integrity. I know where he's coming from. He's come from the same direction that I am on this decision, and it's an honest decision. I have plenty of friends, believe me, in the last couple of days have called me and have said, look, just make a decision and then just kind of hide for a couple of days. Make it. What we are doing politically is a very tough call, but this is a very serious situation. But I agree 100% with Jay.
Now, the White House believes that there's nothing the president could say that would satisfy you. Is that true?
I think that the president could have been honest today on television from Jerusalem, but personally with me, I'm going to make this decision based on the threshold, the 3 articles, and I'm going to see if they meet the standard in my mind and from what I'm going to be advised both sides, because I'm going to listen to everybody, of what's impeachment. But I don't think if the president called today, there's anything he could say to me personally that would influence in either direction.
But if he made a public statement saying, I did commit perjury.
I think it would have helped me. At this point in time, if he does it, it's too late.
Well, I think it would help us all. It would help the nation, which I don't know if we're really looking at that from the standpoint, but it would have helped the nation for him to agree with all of us that he did lie under oath.
But you think now it's too late to do that? Do you agree with Congressman Ney?
I'm not so sure. As I say, I'm waiting for anything to come along that would be a change of circumstances, and it would be something that I would consider. Let me put it that way, Koki.
If impeachment is defeated, goes down, should there then be a vote of censure in the House?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. It just cheapens it. It dilutes what those folks, they chose not to put censure in the Constitution. When we reach over and we touch the executive branch in this serious, somber way, they don't want it to be trivialized, I don't think. I'm trying to listen to what they've written.
This isn't a vote on a budget bill amendment, and this is not what we call King of the Hill, where, well, if you don't pass this one, it's just got to be a vote up or down on this. If we
Good point, Bob.
So the speculation that a group of Republicans might go to their leadership and say, you need to put censure on the floor, you don't think will happen?
I think that possibly our leaders should have taken a complete look at censure and have it as an option. That's not going to happen. I don't think it's incumbent upon us to play hardball on this to say this is the option you now will take. I think we're going to be faced with an impeachment vote, period.
And you know, Koki, I don't know the answer to that question because I haven't talked to the leadership at all, and I don't know what they're thinking. And I don't know if Bob has, but we've had very little contact individually. And I'm so pleased, and I want to thank our leadership for considering this as an individual matter of conscience. We're not treating this on our side as some regular legislation. It is not.
I should mention, I'm a deputy whip with Tom DeLay, a deputy, one of the 13. I've had absolutely zero pressure from Tom DeLay on this, period.
I hadn't even talked
directly
to him.
or indirectly.
We have just a few seconds left. Let me ask each of you, we have some days left before a final vote. More opportunities for more contrition acts by the president. Can you say in one sentence something he could say that would change your mind or make your mind up? Mr. Ney?
I just think the president could say that he has created a mess for the country and that, in fact, he did not tell the truth under oath. I don't know if it make my mind up, but it would help.
Mr. Dickey?
I think he should have more respect for our decision, not to say he'll accept our deliberations only if it's censure. I think he should be less dictatorial on what we're doing and more submissive.
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman Dickey. Congressman Ney, thank you very much for being with us. Next, the White House defense with former Watergate prosecutor Richard Benveniste and former White House counsel Lloyd Cutler.
I'm a CEO.
I'm an engineer.
I'm a student. We needed a server-based network.
Powerful workstations.
A notebook with DVD.
For 16,000 people. But what I wanted...
What I needed.
I couldn't find. Then Dell came to see me. So I called Dell.
I went to Dell on the internet.
And they built it. And they built it.
Just for me.
Just for us.
And amazingly enough...
This direct way. This direct way. Actually costs less.
Actually costs less.
That's genius.
Be direct. Dell. Dell computers use Intel Pentium 2 processors.
Messenger of hope, and the only one in whom the future can be entrusted. Is it not time, then, to prepare for the journey ahead? You are a survivor, You are alone, but you are strong.
We're closer today to finding a cure for leukemia than we have ever been. Acute promyelocytic leukemia is one of the deadliest forms of leukemia.
5 years ago, if Reese came down with this leukemia, he wouldn't have made it.
Pharmaceutical companies have developed very important and remarkable medicines.
This new medicine has given us our family back.
We have to continue moving forward because the answer is clearly within our reach.
Just a thought, that's what Einstein said. Just a view of the future, 2 paces ahead. Think about me, think about you, all the good things a little good thinking can do. Just a world, rolling through space, down gravity's highway into your embrace. And I'm thinking about me, thinking about you, all the good things a little good thinking can do.
The best shows on television are on ABC.
Put these people out of business.
While the fate of the firm is in the jury's hands.
The jury has reached its verdict.
A Future with Bobby is in Lindsay's court.
I've been thinking about leaving. You're in love with him.
An all-new Practice, ABC tonight, 10/9 Central, right after 2020. ABC Tuesday at 10/9 Central. You'll see why NYPD Blue is the best cop show on TV.
I'm not working where this goes on.
All new NYPD Blue, ABC Tuesday.
Welcome, Richard Benveniste, Lloyd Cutler.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. You heard Sam earlier in the program say from Jerusalem that it was his impression with the White House this morning that the people had given up, that they assume the House of Representatives will vote impeachment. You think that's right?
I don't think anybody on either side really knows the outcome at this point, Koki.
But do you think the White House has given up?
No, I don't think the White House has given up, and I personally don't even think that we're going to be deprived of the opportunity to have a censure vote on the floor. That can still happen.
How will that happen?
The only ways in which I think it can happen are if the Rules Committee decides to have a rule, or if there's a motion to recommit, and the vote could be held on that. But once the Republican leadership said that everybody should vote his or her conscience, if your conscience tells you that censure is a better solution than an article of impeachment, as the New York Times, a great critic of the president, has said, as the Washington Post, another critic, has said, to deprive the members on the floor of the opportunity to vote for censure is it depriving them of the opportunity to vote their conscience.
It didn't sound this morning, though, hearing from we've heard the Speaker-elect has said no censure vote. The Speaker has said no censure vote. The Chairman of the Judiciary Committee has said no censure vote. We've just heard from 2 Republicans who don't seem to be very interested in a censure vote. How do you get to a censure vote?
Well, I thought I heard one Republican say that he thought that might be the right way to go. And as you know, Koki and George, I've been suggesting moderation and proportionality even before Mr. Starr sent his report over, and suggesting that censure is the appropriate, measured response to the president's reckless private conduct.
But how do you get from here to there? I mean, you talk about the rules of the House and all that, but the majority controls the Rules Committee. The majority is the Republicans, and they say no.
But I think they will be responsive, I hope they will, to the democratic principle that a vote ought to be allowed. These crocodile tears shed for the Constitution, which does not in any way prohibit or inhibit a censure motion, I think are misplaced. The American public, in its great common sense, I think has concluded that censure is the appropriate remedy here. To go forward and force an impeachment of the President of the United States for the conduct that has been discussed here, to my mind, is simply wild and crazy.
Well, some people think that one of the impediments to the censure alternative is the president and his repeated contrition acts, that they're not helping. Do you think they're helping?
Well, I think they are helping with most Americans. They're not helping inside the Beltway, where people want him to confess to a crime that he has not committed, perjury, because we've heard under oath witness after witness with great experience saying that no reasonable federal prosecutor would bring a perjury
a case, a dog of a case like this.
But that was not Mr. Ruff's position. Mr. Ruff said that reasonable people could come to the conclusion that he committed perjury.
No, I think that reasonable people could come to the conclusion that he was not truthful, which is a much different thing than the crime of perjury. The problem is that this president is a lawyer, and he's a pretty good lawyer, and he's making the mistake, I think, of making his own legal arguments, which he should leave to the lawyers. I think that's the point.
And the president himself this morning said he endorsed what Mr. Ruff had said.
But you know, you say he's a lawyer, and his lawyers have been making this case, which is not working politically. And after all, impeachment is a political vote. And if these prosecutors say nobody would bring a perjury case, then why doesn't he say, fine, I did it, nobody's going to bring the case?
Well, but to say that you did something, if you believe in your heart that you did not commit the crime of perjury, he's admitted repeatedly, time after time, that his intention was to obfuscate, was to mislead, was not to help these Paula Jones lawyers. If you talk about what perjury is on the table here,
Let's say lying under oath.
About what, though? Here's what we are. That's why the committee didn't specify it, because it's so ludicrous. The lying under oath, as they assess it, is, did the president touch Monica Lewinsky in a particular place at a particular time in the month of January or November? Was he alone or not alone? You can't reasonably think of removing the president of the United States because of that kind of conduct, in my view.
Mr. Cutler, in one of the things you've written on this several weeks ago, you said there is no good behavior clause in the Constitution or in the impeachment clause. In 1974, when Mr. Benveniste was working on the Watergate operation, they passed the following language to impeach Richard Nixon, that he was guilty of conduct seriously incompatible with the proper performance of constitutional duties of the presidential office. How about repeated lying to the public, for example, as the Watergate people said was an impeachable offense? Isn't that, in effect, a good behavior clause?
Well, it seems to me what it is at most, a low crime or misdemeanor. It doesn't rise to the level of something impeachable
But
like treason.
That's the language of impeachment from '74.
I understand that.
Well, George, may I respond? I wasn't on the staff of the impeachment committee. I was an assistant special prosecutor and wound up prosecuting the cover-up case. But the lying that was involved there was lying about the misuse of the president's official position as president, lying about wrongfully using the FBI and the CIA, using the IRS to punish political opponents through audits, wiretapping political opponents and the press and his own staff illegally. All of those lies, breaking into psychiatrist's office in order to smear people.
You could add to that getting the head of the criminal division to tell him each day what the grand jury was doing, and then plotting with Haldeman and Ehrlichman, the two principal targets, to see how they could counter it the next day.
Mr. Cutler, today in Jerusalem, the president's press conference with the head of state of Israel was entirely devoted to impeachment. If the Senate goes to an impeachment trial, for the next several months, that is going to be the total focus of the presidency. The Senate goes to trial. Should he resign?
I think he should not resign, and I don't think he will resign. I think it would lower the bar for impeachment and make it possible for any majority that's different from the party that occupies the White House to, in effect, emasculate the president by attacking him with an impeachment motion for the very purpose of weakening his power to carry out his legitimate public policies.
Do you think it will go to trial?
I think it will go to trial. Whether you can dispose of it by, in effect, a summary judgment motion, or a motion to adjourn the hearing before the Senate, or a finding that these articles of impeachment are too ambiguous to be tried, remains to be seen. Each of those would require a majority. But in the end, I would still be confident that there will be at least 34 senators, maybe more, to vote for acquittal, and then we will have had much ado about nothing and have done appreciably less to tackle the real problems of the country.
In my view, it will not go to trial. I am still hopeful that the House of Representatives will reflect the will of the people. It is my view that the narrow political interest of the Republican Party here is served by serving the national interest, because If impeachment is voted by this Congress, I believe it's a certainty that the Democrats will take the House in the year 2000 and probably the Senate as well.
Well, by this time next week, we'll know what's going to happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Benveniste, Mr. Cutler. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, George.
Next, Sam Donaldson rejoins us, along with ABC News analyst Bill Kristol and George Stephanopoulos.
Saving thousands on new Cadillacs in Fort Walton Beach is a tradition, and now more than ever with Sam Taylor discounts plus owner loyalty and competitive owner rebates, you save up to $5,000 on new 99 Cadillacs. Remaining 98 Cateras up to $7,000 off.
We figured out what people are wanting in a sport utility vehicle. A Cadillac, introducing the all-new Escalade, the sport utility vehicle that only Cadillac could bring you, and well worth the wait. Come into Sam Taylor Buick Cadillac in Fort Walton.
I remember the first time I met Kevin. He was 16 years old. I asked him if he had any plans for the future.
I said, go across the street and play games. I mean, I had no idea he was talking about that kind of future.
We started spending some time together. I helped him with his homework. I got him thinking about a career. Then one day I took him on a college tour.
Wow, it's a great feeling.
He got a glimpse of what he could be.
College Bound is a mentoring program run by GE employees and retirees. Their investments of time in participating high schools have doubled college admissions in 5 years. And by the year 2000, GE employees will volunteer 1 million hours a year.
Seeing Kevin graduate from college was one of the proudest days of my life.
And when I got that diploma in my hand, I just wanted a way to say thanks. Becoming a mentor myself seemed like the best way.
This week with Sam Donaldson and Cokie Roberts will continue in a moment after this from our ABC stations.
Saving thousands on new Cadillacs in Fort Walton Beach is a tradition, and now more than ever with Sam Taylor discounts plus owner loyalty and competitive owner rebates, you save up to $5,000 on new 99 Cadillacs. Remaining 98 Cateras up to $7,000 off.
We figured out what people are wanting in a sport utility vehicle. A Cadillac, introducing the all-new Escalade, the sport utility vehicle that only Cadillac could bring you, and well worth the wait. Come into Sam Taylor Buick Cadillac in Fort Walton Beach, where we're carrying on the family tradition.
Attention diabetics.
I'm Kathy. And I'm Rusty of Tropical Medical Supply. Are you managing your diabetes? We'd like to make life easier for you. At TMS, you can order your supplies with just one call from the comfort of your home. No waiting for reimbursement and no pharmacy trips. As a registered Medicare provider, we carry the best products on the market. We take care of your insurance forms and deliver free. Call 1-800-611-2115. Call once, call now. Take control of your diabetes.
From all of us at Speedy Cash, happy holidays!
Now it's here. After all these months of talking about this, the full House of Representatives will actually vote this week on impeachment. George Stephanopoulos, Bill Kristol will talk to you about this in just a minute, but first we want to go to Sam Donaldson, who is in Jerusalem with the presidential party, and he can bring us up to date on what the White House is doing about this vote.
Well, Cokie, I said a few minutes ago that there was no discernible White House strategy. I'm sure they believe they have one, but many reporters who've covered the president all during the scandal and who may have been pretty tough on him are almost today beseeching the White House to get out there and fight, or wondering why at least he doesn't. For instance, the president says he will talk to any of these moderates who want to talk to him, but he's not going to call them. What's wrong with calling them? As long as you don't threaten them or do anything improper, why not pick up the phone and say, sir, can I just at least give you my side of the case? Then there's the question of Tuesday here. Now, there's a reason why President Clinton is here. Sunday, today, with the Israelis, and tomorrow, as he promised in the Y agreement, and that's one reason the agreement was reached, he's going to address the Palestinian Assembly in Gaza. But Tuesday, he's sightseeing. He's going to Bethlehem. We'd all like to do that. He's going to Masada. We'd all like to do that. But why not leave after the Gaza occasion and get back home so that you continue to fight impeachment? Well, they say to us, this is very important. Is it more important than keeping your seat? And finally, there's a question of talking to the American people. Yes, he's tried it, and he hasn't come forward. But they say they expect and hope that the American people will rise up now in some fashion and let Henry Hyde and other members of Congress know that they want a censure motion on the floor. And you might say the president would address the nation with all of the television networks, because when his people, Mr. Craig, they said, went on Larry King the other night. Well and good, I like Larry King. He has got a small audience, no offense. The president, why not go on all the television networks and reach millions of people and say, let me just say that I need your help? No, they say. There's no plan for that. And that's why finally, and I now yield the floor, it seems to a lot of us that he's almost given up.
Thank you, Sam. I must say, Sam filibuster was good. We won't tell Larry King. The news magazines seem to be thinking that the president is still fighting. That is their theme of the week ahead. Take a look at what the covers of Time and Newsweek are, letting us, the fight of their lives, and will they really do it, meaning the House of Representatives really vote impeachment. At the moment, it looks like they're very likely to do it. Are we really seeing a White House that's given up a fight?
Oh, I don't think so. What they're recognizing, though, is there's not much good the president can do. You know, for all of his political skills, he's been peculiarly tone deaf throughout this process. January 21st, August 17th, this Friday, this Sunday, he always seems to say exactly the wrong thing. But that all said, the votes, I think, are still there for the president. He's only needs to pick up about 10 of 40 undecided votes, and I think that as the members of Congress focus on the bigness of impeachment, he'll survive.
Samuel Goldwyn said that the secret of acting is sincerity, and if you can fake that, you've got it made. And the president seems to have lost the knack of, he's lost the knack of faking sincerity here. And every time he speaks, and there's still time for him to make matters yet worse between now and Thursday, he does make matters worse.
I don't understand this business about being concerned about being prosecuted. I mean, it seems to me there's a total logical inconsistency in the White House argument. They sent up this bunch of prosecutors to the hearing who said, oh, we'd never prosecute this. So if he's not worried about being prosecuted, why doesn't he doesn't have to say perjury, but he can say, I lied under oath.
Here's why he doesn't say it. There's a very good reason. They think that for every vote it picks up, they may lose a vote. Once he says, I lied under oath, well, we have to impeach him, and they're afraid of that on the other side.
Well,
that's why you really can't write a censure resolution, because any censure resolution to pass has to say that, and once they've said that, then the Democrats say, well, come think about why are we censuring him, not removing him?
Well, that's why the president cannot make his case. It's not just that he's tone deaf, and it's not just that the White House isn't smart enough to realize that they can get TV time on the networks and get more viewers than Larry King. The president can't make his case because he has no case. He says he didn't lie under oath. The Democrats say in their censure resolution that the president made false statements, that he violated the trust of the American people, that he dishonored his office. If he did those things, he should be impeached. What is the case the president can make? There's no accident that every time he goes on TV, he loses votes rather than gaining votes.
Here's the case he can make. Yes, I think he probably did not tell the truth under oath. He did lie under oath. But you can also say that this was not about abuse of power, that the Constitution did not contemplate a partisan impeachment of the President of the United States.
It was about abuse of power, though. That's the trouble. He spent 10 or 11 months using the entire machinery of the executive branch of the United States to support his lies. See, lying under oath is a big problem, but it's the fundamental lying to the American people over 10 or 11 months that's the more fundamental violation, not of his oath as a citizen. As a citizen, you take an oath to tell the truth. As president, you take an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. And his trouble is that ultimately his actions are indefensible. The Democrats in the House say that he violated the trust of the American people and dishonored the office of the presidency.
Now, Sam has said that there's a hope on the part of the White House that the voters will rise up and say, don't do this. The voters seem to be saying, don't do this. I mean, is it going to make any difference?
They're not going to rise up because they don't think it's going to happen. You know, the White House has actually polled this week. They've asked a question, do you think the president is going to be impeached? And 70–80% of the people say no, and that's why it's very hard for them to get them to rise up.
But what do they think impeachment means? Do they think it means removal from office?
Yes, right. Yes.
So,
and as well they should, you know, for all this talk about how impeachment is censure plus, every article of impeachment that the House passed says, by such, William Jefferson Clinton, by such context, warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office.
Well, that's another question which we'll come to later about what the House is really doing here. But do you think this strategy of the White House of trying to get the public to speak is going to make a difference?
Now, the public has spoken loud and clear, and what we're seeing, and watch carefully because we may not see it again in our lifetimes, is a significant number of elected politicians saying, we're not listening to the polls. It's breathtaking. It's got Washington having a nervous breakdown. What if this happens repeatedly?
But the White House does have a strategy, and I think it's a little bit of contrition and a lot of fear-mongering. The White House strategy over the next 4 days is not to defend the president's conduct, which Democrats say is indefensible. It is to say, we cannot afford a Senate trial. It will be a nightmare. How can you put the country through this?
Which, by the way, is an argument against ever impeaching a president in the modern age. They're really saying that that has to be taken out of the Constitution because we can't stand it. Why? Foreign policy? He can ignore Saddam Hussein's violations, whether he's impeached or not. He can turn a blind eye to North Korea, whether he's being impeached or not. What's this going to interrupt?
But it's also an argument that could come back to haunt the White House. If by some chance the president is impeached on Thursday, that becomes an argument for resignation. Then the president has the responsibility, many will say, to avoid the trial, to end this madness and resign.
I must say the only strategy that I've been able to detect in talking to members of Congress is that they have gotten a bunch of people to call members of Congress. They're hearing from business people in their districts, and they're not getting heavy-handed calls. It's not, do this or I'll cut off your funding. This could be bad for the economy.
Do this, it'll be bad for the Dow Jones. And
right.
There's a kind of lovely seamlessness to the White House appeal here, which is the president's status varies directly with the Dow Jones average.
Well, we'll talk about what's going to happen in the House and maybe the Senate when we come back in a moment.
Why is our company tagline a question?
I actually just started on Monday, so I really don't know.
Well, you can't make software better until you know what people want to do with it.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
What are kids really doing with technology, and why is it helping them learn?
And we've noticed you tend to do some pretty amazing things.
How can I make a computer easier for you to use?
Email's going to be like the telephone. You pick it up, you call somebody, you don't think twice.
Things we never would have imagined.
What if your computer could recognize your face?
In fact, we do our best work trying to keep up with your imagination.
I design software for people like my dad, my mother, my neighbors.
What gets you up in the morning? What are you passionate about?
It has to be for kids, for all different types of people to use it.
What if your computer could talk to you?
What if your computer turned on like a lamp?
So our tagline? In part, it's an invitation to you. In part, it's a question, because we really need to know the answer. So we'll ask it again. Where do you want to go today?
Remember what it was like before there was overnight mail, voicemail, and email? You actually had time to think.
Rocks. Some people skip them, stack them, or just plain ignore them. But then there's these Texaco people. They love the darn things. Obsess over them. Go to the ends of the earth to find them. They study them. They scan them. Even taste them. Why? You find the right rocks. You find the energy the world needs to keep on running. Texaco. A world of energy.
A mentor is a friend to a child in need. All you need to be is a responsible, caring adult willing to talk or read or play a sport. That little investment may be all a kid needs to boost his self-esteem. Small investment, big return. Children first. Call for a contact in your area.
Tonight, the chance to own a home of your own, no matter how little money you have. Thousands believed it.
They were promising we can get in with no down payment.
But was it just an elaborate scam?
They put a dream in front of you, and then they sold it.
2020, followed by The Practice, ABC Tonight.
The 49ers love the Monday Night Spotlight. Almost as much as Barry Sanders. Detroit meets San Francisco, Monday on ABC.
The vote counters are going crazy in the House of Representatives because this is really one where they do not know what is going to happen when the House meets in an extraordinary session this Thursday and votes on articles of impeachment against the president. It is rather remarkable that they don't know what's going to happen.
And they say they're not trying to find out. And I think that's right. Livingston says he's not lobbying, that the whip mechanism isn't out making this a party vote.
They're lobbying on procedural votes, which is in effect lobbying on this, because if the Democrats tried to send back the impeachment to the committee, recommittal it's called, and say that that would be to get a censure vote on the floor, the leadership is making very clear that that vote is one that they expect a party line vote on.
Also, that's something it's a tough argument to make, because I think the parliamentarians have said that putting censure onto this bill is not germane.
Right.
That can't be done procedurally, so you really do have to buck your leaders completely to send it back. But a lot of them...
Can you imagine, you've worked for Democratic leaders, what they would do if somebody voted against them on something like that?
This is the loyalty oath. When the Speaker says, support me on a rule, that's bottom line.
That's a vote of confidence in your leadership.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what do you think happens?
He's going to be impeached, I think. I think Republicans lose somewhere. I've looked at the list. I don't see that they lose more than 12 or 13 Republicans. I think they pick up 7 or 8 Democrats. One of the ironies might be this, that I'm not sure that he will be impeached with enough Republican votes. That is, 218 is a majority. Right now, the best count looks like there might be 216 or 217 Republican votes, and I think it will be 7 or 8 Democrats who will put impeachment over the top, which I think is rather nice as a matter of precedent. And then it goes to the Senate, where, as everyone has pointed out, it does have to be bipartisan. And that's why a Senate trial would really be healthy, incidentally, precisely because of the partisanship in the House, which I think has been driven by the president's refusal to come clean for the last 10 or 11 months. A Senate trial is where serious people can look at the evidence.
Yeah, but you know what? You shouldn't put the House of Representatives should not put itself in that position. It trivializes the House of Representatives to vote on a party line vote on something as important as impeachment.
I agree, and that is why it is extremely distressing that the Democratic Party, an honorable party with an honorable tradition, has rallied to the defense of a president whom that party believes has abused his office and dishonored the presidency.
But you could equally say the Republican Party has not listened to the will of the people on something that is so central to where the voters are. I mean, this is one, I agree with you completely about polling, but this is one where the voters' minds, it seems to me, do make a difference because they voted for this guy.
But it's not only the will of the people, it's the Constitution. I mean, in the Constitution, there was long debates over what constituted a high crime and misdemeanor. And again, the president may have broken the law, but there is no evidence, contrary to what Bill was saying, that he used the instruments of the state to perpetuate any unlawful conduct.
By the way, the founders did, though, consider partisan impeachments. There was a lot of discussion about factionalism in those debates.
And Madison in Federalist Paper 65 said that partisan impeachment was an argument against it.
No, what Hamilton says, I think it's Hamilton in Federalist 65, I can be pedantic here. What Hamilton says in Federalist 65 is precisely partisanship will be aroused by these moments of great deliberation and contention in the nation. What's the solution to that? The solution is to go to the Senate, a more judicious body where partisanship will cool down and where they will make a serious decision, and they will. They will. Look, it takes 51 votes to adjourn the trial. If this thing becomes a zoo, if there are really not grounds for taking seriously the fact that the president has lied under oath, then Richard Lugar and Olympia Slowe and a lot of Republicans will say, get rid of the trial.
That diminishes the institution of the House of Representatives.
I disagree. Not voting on impeachment would diminish the institution of the House of Representatives.
If it's right for Olympia Snowe to vote against impeachment, why is it right for House of Representatives?
Let Mr. Will in here.
Well, if it goes to the Senate, and indeed 34 or more votes resist impeachment, and nothing comes out of this, it is not, as Lloyd Cutler said, much ado about nothing. You will have had a process in which majorities of both houses of the popularly elected branch of government have said the president's unfit to serve. That is called censure with real clout.
I must say that the notion of a Senate trial where members of the Senate, as far as we can tell from the rules, are not allowed to speak. This is an unnatural act on the part of members of the United States Senate. They would be having to sit there silently and send up their questions to the Chief Justice.
Well, that would be healthy to make them sit there silently for so long. But look, I really am in favor of a Senate trial because I think it will be serious. And I don't know what will happen. I think it's a big mistake to assume that they won't listen to the evidence. And I think it can be presented pretty quickly and in a pretty decent and honorable way. The Chief Justice of the United States will preside. I think that is how the constitutional system is supposed to work.
But it also may be short-circuited. Once it starts, if you have a majority, that votes to adjourn and then could pass a censure resolution. That's all it would take to end the Senate trial. It doesn't have to take months.
I do worry, though, about what it's going to mean about public confidence in the nation's institutions, because the public doesn't want this to happen.
I think that's right. And for all that conservatives have done to preach disrespect for government and to try and lower confidence in the political class, nothing the conservative movement has done over the years has matched what the president has done since January 21st.
But now the Congress could be compounding the problem. We'll be back in a moment.
Wanda, you're bringing in Elliot, the consultant?
I just thought
How are we going to work with this guy? He's 1,000 miles away.
I'm sure
He doesn't think the way we think.
Well, I think that's the point.
Uh-oh. Wanda's team is upset.
They have to share everything they know with someone they don't.
What kind of conversation are we going to have with Elliot?
He doesn't even use the same systems we use. Relax, Wanda. Remember, you've got Xerox stock. You share.
The software that works on any system. Huh. You're right.
Of course we're right.
No, I mean, I know exactly how to get you guys and Elliot on the same page.
But that'll never happen.
Sure it will. With DocuShare, you all can work on the same digital documents on the same web page.
We don't have time to train this guy.
What
training? It's intuitive.
Anyone can use a web browser. See? You share documents with Elliot, Elliot shares with you.
Why do we have to share anything with Elliot?
Because he's got the knowledge.
Tells him he's writing a book.
Because I said so!
That's a good answer, too. Keep the conversation going. Share the knowledge. The Digital Document Company, Xerox.
Every moment, every dream, every challenge, for every step you take in life, there's GE, a financial partner you can trust. Take advantage of our expertise in insurance and investments and get the innovation you've come to expect. So think of GE when you think of insurance and investments for every step you take.
Monday, routine operations that could be deadly. Cosmetic surgery performed by doctors without formal training. Watch ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
For the latest developments on the impeachment from here and from the Mideast, watch World News Sunday with Elizabeth Vargas. ABC's coverage continues tomorrow morning on Good Morning America with Lisa McCree and Kevin Newman. That's all for this Sunday. For anyone celebrating Hanukkah starting tonight, have a happy one. Until next week, that's this week.
This Week with Sam Donaldson and Cokie Roberts has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source. ABC News, now always on.
A whole new era in college football begins. The Bowl Championship Series. Coming January 1st, only on ABC.
This year's Zoo Lights has more than 500,000 lights, breathtaking lighted scenes, entertainment, real live reindeer, 2 big snow nights with 3 inches of real cold snow, carousel rides, and even Santa on the weekends. Bring your shades. This season will be bright.
Excuse me, are you Santa Claus? If you are him, here's my list.
Help the Marines make Christmas possible for less fortunate children. Donate a new toy to Toys for Tots.
You're Santa Claus.
Bridal gowns, formals, and accessories up to 75% off at Brish's, 525 Brent Lane.
Introducing Subway's Chicken Fajita Sub. All white chicken breast strips topped with Old El Paso thick and chunky salsa. For a limited time. Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
It's Florida's finest, the flea market in Gulf Breeze. Lots of unique shopping. Now open all weekend long. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 9 to 5.
Watch Health Smart, Sundays on Channel 3 News at 5.
The following is a paid commercial program. Products or services demonstrated or opinions expressed are those of the advertiser and not necessarily endorsed by WEAR ABC3.
The following is a paid advertisement for The Cleaning Machine, brought to you by Koblenz. There's nothing better than a clean, beautiful floor, whether it's wood, carpeting, linoleum, ceramic tiles, or marble. But to have clean floors, you need a way to get proper floor care. You can hire a professional to do it, but it can be costly. You can buy an extractor-type machine, but while they're good for small stains, how long would it take to do an entire room? You could rent an extractor-type machine, but it can be awkward, complicated, and time-consuming. Now that's all changed. Finally, you can easily deep clean your carpets as well as a professional cleaning crew that uses heavy-duty commercial equipment. Hardwood floors can easily be cleaned and maintained so they look like new. Linoleum floors can be rejuvenated with a bright, long-lasting finish. Ceramic tiles can be cleansed so powerfully that even the grout will be clean. Plus, you'll have the ability to clean granite, stone, and even concrete surfaces. The first ever all-purpose floor care machine that cleans all floors, inside and out, has now arrived. It's new. The Cleaning Machine from Koblenz, a leader in high-quality industrial and